Part 1. Long Knives 1. The Emperor protects Long Night. The music of the spheres. I was there, said Titus Cassar, his wavering voice barely reaching the back of the chamber. I was there the day that Horus turned his face from the Emperor. His words brought a collective sigh from the Lectitio Divinitatis congregation, and as one they lowered their heads at such a terrible thought. From the back of the chamber, an abandoned munitions hole deep in the underdecks of the War Master's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, Kirill Sinderman watched and winced at Cassar's awkward delivery. The man was no iterator, that was for sure, but his words carried the sure and certain faith of someone who truly believed in the things he was saying. Sinderman envied him that certainty. It had been many months since he had felt anything approaching certainty. As the primary iterator of the 63rd Expedition, it was Kirill Sinderman's job to promulgate the imperial truth of the Great Crusade, illuminating those worlds brought into compliance of the rule of the Emperor and the glory of the Imperium, bringing the light of reason and secular truth to the furthest flung reaches of the ever-expanding human empire had been a noble undertaking. But somewhere along the way things had gone wrong. Sinderman wasn't sure when it had happened. On Zenobia? On Davin? On Aureus? Or on any one of a dozen other worlds brought into compliance. Once he had been known as the arch-prophet of secular truth, but times had changed, and he found himself remembering his Salonum, the Sumaturan philosopher who had wondered why the light of new science seemed not to illuminate as far as the old sorceries had. Titus Cassar continued his droning sermon, and Sinderman returned his attention to the man. Tall and angular, Cassar wore the uniform of a Moderati Primus, one of the senior commanders of the Dies Irae, an Imperator-class battle titan. Sinderman suspected it was this rank, combined with his earlier friendship with Euphrati Keeler, that had granted his status within the Lectitio Divinitatis, status that he was clearly out of his depth in handling. Euphrati Keeler, imagist, evangelist, saint. He remembered meeting Euphrati, a feisty, supremely self-confident woman, on the embarkation deck before they had left for the surface of 6319, unaware of the horror they would witness in the depths of the Whisperhead Mountains. Together with Captain Loken, they had seen the warp-spawned monstrosity Xavier Jubal had been wrought into. Sinderman had struggled to rationalize what he had seen by burying himself in his books and learning to better understand what had occurred. Euphrati had no such sanctuary and had turned to the growing Lectitio Divinitatis cult for solace. Venerating the Emperor as a divine being, the cult had grown from humble beginnings to a movement that was spreading throughout the expedition fleets of the galaxy, much to the fury of the War Master. Where before the cult had lacked a focus in Euphrati Keeler, it had found its first martyr and saint. Sinderman remembered the day when he had witnessed Euphrati Keeler stand before a nightmare horror from beyond the gates of the Empyrean, and hurl it back from whence it had come. He had seen her bathed in killing fire and walk away unscathed, a blinding light streaming from the outstretched hand in which she had held a silver imperial eagle. Others had seen it too, Ingmei Singh, mistress of the fleet's astropaths, and a dozen of the ship's arms men. Word had spread fast, and Euphrati had become, overnight, a saint in the eyes of the faithful and an icon to cling to on the frontier of space. He was unsure why he had even come to this meeting, not a meeting, he corrected himself, but a service, a religious sermon, for there was a very real danger of recognition. Membership of the Lectitio Divinitatis was forbidden, and if he were discovered, it would be the end of his career as an iterator. Now we shall contemplate the word of the Emperor, continued Cassar, reading from a small leather chapbook. Sinderman was reminded of the Bondsman, number 7 books in which the late Ignace Carcassi had written his scandalous poetry that had, if Mersadi Oliton's suspicions were correct, caused his murder. Sinderman thought that the writings of the Lectitio Divinitatis were scarcely less dangerous. "We have some new faithful among us," said Cassar, and Sinderman felt every eye in the chamber turn upon him. Used to facing entire continents' worth of audience, Sinderman was suddenly acutely embarrassed by their scrutiny. When people are first drawn to adoration of the Emperor, it is only natural that they should have questions, said Cassar. They know the Emperor must be a god, for he has godlike powers over all human species. But aside from this, they are in the dark. This, at least, Sinderman agreed with. Most importantly, they ask, If the Emperor truly is a god, then what does he do with his divine power? We do not see his hand reaching down from the sky, and precious few of us are blessed with visions granted by him. So does he not care for the majority of his subjects? They do not see the falsehood of such a belief. His hand lies upon all of us, and every one of us owes him our devotion. In the depths of the warp, the Emperor's mighty soul does battle with the dark things that would break through and consume us all. On Terra, he creates wonders that will bring peace, enlightenment, and the fruition of all our dreams to the galaxy. The Emperor guides us, teaches us, and exhorts us to become more than we are. But most of all, the Emperor protects. "The Emperor protects," said the congregation in unison. The faith of the Lectitio Divinitatis, the divine word of the Emperor, is not an easy path to follow. Where the imperial truth is comforting in its rigorous rejection of the unseen and the unknown, the divine word requires the strength to believe in that which we cannot see. The longer we look upon this dark galaxy and live through the fires of its conquest, the more we realize that the Emperor's divinity is the only truth that can exist. We do not seek out the divine word. Instead, we hear it and are compelled to follow it. Faith is not a flag of allegiance or a theory for debate. It is something deep within us, complete and inevitable. The Lectitio Divinitatis is the expression of that faith, and only by acknowledging the divine word can we understand the path the Emperor has laid before mankind. Fine words, thought Sinderman, fine words, poorly delivered but heartfelt. He could see that they had touched something deep inside those who heard it. An orator of skill could sway entire worlds with such words and force of belief. Before Cassar could continue, Sinderman heard sudden shouts coming from the maze of corridors that led into the chamber. He turned as a panicked woman hurled the door behind him open with a dull clang of metal. In her wake, Sinderman could hear the hard bangs of bolter rounds. The congregation started in confusion, looking to Cassar for an explanation, but the man was as nonplussed as they were. "They found you!" yelled Sinderman, realizing what was happening. "Everyone, get out!" shouted Cassar. "Scatter!" Sinderman pushed his way through the panicking crowd to the front of the chamber and towards Cassar. Some members of the congregation were producing guns, and from their martial bearing, Sinderman guessed they were Imperial army troopers. Some were clearly ship's crewmen, and Sinderman knew enough of religion to know that they would defend their faith with violence if they had to. "Come on, Iterator. It's time we got out of here," said Cassar, dragging the venerable Iterator towards one of the many access corridors that radiated from the chamber. Seeing the worry on his face, Cassar said, "Don't worry, Kirill. The Emperor protects." "I certainly hope so," replied Sinderman breathlessly. Shots echoed from the ceiling, and bright muzzle flashes strobed from the walls. Sinderman threw a glance over his shoulder and saw the bulky armored form of Astartes entering the chamber. His heart skipped a beat at the thought of being the enemy of such warriors. Sinderman hurriedly followed Cassar into the access corridor and through a set of blast doors, their path twisting through the depths of the ship. The Vengeful Spirit was an immense vessel, and he had no idea of the layout of this area. Its walls grim and industrial compared to the magnificence of the upper decks. "Do you know where you are going?" wheezed Sinderman, his breath coming in hot, agonized spikes, and his ancient limbs already tiring from exertion he was scarcely used to. "Engineering," said Cassar. "It's like a maze down there, and we have friends in the engine crew." "Damn! Why can't they just let us be?"
"Because they are scared of you," said Sinderman, "just like I was." "And you are certain of this?" asked Horus, Primarch of the Sons of Horus Legion and War Master of the Imperium, his voice echoing around the cavernous stratagem of the Vengeful Spirit. "As certain as I can be," said Mei Sing, the 63rd Expedition's mistress of astropaths. Her face was lined and drawn, and her blind eyes were sunken within ravaged eye sockets.
The demands of sending hundreds of telepathic communications across the galaxy weighed heavily on her skeletal frame. Astropathic acolytes gathered about her, robed in the same ghostly white as she, and wordlessly whispering muttered doggerel of the ghastly images in their heads. "How long do we have?" asked Horus. "As with all things connected with the warp, it is difficult to be precise," replied Mei Sing. "Mistress Sing," said Horus coldly, "precision is exactly what I need from you, now more than ever. The direction of the crusade will change dramatically at this news, and if you are wrong, it will change for the worse." My lord, I cannot give you an exact answer, but I believe that within days the gathering warp storms will obscure the Astronomicon from us, replied Ing-Mei Sing, ignoring the War Master's implicit threat. Though she could not see them, she could feel the hostile presence of the Justaerin warriors, the sons of Horus' First Company Terminators, lurking in the shadows of the Strategium. Within days we shall hardly see it. Our minds can barely reach across the void, and the navigators claim that they will soon be unable to guide us true. The galaxy will be a place of night and darkness. Horus pounded a hand into his fist. Do you understand what you say? Nothing more dangerous could happen to the Crusade. I merely state what I see, War Master. If you are wrong... The threat was not idle. No threat the War Master uttered ever was. There had been a time when the War Master's anger would never have led to such an overt threat, but the violence in Horus's tone suggested that such a time had long passed. If we are wrong, we suffer. It has never been any different. And my brother Primarchs? What news from them? Asked Horus. We have been unable to confirm contact with the blessed Sanguinius, replied Ing-Mei Sing. And Leman Russ has sent no word of his campaign against the Thousand Sons. Horus laughed, a harsh thonic bark, and said, That doesn't surprise me. The wolf has his head, and he'll not easily be distracted from teaching Magnus a lesson, and the others, Vulcan and Dawn, are returning to Terra. The other Primarchs are pursuing their current campaigns. That is good at least, said Horus, brow furrowing in thought. And what of the Fabricator General? Forgive me, War Master, but we have received nothing from Mars. We shall endeavor to make contact by mechanical means, but this will take many months. You have failed in this. Sing coordination with Mars is essential. Ing-Mei Sing had telepathically broadcast a multitude of encoded messages between the vengeful spirit and Fabricator General Kelbor Hal of the Mechanicum in the last few weeks. Although their substance was unknown to her, the emotions contained in them were all too clear. Whatever the War Master was planning, the Mechanicum was a key part of it. Horus spoke again, distracting her from her thoughts. The other Primarchs, have they received their orders? They have, my lord, said Ing-Mei Sing, unable to keep the unease from her voice. The reply from Lord Gilliman of the Ultramarines was clean and strong. They are approaching the muster at Calth and report all forces are ready to depart. And Lorgar asked Horus. Ing-Mei Sing paused, as if unsure how to phrase her next words. His message had residual symbols of pride and obedience, very strong, almost fanatical. He acknowledges your attack order and is making good speed to Calth. Ing-Mei Sing prided herself on her immense self-control, as befitted one whose emotions had to be kept in check, lest they be changed by the influence of the warp. But even she could not keep some emotion from surfacing. Something bothers you, Mistress Sing? Asked Horus, as though reading her mind. My lord, you seem troubled by my orders. It is not my place to be troubled or otherwise, my lord, said Ing-Mei Sing neutrally. Correct, agreed Horus. It is not. Yet you doubt the wisdom of my course. No, cried Ing-Mei Sing. It is just that it is hard not to feel the nature of your communication, the weight of blood and death that each message is wreathed in. It is like breathing fiery smoke with every message we send. You must trust me, Mistress Sing, said Horus. Trust that everything I do is for the good of the Imperium. Do you understand? It is not my place to understand, whispered the astropath. My role in the crusade is to do the will of my War Master. That is true, but before I dismiss you, Mistress Sing, tell me something. Yes, my lord. Tell me of Euphrati Keeler, said Horus. Tell me of the one they are calling the Saint. Loken still took Messadi Olitone's breath away. The Astartes were astonishing enough when arrayed for war in their burnished plate. But that sight had been nothing compared to what a space marine, specifically Loken, looked like without his armor. Stripped to the waist and wearing only pale fatigues and combat boots, Loken glistened with sweat as he ducked and wove between the combat appendages of a training servitor. Although few of the remembrancers had been privileged enough to witness an Astartes fight in battle. It was said that they could kill with their bare hands as effectively as they could with a bolter and chainsword. Watching Loken demolishing the servitor limb by limb, Mercedes could well believe it. She saw such power in his broad, over-muscled torso and such intense focus in his sharp grey eyes that she wondered that she was not repelled by Loken. He was a killing machine, created and trained to deal death, but she couldn't stop watching and blink clicking images of his heroic physique. Kirill Sinderman sat next to her and leaned over, saying, "Don't you have plenty of Picts of Garviel already?" Loken tore the head from the training servitor and turned to face them both, and Mersadi felt a thrill of anticipation. It had been too long since the conclusion of the war against the technocracy, and she had spent too few hours with the captain of the 10th Company. As his documentarist, she knew that she had a paucity of material following that campaign, but Loken had kept himself to himself in the past few months. "Kirill Mersadi," said Loken, marching past them towards his arming chamber. "It is good to see you both. I'm glad to be here, Garviel," said Sinderman. The primary iterator was an old man, and Mersadi was sure he had aged a great deal in the year since the fire that had nearly killed him in the archive halls of the Vengeful Spirit. "Very glad Mersadi was kind enough to bring me. I have had a spell of exertion recently, and I am not as fit as once I was. Time's winged chariot draws near." "A quote?" asked Loken. "A fragment," replied Sinderman. "I haven't seen much of either of you recently," observed Loken, smiling down at her. "Have I been replaced by a more interesting subject?" "Not at all," she replied, "but it is becoming more and more difficult for us to move around the ship. The edict from Malokhurst, you must have heard of it." "I have," agreed Loken, lifting a piece of armor and opening a tin of his ubiquitous lapping powder, though I haven't studied the particulars. The smell of the powder reminded Mersadi of happier times in this room, recording the tales of great triumphs and wondrous sights, but she cast off such thoughts of nostalgia. "We are restricted to our own quarters and the retreat. We need permission to be anywhere else." "Permission from whom?" asked Loken. She shrugged. "I'm not sure. The edict speaks of submitting requests to the office of the Lupercal's court, but no one's been able to get any kind of response from whatever that is." "That must be frustrating," observed Loken, and Mersadi felt her anger rise at such an obvious statement. "Well, of course it is. We can't record the Great Crusade if we can't interact with its warriors. We can barely even see them, let alone talk to them." "You made it here?" Loken pointed out. "Well, yes. Following you around has taught me how to keep a low profile, Captain Loken. It helps that you train on your own now." Mersadi caught the hurt look in Loken's eye and instantly regretted her words. In previous times, Loken could often be found sparring with fellow officers, the smirking Sedire, whose flinty dead eyes reminded Mersadi of an ocean predator, Nero Vipus, or his Mournival brother, Tarik Torgadon. But Loken fought alone now, by choice or by design. She did not know anyway, continued Mersadi. "It's getting bad for us. No one's speaking to us. We don't know what's going on anymore." "We're on a war footing," said Loken, putting down his armor and looking her straight in the eye. "The fleet is heading for a rendezvous. We're joining up with Astartes from the other legions. It'll be a complex campaign. Perhaps the War Master is just taking precautions." "No, Garviel," said Sinderman, "it's more than just that, and I know you well enough to know that you don't believe that either." "Really?" snarled Loken. "You think you know me that well?" "Well enough, Garviel," nodded Sinderman. "Well enough. They're cracking down on us, cracking down hard. Not so everyone can see it, but it's happening, you know it too." "Do I?" "Ignes Karkazi," said Mersadi. Loken's face crumpled, and he looked away, unable to hide the grief he felt for the dead Karkazi, the irascible poet who had been under his protection. Ignis Karkazi had been nothing but trouble and inconvenience, but he had also been a man who had dared to speak out and tell the unpalatable truths that needed to be told. "They say he killed himself," continued Sinderman, unwilling to let Loken's grief dissuade him from his course. "But I've never known a man more convinced that the galaxy needed to hear what he had to say. He was angry at the massacre on the embarkation deck, and he wrote about it. He was angry with a lot of things, and he wasn't afraid to speak of them. Now he is dead, and he's not the only one." "Not the only one?" asked Loken. "Who else, Petronella? Viva, that insufferable documentarist woman. They say she got closer to the War Master than anyone, and now she's gone too, and I don't think it was back to Terra. I remember her, but you're on thin ice, Kirill. You need to be very clear what you're suggesting." Sinderman did not flinch from Loken's gaze and said, "I believe that those who oppose the will of the War Master are being killed." The Iterator was a frail man, but Mersadi had never been more proud to know him as he stood unbending before a warrior of the Astartes and told him something he didn't want to hear. Sindaman paused, giving Loken ample time to refute his claims and remind them all that the Emperor had chosen Horus as the War Master, because he alone could be trusted to uphold the imperial truth. Horus was the man to whom every son of Horus had pledged his life 100 times over. But Loken said nothing, and Masadi's heart sank. "I have read of it more times than I can remember," continued Sindaman, "the Uranan Chronicles, for example. The first thing those tyrants did was to murder those who spoke out against their tyranny. The overlords of the Indonesic Dark Age did the same thing. Mark my words, the age of strife was made possible when the doubting voices fell silent, and now it is happening here." "You have always taught temperance, Kirill," said Loken, weighing up arguments and never leaping past them into guesswork. "We're at war, and we have plenty of enemies already without you seeking to find new ones. It will be very dangerous for you, and you may not like what you find. I do not wish to see you come to any harm, either of you." "Ha! Now you lecture me," Garviel sighed, Sindaman. "So much has changed. You're not just a warrior anymore, are you? And you're not just an iterator." "No, I suppose not," nodded Sindaman. "An iterator promulgates the imperial truth, does he not? He does not pick holes in it and spread rumors. But Karkasi is dead, and there are other things."
"What things?" asked Loken. "You mean Keela?" "Perhaps," said Sindaman, shaking his head. "I don't know, but I feel she is part of it." "Part of what? You heard what happened in the archive chamber with Euphrates? Yes, there was a fire, and she was badly hurt. She ended up in a coma. I was there," said Sindaman. "Kirill," said Masadi, a note of warning in her voice. "Please, Masadi," said Sindaman. "I know what I saw." "What did you see?" asked Loken.
"Lies," replied Sindaman, his voice hushed. "Lies made real. A creature, something from the warp somehow. Keela and I brought it through the gates of the Imperium with the Book of Lorgar. My own damn fault, too. It was sorcery. The one thing that all these years I've been preaching is a lie, but it was real and standing before me, as surely as I stand before you now. It should have killed us, but Euphrates stood against it and lived." "How?" asked Loken. "That's the part where I run out of rational explanations." Garviel shrugged Sindaman. "Well, what do you think happened?" Sindaman exchanged a glance with Mercedes, and she willed him not to say anything more, but the venerable iterator continued. "When you destroyed poor Jubal, it was with your guns, but Euphrates was unarmed. All she had was her faith in the Emperor. I think it was the light of the Emperor that cast the horror back to the warp." Hearing Kirill Sindaman talk of faith and the light of the Emperor was too much for Masadi. "But Kirill," she said, "there must be another explanation. Even what happened to Jubal wasn't beyond physical possibilities. The War Master himself told Loken that the thing that took Jubal was some kind of xeno creature from the warp. I've listened to you teach about how minds have been twisted by magic and superstition and all the things that blind us to reality. That's what the imperial truth is. I can't believe that the iterator Kirill Sindaman doesn't believe the imperial truth anymore." "Believe, my dear," said Sindaman, smiling bleakly and shaking his head. "Maybe belief is the biggest lie in ages past. The earliest philosophers tried to explain the stars in the sky and the world around them. One of them conceived of the notion that the universe was mounted on giant crystal spheres controlled by a giant machine, which explained the movements of the heavens. He was laughed at and told that such a machine would be so huge and noisy that everyone would hear it. He simply replied that we are born with that noise all around us, and that we are so used to hearing it that we cannot hear it at all." Mercedes sat beside the old man and wrapped her arms around him, surprised to find that he was shivering and his eyes were wet with tears. "I'm starting to hear it, Garviel," said Sindaman, his voice quavering. "I can hear the music of the spheres." Mercedes watched Loken's face as he stared at Sindaman, seeing the quality of intelligence and integrity Sindaman had recognized in him. The Astartes had been taught that superstition was the death of the Empire, and only the imperial truth was a reality worth fighting for. Now before her very eyes that was unraveling. "Varvarus was killed," said Loken, at last deliberately by one of our bolts. "Hector Varvarus, the army commander?" asked Mercedes.
"I thought that was the Oretians?"
"No," said Loken. "It was one of ours." "Why?" she asked. "He wanted us, I don't know, hauled before a court-martial, brought to task for the killings on the embarkation deck. Mallowhurst wouldn't agree. Varvarus wouldn't back down, and now he is dead. Then it's true, sighed Sinderman. The naysayers are being silenced. There are still a few of us left, said Loken, quiet steel in his voice. Then we do something about it, Garville, said Sinderman. We must find out what has been brought into the Legion and stop it. We can fight it. Loken, we have you. We have the truth, and there is no reason why we cannot. The sound that cut off Sinderman's voice was the door to the practice deck slamming open, followed by heavy metal-on-metal footsteps. Mercedes knew it was an Astartes even before the impossibly huge shadow fell over her. She turned to see the cursive form of Malagurst behind her. Robed in a cream tunic edged in sea-green trim, the War Master's equerry, Malagurst was known as the Twisted. As much for his labyrinthine mind as the horrible injuries that had broken his body and left him grotesquely malformed. His face was thunder, and anger seemed to bleed from him. "Loken," he said, "these are civilians. Kirill Sinderman and Mercedes Oleton are official rememberers of the Great Crusade, and I can vouch for them," said Loken, standing to face Malagurst as an equal. Malagurst spoke with Horus's authority, and Mercedes marveled at what it must take to stand up to such a man. "Perhaps you are unaware of the War Master's edict, Captain," said Malagurst, the pleasant neutrality of his tone completely at odds with the tension that crackled between the two Astartes. "These clerks and notaries have caused enough trouble. You of all people should understand that there are to be no distractions, Loken, and no exceptions." Loken stood face to face with Malagurst, and for one sickening moment Mercedes thought he was about to strike the equerry. "We are all doing the work of the Great Crusade, Mal," said Loken tightly. "Without these men and women, it cannot be completed. Civilians do not fight, Captain. They only question and complain. They can record everything they desire once the war has been won, and they can spread the Imperial truth once we have conquered a population that needs to hear it. Until then, they are not a part of this crusade." "No, Malagurst," said Loken. "You're wrong, and you know it. The Emperor did not create the Primarchs and the Legions so they could fight on in ignorance. He did not set out to conquer the galaxy just for it to become another dictatorship." "The Emperor," said Malagurst, gesturing towards the door, "is a long way from here." A dozen soldiers marched into the training halls, and Mercedes recognized uniforms of the Imperial Army, but saw that their badges of unit and rank had been removed. With a start, she also recognized one face, the icy golden-eyed features of Petronella Vivar's bodyguard. She recalled that his name was Magad, and was amazed at the sheer size of the man, his physique bulky and muscled beyond that of the army soldiers who accompanied him. The exposed flesh of his muscles bore freshly healing scars, and his face displayed a nascent gigantism similar to Loken's. He stood out amongst the uniformed army soldiers, and his presence only lent credence to Sinderman's wild theory that Petronella Vivar's disappearance had nothing to do with her returning to Terra. "Take the Iterator and the Remembrancer back to their quarters," said Malagurst. "Post guards and ensure that there are no more breaches." Magad nodded and stepped forwards. Mercedes tried to avoid him, but he was quick and strong, grabbing her by the scruff of her neck and hauling her towards the door. Sinderman stood of his own accord and allowed himself to be led away by the other soldiers. Malagurst stood between Loken and the door. If Loken wanted to stop Magad and his men, he would have to go through Malagurst. Captain Loken called Sinderman as he was marched off the practice deck. "If you wish to understand more, read the Chronicles of Ursh again. There you will find illumination." Mercedes tried to look back. She could see Loken beyond Malagurst's robed form, looking like a caged animal ready to attack. The door slammed shut, and Mercedes stopped struggling as Magad led her and Sinderman back towards their quarters. To perfection. Iterator, what we do best, perfection. The dead greenskins were a testament to it. Deep orbital DS-191 had been conquered in a matchless display of combat, fields of fire overlapping like dancers' fans, squads charging in to slaughter the orcs that the guns could not finish. Squad by squad, room by room. The Emperor's children had killed their way through the Xenos, holding the space station with all the handsome perfection of combat that Fulgrim had taught his legion. As the warriors of his company dispatched any surviving greenskins, Saul Tarvitz removed his helmet and immediately recoiled at the stench. The greenskins had inhabited the orbital for some time, and it showed. Fungal growths pulsed on the dark metal struts of the main control center, and crude shrines of weapons, armor, and tribal fetishes were piled against the command posts. Above him, the transparent dome of the control center looked onto the void of space. The Kalanides system, a collection of Imperial worlds under attack by the Greenskins, was visible amid the froth of stars. Capturing the orbital back from the Orcs was the first stage in the Imperial relief of Kalanides, and the Emperor's children and Iron Hand's legions would soon be storming into the enemy strongholds on Kalanides IV. "What a stink!" said a voice behind Tarvitz, and he turned to see Captain Lucius, the finest swordsman of the Emperor's children. His compatriot's armor was spattered black, and his elegant sword still crackled with the blood sizzling on its blue-hot blade. "Damned animals! They don't have the sense to roll over and die when you kill them." Lucius's face had once been perfectly flawless, an echo of Fulgrim's legion itself. But now, after one too many jibes about how he looked more like a pampered boy than a warrior, and the influence of Serena de Angelis, Lucius had started to acquire scars, each one uniform and straight, in a perfect grid across his face. No enemy blade had etched them into his face, for Lucius was far too sublime a warrior to allow a mere enemy to mark his features. "They're tough, I'll give them that," agreed Tarvitz. "They may be tough, but there's no elegance to their fighting," said Lucius. "There's no sport in killing them." "You sound disappointed." "Well, of course I am, aren't you?" asked Lucius, jabbing his sword through a dead greenskin and carving a curved pattern on its back. "How can we achieve ultimate perfection with such poor specimens to better ourselves against—" "Don't underestimate the greenskins," said Tarvitz. "These animals invaded a compliant world and slaughtered all the troops we left to defend it. They have spaceships and weapons we don't understand, and they attack as if war is some kind of religion to them." He turned over the closest corpse. A massive brute with skin as tough as gnarled bark, its violent red eyes open, and its undershot maw still grimacing with rage. Only the spread of entrails beneath suggested it was dead at all. Tarvitz could almost feel the jarring of his broadsword as he had plunged it through the creature's midriff, and its tremendous strength as it had tried to force him onto his knees. "You talk about them as if we need to understand them before we can kill them." "They're just animals," said Lucius with a sardonic laugh. "You think about things too much. That's always been your problem, Saul, and it's why you'll never reach the dizzying heights I will achieve. Come on, just revel in the kill." Tarvitz opened his mouth to respond, but he kept his thoughts to himself as Lord Commander Eidolon strode into the control center. "Fine work, Emperor's children," shouted Eidolon. As one of Fulgrim's chosen, Eidolon had the honor of being within the tight circle of officers who surrounded the Primarch and represented the Legion's finest artistry of war. Although it was not bred into him to dislike a fellow Astartes, Tarvitz had little respect for Eidolon. His arrogance did not befit a warrior of the Emperor's children, and the antagonism between them had only grown on the fields of murder in the war against the Megarachnids. Despite Tarvitz's reservations, Eidolon carried a powerful natural authority about him, accentuated by magnificent armor with such an overabundance of gilding that the purple colors of the Legion were barely visible. The vermin didn't know what hit them. The Emperor's children cheered in response. It had been a classic victory for the Legion, hard, fast, and perfect. The Greenskins had been doomed from the start. "Make ready," shouted Eidolon, "to receive your Primarch." The cargo decks of the deep orbital were rapidly cleared of the Greenskin dead by the Legion's minions for a portion of the Kalanese battle force to assemble. Tarvitz felt his pulse race at the thought of setting eyes on his beloved Primarch once more. It had been too long since the Legion had fought alongside their leader. Hundreds of Emperor's children in perfectly dressed ranks stood to attention, a magnificent army in purple and gold. As magnificent as they were but a poor imitation of the incredible warrior who was father to them all. The Primarch of the Emperor's children was awe-inspiring, his face pale and sculpted, framed by a flowing mane of albino white hair. His very presence was intoxicating, and Tarvitz felt a fierce pride fill him at the sight of this incredible, wondrous warrior. Created to echo a facet of war, Fulgrim's art was the pursuit of perfection through battle, and he sought it as diligently as an imagist strove for perfection through his Picts. One shoulder of his golden armor was worked into a sweeping eagle's wing, the symbol of the Emperor's children, and the symbolism was a clear statement of Legion pride. The eagle was the Emperor's personal symbol, and he had granted the Emperor's children alone the right to bear that same heraldry, symbolically proclaiming Fulgrim's warriors as his most adored legion. Fulgrim wore a golden-hilted sword at his hip, said to have been a gift from the War Master himself, a clear sign of the bond of brotherhood between them. The officers of the Primarch's inner circle flanked him, Lord Commander Eidolon, Apothecary Fabius, Chaplain Charmosian, and the massive dreadnought body of ancient Rylanor. Even these heroes of the Legion were dwarfed by Fulgrim's physical size and his sheer charisma. A line of heralds chosen from among the young initiates who were soon to complete their training as Emperor's children, fanned out in front of Fulgrim, playing a blaring fanfare on their golden trumpets to announce the arrival of the most perfect warrior in the galaxy. A thunderous roar of applause swelled from the assembled Emperor's children as they welcomed their Primarch back to his legion. Fulgrim waited graciously for the applause to die down. More than anything, Tarvitz aspired to be that awesome golden figure in front of them, though he knew he had already been designated as a line officer, and nothing more. But Fulgrim's very presence filled him with the promise that he could be so much better if he was only given the chance. His pride in his legion's prowess caught light as Fulgrim looked over the assembled warriors, and the Primarch's dark eyes shone as he acknowledged each and every one of them. "My brothers," called Fulgrim, his voice lilting and golden. "This day you have shown the accursed greenskin what it means to stand against the children of the Emperor." More applause rolled around the cargo decks, but Fulgrim spoke over it, his voice easily cutting through the clamor of his warriors. "Commander Eidolon has wrought you into a weapon against which the greenskin had no defense. Perfection, strength, resolve, these qualities are the cutting edge of this legion, and you have shown them all here today. This orbital is in Imperial hands once more, as are the others the greenskins had occupied in the futile hope of fending off our invasion. The time has come to press home this attack against the greenskins and liberate the Kalanides system. My brother Primarch, Ferrus Manus, of the Iron Hands, and I shall see to it that not a single alien stands upon land claimed in the name of the Crusade." Expectation was heavy in the air as the Legion waited for the order that would send them into battle with their Primarch. "But most of you, my brothers, will not be there," said Fulgrim. The crushing disappointment Tarvitz felt was palpable, for the Legion had been sent to the Kalanides system with the assumption that it would lend its full strength to the destruction of the invading Xenos. "The Legion will be divided," continued Fulgrim, raising his hands to stem the cries of woe and lamentation that his words provoked. "I will lead a small force to join Ferrus Manus and his Iron Hands at Kalanides V. The rest of the Legion will rendezvous with the War Master's 63rd expedition at the Istvan system. These are the orders of the War Master and of your Primarch. Lord Commander Eidolon will lead you to Istvan, and he will act in my stead until I can join you once more." Tarvitz glanced at Lucius, unable to read the expression on the swordsman's face at the news of their new orders. Conflicting emotions warred within Tarvitz, aching loss to be parted from his Primarch once more, and excited anticipation at the thought of fighting alongside his comrades in the Sons of Horus. "Commander, if you please," said Fulgrim, gesturing Eidolon to step forwards. Eidolon nodded and said, "The War Master has called upon us to aid his legion in battle once more. He recognizes our skills, and we welcome this chance to prove our superiority. We are to halt a rebellion in the Istvan system, but we are not to fight alone as well as his own legion. The War Master has seen fit to deploy the Death Guard and World Eaters." A muttered gasp spread around the cargo bay at the mention of such brutal legions. Eidolon chuckled. "I see some of you remember fighting alongside our brother Astartes. We all know what a grim and artless business war becomes in the hands of such men, so I say this is the perfect opportunity to show the War Master how the Emperor's chosen fight." The Legion cheered once more, and Tarvitz knew that whenever the Emperor's children had a chance to prove their skill and artistry, especially to the other legions, they took it. Fulgrim had turned pride into a virtue, and it drove each warrior of his legion to heights of excellence that no other could match. Torgodon had called it arrogance, and on the surface of Murder Tarvitz had tried to dissuade him of that notion, but hearing the boastful cries of the Emperor's children around him, he wasn't sure that his friend had been wrong after all. "The War Master has requested our presence immediately," shouted Eidolon through the cheering. Although Istvan is not far distant, the conditions in the warp have become more difficult, so we must make all haste. The strike cruiser Andronius will leave for Istvan in 4 hours. When we arrive, it will be as ambassadors for our legion, and when the battle is done, the War Master will have witnessed war at its most magnificent. Eidolon saluted, and Fulgrim led the applause before turning and taking his leave. Tarvitz was stunned. To commit such a force of Astartes was rare, and he knew that whatever foe they would face on Istvan must be mighty indeed. Even the thrill of excitement he felt at this opportunity to prove themselves before the War Master was tempered by a sudden, nagging sense of unease. 4 legions? Asked Lucius, echoing his own thoughts, as the squads fell out to make ready for the journey to join the 63rd expedition. For one system, that's absurd. Careful, Lucius, you veer close to arrogance, Tarvitz pointed out. Are you questioning the War Master's decision?
Questioning? No, said Lucius defensively. But come on, even you have to admit it's a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Possibly, conceded Tarvitz, but for the Istvan system to rebel, it must have been compliant at one stage. What's your point? My point, Lucius, is that the Crusade was supposed to be pushing ever outwards, conquering the galaxy in the name of the Emperor. Instead, it is turning back on itself to patch up the cracks.
I can only assume that the War Master wants to make some kind of grand gesture, so show his enemies what rebellion means. Ungrateful bastards, spat Lucius. Once we're done with Istvan, they'll beg us to take them back. With 4 legions sent against them, replied Tarvitz, I don't think there'll be many Istvanians left for us to take back.
Come, Saul, said
Lucius, walking ahead of him. Did you lose your taste for battle against the Greenskins? A taste for battle? Tarvitz had never considered such an idea. He had always fought because he wanted to become more than he was, to strive for perfection in all things, for longer than he could remember. He had devoted himself to the task of emulating the warriors of the Legion, who were more gifted and more worthy than he. He knew his station within the Legion, but knowing one's station was the first step to bettering it. Watching Lucius's arrogant swagger, Tarvitz was reminded of how much his fellow captain loved battle. Lucius loved it without shame or apology, seeing it as the best way to express himself, weaving between his enemies and cutting a path of bloody ruin through them with his flashing sword. It just concerns me, said Tarvitz. What does? Asked Lucius, turning back to face him. Tarvitz could see the hastily masked exasperation on the swordsman's face. He had seen that expression more and more on Lucius's scarred features recently, and it saddened him to know that the swordsman's ego and rampant ambition to rise within the ranks of the Emperor's children would be the undoing of their friendship. That the Crusade has to repair itself at all. Compliance used to be the end of it, not now. Don't worry, smiled Lucius. Once a few of these rebel worlds get a decent killing, this will all be over, and the Crusade will go on. Rebel world. Whoever thought to hear such a phrase? Tarvitz said nothing as he considered the sheer numbers of Astartes that would be converging on the Istvan system. Hundreds of Astartes had fought on deep orbital DS-191, but more than 10,000 Emperor's children made up the Legion, most of whom would be journeying to Istvan III. That in itself was enough for several war zones. The thought of 4 legions arrayed in battle sent shivers up Tarvitz's spine. What would be left of Istvan when 4 legions had marched through the system? Could any depths of rebellion really justify that?
I just want victory, said Tarvitz, the words sounding hollow even to him. Lucius laughed, but Tarvitz couldn't tell if it was an agreement or mockery. Being confined to his quarters was the most exquisite torture for Kirill Sinderman. Without the library of books he was used to consulting in Archive Chamber 3, he felt quite adrift.
His own library, though extensive by any normal standards, was a paltry thing next to the arcana that had been destroyed in the fire. How many priceless, irreplaceable tomes had been lost in the wake of the warp beast he and Euphrati had conjured from the pages of the Book of Lorgar? It did not bear thinking about, and he wondered how much the future would condemn them for the knowledge that had been lost there. He had already filled thousands of pages with those fragments he could remember from the books he had consulted. Most of it was fragmentary and disjointed. He knew that the task of recalling everything he had read was doomed to failure, but he could no more conceive of giving up than he could stop his heart from beating. His gift, and the gift of the Crusade to the ages yet to come, was the accumulated wisdom of the galaxy's greatest thinkers and warriors. With the broad shoulders of such knowledge to stand upon, who knew what dizzying heights of enlightenment the Imperium might reach? His pen scratched across the page, recalling the philosophies of the Hellenic writers and their early debates on the nature of divinity. No doubt many would think it pointless to transcribe the writings of those long dead, but Sinderman knew that to ignore the past was to doom the future to repeat it. The text he wrote spoke of the ineffable inscrutability of false gods, and he knew that such mysteries were closer to the surface than he cared to admit. The things he had seen and read since 6319 had stretched his skepticism to the point where he could no longer deny the truth of what was plainly before him, and which Euphrati Keeler had been trying to tell them all. Gods existed, and, in the case of the Emperor, moved amongst them. He paused for a moment as the full weight of that thought wrapped itself around him like a comforting blanket. The warmth and ease such simple acceptance gave him was like a panacea for all the ills that had troubled him this last year, and he smiled as his pen idly scratched across the page before him without his conscious thought. Sinderman started as he realized that the pen was moving across the page of its own volition. He looked down to see what was being written. "She needs you." Cold fear gripped him, but even as it rose, it was soothed, and a comforting state of love and trust filled him. Images filled his head unbidden. The War Master, strong and powerful, in his newly forged suit of black plate armor, the amber eye glowing like a coal from the furnace. Claws slid from the War Master's gauntlets, and an evil red glow built from his gorget, illuminating his face with a ghastly demonic light. "No," breathed Sinderman, feeling a great and unspeakable horror fill him at this terrible vision. But no sooner had this image filled his head than it was replaced by one of Euphrati Keeler lying supine on her Medicae bed. Terrified thoughts were banished at the sight of her, and Sinderman felt his love for this beautiful woman fill him as a pure and wondrous light, even as he smiled in rapture. The vision darkened and yellowed talons slid into view, tearing at the image of Euphrati. Sinderman screamed in sudden premonition. Once again he looked at the words on the page, marveling at their desperate simplicity. She needs you. Someone was sending him a message. The Saint was in danger. Coordinating a legion's assets, its Astartes, its spacecraft, staff, and accompanying Imperial army units was a truly Herculean task. Managing to coordinate the arrival of 4 legions in the same place at the same time was an impossible task. Impossible for anyone but the War Master. The vengeful spirit, its long, flat prow like the tip of a spear, slid from the warp in a kaleidoscopic display of pyrotechnics, lightning raking along its sides as the powerful warp integrity fields took the full force of re-entry. In the interstellar distance, the closest star of the Istvan system glinted, cold and hard against the blackness. The eye of Horus glared from the top of the ship's prow, the entire vessel having been refitted following the victory against the technocracy. The bone white of the lunar wolves replaced by the metallic grey-green of the sons of Horus. Within moments, another ship broke through, tearing its way into real space with the brutal functionality of its legion, where the vengeful spirit had a deadly grace to it. The newcomer was brutish and ugly, its hull a drab gunmetal grey, its only decoration a single brazen skull on its prow. The vessel was the Endurance, capital ship of the Death Guard fleet accompanying the War Master, and a flotilla of smaller cruisers and escorts flew in its wake. All were the same unembellished gunmetal, for nothing in Mortarian's legion bore any more adornment than was necessary. Several hours later, the powerful, stabbing form of the Conqueror broke through to join the War Master, shimmering with the white and blue colors of the World Eaters. The Conqueror was Angron's flagship, and its blunt, muscular form echoed the legendary ferocity of the World Eaters' Primarch. Finally, the Andronius, at the head of the Emperor's Children fleet, joined the growing Istvan strike force. The vessel itself was resplendent in purple and gold, more like a flying palace than a ship of war. Its appearance was deceptive, however, for the gun decks bristled with weapons manned by well-drilled menials who lived and died to serve Fulgrim's legion. The Andronius, for all its decorative folly, was a compact, lethal weapon of war. The Great Crusade had rarely seen a fleet of such power assembled in one place. Until now, only the Emperor had commanded such a force, but his place was on distant Terra, and these legions answered only to the War Master. So it was that 4 legions gathered and turned their eyes towards the Istvan system.
The klaxons announcing the vengeful spirit's translation back to real space were the spur to action that Kirill Sinderman had been waiting for. Mopping his brow with an already moist handkerchief, he pushed himself to his feet and made his way to the shutter of his quarters. He took a deep, calming breath as the shutter rose, and he was confronted by the hostile stares of 2 army soldiers, their starched uniforms, insignia, free and anonymous. "Can I help you, sir?" asked a tall man with a cold, unhelpful expression. "Yes," said Sinderman, his voice perfectly modulated to convey his non-threatening affability. "I need to travel to the Medici deck." "You don't look sick," said the second guard. Sinderman chuckled, reaching out to touch the man's arm like a kindly grandfather. "No, it's not me, my boy. It's a friend of mine. She's rather ill, and I promised that I would look in on her." "Sorry," said the first guard, in a tone that suggested he was anything but. "We've got orders from the Astartes not to let anyone off this deck." I see, sighed Sinderman, letting a tear trickle from the corner of his eye. "I don't want to be an inconvenience, my boys, but my friend, well, she's like a daughter to me, you see. She is very dear to me, and you would be doing an old man a very real favor if you could just let me see her." "I don't think so, sir," said the guard, but Sinderman could already detect a softening in his tone and pushed a little harder. She has. Not long left to her, and I was told by Malaghurst himself that I would be allowed to see her before the end. Using Malaghurst's name was a gamble, but it was a calculated gamble. These men were unlikely to have any formal channel to contact the War Master's equerry, but if they decided to check, he would be unmasked. Sinderman kept his voice low and soft as he played the grandfatherly role, utilizing every trick he had learned as an iterator, the precise timbre of his voice, the frailty of his posture, keeping eye contact and empathy with his audience. "Do you have children, my boy?" asked Sinderman. Reaching out, clasped the guard's arm. "Yes, sir, I do." "Then you understand why I have to see her?" pressed Sinderman, risking the more direct approach and hoping that he had judged these men correctly. "You just going to the Medici deck?" asked the guard. "No further," promised Sinderman. "I just need some time to say my goodbyes to her, that's all, please." The guards exchanged glances, and Sinderman fought to keep the smile from his face, as he knew he had them. The first soldier nodded, and they moved aside to let him pass. "Just the Medici deck, old man," said the guard, scrawling on a chit that would allow him passage through the ship to the Medici deck and back. "If you're not back in your quarters in a couple of hours, I'll be dragging you back here myself." Sinderman nodded, taking the proffered chit and shaking both men warmly by the hand. "You're good soldiers, boys," he said, his voice dripping with gratitude. "Good soldiers. I'll be sure to tell Malaghurst of your compassion for an old man." He turned quickly, so that they didn't see the relief on his face, and hurried away down the corridor towards the Medici deck. The companionways echoed with their emptiness as he made his way through the twisting maze of the ship. An idiot smile plastered across his puffing features. Entire worlds had fallen under the spell of his oratory, and here he was smiling about duping 2 simple-minded guards to let him out of his room. How the mighty had fallen. "Is there any more news on Varvarus?" asked Loken, as he and Torgaden walked through the Museum of Conquest on their way to the Lupercal's court. Torgaden shook his head. The shells were too fragmented. Apothecary Vadden wouldn't be able to make a match, even if we found the weapon that fired the shot. It was one of ours, but that's all we know. The museum was brimming with artifacts won from the Legion's many victories, for the Lunar Wolves had brought a score of worlds into compliance. A grand statue dominating one wall recalled the days when the Emperor and Horus had fought side by side in the first campaigns of the Great Crusade. The Emperor, sword in hand, fought off slender masked aliens, while Horus, back to back with his father, blazed away with a bolt gun. Beyond the statue, Loken recognized a display of bladed insectoid limbs, a blend of metallic and biological flesh wrested from the megarachnids on Murder. Only a few of these trophies had been won after Horus's investiture as War Master, the majority having been taken before the Lunar Wolves had been renamed the Sons of Horus in honor of the War Master's accomplishments. "The remembrancers are next," said Loken. "They are asking too many questions. Some of them may already have been murdered." "Who? Ignis and Petronella Vivar, Carcassi," said Torgaden. "Damn, I'd heard he killed himself, but I should have known they'd find a way to do it."
The warrior lodge was talking about silencing him, Abaddon in particular. They didn't call it murder, although Abaddon seemed to think it was the same as killing an enemy in war. That's when I broke with the lodge. Did they say how it was to be done? Torgadon shook his head. No, just that it needed to be done. It won't be long before all this is out in the open, promised Loken. The lodge doesn't move under a veil of secrecy anymore, and soon there will be a reckoning. Then what do we do? Loken looked away from his friend, at the high arch that led from the museum and into the Lupercal's court. I don't know, he said, waving Torgadon to silence as he caught sight of a figure moving behind one of the furthest cabinets. What's up? Asked Torgadon. I'm not sure, said Loken, moving between display cabinets of gleaming swords captured from an ancient feudal kingdom and strange alien weapons taken from the many species the Legion had destroyed. The figure he had seen was another Astartes, and Loken recognized the colors of the World Eaters upon his armor. Loken and Torgadon rounded the corner of a tall, walnut-framed cabinet, seeing a scarred Astartes warrior peering intently at an immense battle glaive that had been wrested from the hands of a Xenos Praetorian by the War Master himself. Welcome to the vengeful spirit, said Loken. The World Eater looked up from the weapon and turned to face them. His face was deeply bronzed, long and noble, contrasting with the bone, white and blue of his legion's colors. Greetings, he said, bringing his forearm across his armored chest in a martial salute. Khan, 8th Assault Company of the World Eaters. Loken of the 10th, replied Loken. Torgadon of the 2nd, nodded Torgadon. Impressive, this, said Khan, looking around him. Thank you, said Loken. The War Master always believed we should remember our enemies. If we forget them, we shall never learn. He pointed at the weapon Khan had been admiring. We have the preserved corpse of the creature that carried this weapon somewhere around here. It's the size of a tank. Angron has his share of trophies too, said Khan, but only from foes that deserve to be remembered. Should we not remember them all? No, said Khan firmly. There is nothing to gain from knowing your enemy. The only thing that matters is that they are to be destroyed. Everything else is just a distraction, spoken like a true World Eater, said Torgadon. Khan looked up from the weapon with an amused sneer. You seek to provoke me, Captain Torgadon, but I already know what other legions think of the World Eaters. We were on Aureus, said Loken. You are butchers. Khan smiled. Ha! Honesty is rare these days, Captain Loken. Yes, we are, and we are proud because we are good at it. My Primarch is not ashamed of what he does best, so neither am I.
I trust you're here for the conclave? Asked Loken, wishing to change the subject. Yes, I serve as my Primarch's equerry. Torgadon raised an eyebrow. Tough job. Sometimes, admitted Khan. Angron cares little for diplomacy. The War Master believes it is important. So I see, but all legions do things differently, laughed Khan, clapping Loken on his shoulder guard, as one honest man to another. Your own legion has as many detractors as admirers.
Too damn superior, the lot of you. The War Master has high standards, said Loken. So does Angron, I assure you, said Khan, and Loken was surprised to hear a note of weariness in Khan's voice. The Emperor knew that sometimes the best course of action is to let the World Eaters do what we do best. The War Master knows it too, otherwise we would not be here. It may be distasteful to you, Captain, but if it were not for warriors like mine, the Great Crusade would have foundered long ago. There we must agree to disagree, said Loken. I could not do what you do. Khan shook his head. You're a warrior of the Astartes, Captain. If you had to kill every living thing in a city to ensure victory, you would do it. We must always be prepared to go further than our enemy. All the legions know it. The World Eaters just preach it openly. Let us hope it never comes to that. Do not pin too much on that hope. I hear tell that Istvan III will be difficult to break. What do you know of it? Asked Torgadon. Khan shrugged. Nothing specific, just rumors really. Something religious, they say. Witches and warlocks, skies turning red and monsters from the warp. All the usual hyperbole, not that the sons of Horus would believe such things.
The galaxy is a complicated place, replied Loken carefully.
We don't know the half of what goes on in it. I'm beginning to wonder myself, agreed Khan.
It's changing,
Continued Loken, the galaxy and the crusade with it. Yes, said Khan with relish. It is. Loken was about to ask Khan what he meant when the doors to the Lupercal's court swung open. Evidently, the War Master's conclave will begin soon, said Khan, bowing before them both. It is time for me to rejoin my Primarch. And we must join the War Master, said Loken. Perhaps we will see you on Istvan III. Perhaps, nodded Khan, walking off between the spoils of 100 wars. If there's anything left of Istvan III when the World Eaters finish with it. 3. Horus enthroned the Saint is in danger. Istvan III Lupercal's court was a new addition to the vengeful spirit. Previously the War Master had held briefings and planning sessions on the Strategium, but it had been decided that he needed somewhere grander to hold court. Designed by Peter Egon Momus, it had been artfully constructed to place the War Master in a setting more suited to his position as the leader of the Great Crusade and present him as the first among equals to his fellow commanders. Vast banners hung from the sides of the room, most belonging to the Legion's battle companies, though there were a few that Loken didn't recognize. He saw one with a throne of skulls set against a tower of brass rising from a blood-red sea, and another with an 8-pointed black star shining in a white sky. The meaning of such obscure symbols confounded Loken, but he assumed that they represented the warrior lodge that had become integral to the Legion. Greater than all the majesty designed by the architect designate was the Primarch of the sons of Horus himself, enthroned before them on a great basalt throne. Abaddon and Aximand stood to one side. Both warriors were armored, Abaddon in the glossy black of the Justarin, Aximand in his pale green plate. The two officers glared at Loken and Torgaden. The enmity that had grown between them during the Oration campaign, too great to hide any more. As he met Abaddon's flinty gaze, Loken felt great sadness as he realized that the glorious ideal of the Mournival was finally and irrevocably dead. None of them spoke as Loken and Torgaden took their places on the other side of the War Master. Loken had stood with these warriors and sworn an oath by the light of a reflected moon on a planet the inhabitants called Terra, to counsel the War Master and preserve the soul of the Legion. That felt like a very long time ago. Loken Torgaden, said Horus, and even after all that had happened, Loken felt honored to be so addressed. Your role here is simply to observe and remind our Legion brothers of the solidity of our cause. Do you understand? Yes, my War Master, said Torgaden. Loken, asked the War Master. Loken nodded and took his allotted position. Yes, War Master. He felt the War Master's penetrating eyes boring into him, but kept his gaze fixed firmly on the arches that led into the Lupercal's court as the doors beneath one of them slid open. The tramp of feet sounded, and a blood-red angel of death emerged from the shadows. Loken had seen the Primarch of the World Eaters before, but was still awed by his monstrous physical presence. Angron was huge, easily as tall as the War Master, but also massively broad, with wide, hulking shoulders like some enormous beast of burden. His face was scarred and violent, his eyes buried deep in folds of angry red scar tissue. Ugly cortical implants jutted from his scalp. Connected to the collar of his armor by ribbed cables, the Primarch's armor was ancient and bronze, like that of a feral world god, with heavy metal plates over mail and twin chain axes strapped to his back. Loken had heard that Angron had once been a slave before the Emperor had found him, and that his masters had forced the implants on him to turn him into a psychotic killer for their fighting pits. Looking at Angron, Loken could well believe it. Angron's equerry, Khan, flanked the terrifying Primarch, his expression neutral where his master's was thunder. "Horus," said Angron, his voice rough and brutal. "I see the War Master welcomes his brother like a king. Am I your subject now?" "Angron," replied Horus, unperturbed. "It is good that you could join us, and miss all this prettiness." "Not for the world," said Angron, his voice loaded with the threat of a smoldering volcano. A second delegation arrived through another of the arches, arrayed in the purple and gold of the Emperor's children, led by Eidolon in all his magnificence. A squad of Astartes with glittering swords marched alongside the Lord Commander, their battle gear as ornate as their leader's War Master. "The Lord Fulgrim sends his regards," stated Eidolon formally, and with great humility. Loken saw that Eidolon had learned the ways of a practiced diplomat since he had last spoken to the War Master. He assures you that his task is well underway and that he will join us soon. I speak for him and command the Legion in his stead." Loken's eyes darted from Angron to Eidolon, seeing the obvious antipathy between the two legions. The Emperor's children and the World Eaters were as different as could be. Angron's legion fought and won through raw aggression, while the Emperor's children had perfected the art of picking an enemy force apart and destroying it a piece at a time. "Lord Angron," said Eidolon with a bow, "it is an honor." Angron did not deign to reply, and Loken saw Eidolon stiffen at this insult, but any immediate confrontation was averted as the final delegation to the War Master entered the Lupercal's court. Mortarion, Primarch of the Death Guard, was backed by a unit of warriors armored in the dull gleam of unpainted Terminator plate. Mortarion's armor was also bare, with the brass skull of the Death Guard on one shoulder guard. His pallid face and scalp were hairless and pocked, his mouth and throat hidden by a heavy collar that hissed spurts of grey steam as he breathed. A Death Guard captain marched beside the Primarch, and Loken recognized him with a smile. Captain Nathaniel Garrow had fought alongside the sons of Horus in the days when they had been known as the Lunar Wolves. The Terran-born captain had won many friends within the War Master's Legion for his unshakable code of honor and his straightforward, honest manner. The Death Guard warrior caught Loken's gaze and gave a perfunctory nod of greeting. "With our brother Mortarion," said Horus, "we are complete." The War Master stood and ascended from the elevated throne to the center of the court as the lights dimmed and a glowing globe appeared above him, hovering just below the ceiling. "This," said Horus, "is Stavan III, courtesy of servitor-manned stellar cartography drones. Remember it well, for history will be made here." Jonah Arukan paused in his labors and slipped a small hip flask from beneath his uniform jacket as he checked for anyone watching. The hangar bay was bustling with activity, as it always seemed to be these days, but no one was paying him any attention. The days when an Imperator Titan being made ready for war would pause even the most jaded warmaker in his tracks were long past, for there were few here who had not seen the mighty form of the Dies Irae being furnished for battle scores of times already. He took a hit from the flask and looked up at the old girl. The Titan's hull was scored and dented with wounds the Mechanicum servitors had not yet had time to patch, and Jonah patted the thick plates of her leg armor affectionately. "Well, old girl," he said, "you've certainly seen some action, but I still love you." He smiled at the thought of a man being in love with a machine, but he'd love anything that had saved his life as often as the Dies Irae had. Through the fires of uncounted battles they had fought together, and as much as Titus Cassar denied it, Jonah knew that there was a mighty heart and soul at the core of this glorious war machine. Jonah took another drink from his flask as his expression turned sour, thinking of Titus and his damned sermons. Titus said he felt the light of the Emperor within him, but Jonah didn't feel much of anything anymore. As much as he wanted to believe in what Titus was preaching, he just couldn't let go of the skeptical core at the center of his being, to believe in things that weren't there, that couldn't be seen or felt. Titus called it faith, but Jonah was a man who needed to believe in what was real, what could be touched and experienced. Princeps Turnit would discharge him from the crew of the Dies Irae if he knew he had attended prayer meetings back on Davin, and the thought of spending the rest of the crusade as a menial denied forever the thrill of commanding the finest war machine ever to come from the forges of Mars sent a cold shiver down his spine. Every few days Titus would ask him to come to another prayer meeting, and the times he said yes, they would furtively make their way to some forsaken part of the ship to listen to passages read from the Lectitio Divinitatis. Each time he would sweat the journey back for fear of discovery and the court-martial that would no doubt follow. Jonah had been a career Titan crewman since the day he had first set foot aboard his inaugural posting, a warhound Titan called the Venator, and he knew that if it came down to a choice, he would choose the Dies Irae over the Lectitio Divinitatus every time. But still, the thought that Titus might be right continued to nag at him. He leaned back against the Titan's legs, sliding down until he was sitting on his haunches, with his knees drawn up to his chest. "Faith," he whispered. "You can't earn it, and you can't buy it. Where, then, do I find it?" "Well," said a voice behind and above him, "you can start by putting that flask away and coming with me." Jonah looked up and saw Titus Cassa, resplendent as always in his parade-ready uniform, standing in the arched entrance to the Titan's leg bastions. "Titus!" said Jonah, hurriedly stuffing the hip flask back into his jacket. "What's up? We have to go," said Titus urgently. "The saint is in danger." Maggard stalked along the shadowed companionways of the vengeful spirit at a brisk pace, marching at double time with the vigor of a man on his way to a welcome rendezvous. His hulking form had been steadily growing over the last few months, as though he were afflicted with some hideous form of rapid gigantism. But the procedures the War Master's apothecaries were performing on his frame were anything but hideous. His body was changing, growing, and transforming beyond anything the crude surgeries of House Carpenus had ever managed already. He could feel the new organs within him reshaping his flesh and bone into something greater than he could ever have imagined, and this was just the beginning. His Curlian blade was unsheathed, shimmering with a strange glow in the dim light of the corridor. He wore fresh white robes, his enlarging physique already too massive for his armor. Legion artificers stood ready to reshape it once his flesh had settled into its new form, and he missed its reassuring solidity enclosing him. Like him, his armor would be born anew, forged into something worthy of the War Master and his chosen warriors. Maggard knew he was not yet ready for such inclusion, but he had already carved himself a niche within the Sons of Horus. He walked where the Astartes could not, acted where they could not be seen to act, and spilled blood where they needed to be seen as peacemakers. It required a special kind of man to do such work, efficiently and conscience-free, and Maggard was perfectly suited to his new role. He had killed hundreds of people at the behest of House Carpenus, and many more than that before he had been captured by them, but these had been poor, messy killings compared to the death he now carried. He remembered the sense of magnificent beginnings when Malagust had tasked him with the death of Ignace Carcassi. Maggard had jammed the barrel of his pistol beneath the poet's quivering jaw and blown his brains out over the roof of his cramped room before letting the generously fleshed body crash to the floor in a flurry of bloody papers. Why Malagust had required Carcassi's death did not concern Maggard. The equerry spoke with the voice of Horus, and Maggard had pledged his undying loyalty to the War Master on the battlefield of Davin when he had offered him his sword. Later, whether in reward or as part of his ongoing designs, the War Master had killed his former mistress, Petronella Vivar, and for that Maggard was forever in his debt. Whatever the War Master desired, Maggard would move heaven or hell to see it done. Now he had been ordered to do something wondrous. Now he was going to kill a saint. Sinderman beat his middle finger against his chin in a nervous tattoo as he tried to look as if he belonged in this part of the ship. Deck crew in orange jumpsuits and ordnance officers in yellow jackets threaded past him as he awaited his accomplices in this endeavor. He clutched the chit the guard had given him tightly, as though it were some kind of talisman that would protect him if someone challenged him. Come on," he whispered. "Where are you?" It had been a risk contacting Titus Cassa, but he had no one else to turn to. Masadi did not believe in the Lectitio Divinitatis, and in truth he wasn't sure he did yet. But he knew that whatever or whoever had sent him the vision of Euphratikila had meant him to act upon it. Likewise, Gaviel Loken was out of the question, for it was certain that his movements would not escape notice. Iterator hissed a voice from beside him, and Sinderman almost cried aloud in surprise. Titus Cassa stood beside him, an earnest expression creasing his slender face. Another man stood behind him, similarly uniformed in the dark blue of a Titan crewman. Titus breathed Sinderman in relief. "I wasn't sure you'd be able to come. We won't have long before Princeps Turnit notices we are not at our posts, but your communication said the saint was in danger." "She is," confirmed Sinderman. "Grave danger." "How do you know?" asked the second man. Cassa's brow twisted in annoyance. "I'm sorry, Kirill. This is Jonah Arukan, my fellow Moderati on the Dies Irae. He is one of us." "I just know," said Sinderman. "I saw, I don't know, a vision of her lying on her bed, and I just knew that someone intended her harm." "A vision," breathed Cassa. "Truly you are one of the chosen of the Emperor." No, hissed Sinderman. "I'm really not."
Now, come on. We don't have time for this. We have to go now. Where? Asked Jonah Arukan. "The Medici deck," said Sinderman.
holding up his chit. "We have to get to the Medici deck." The surface of the shimmering globe above Horus resolved into continents and oceans, overlaid with the traceries of geophysical features: plains, forests, seas, mountain ranges, and cities. Horus held up his arms, as if supporting the globe from below like some titan from the ancient myths of old Earth. "This Istvan III," he repeated, "a world brought into compliance 13 years ago by the 27th Expeditionary Force of our brother Korax. And he wasn't up to the job," snorted Angron. Horus shot Angron a dangerous look. There was some resistance, yes, but the last elements of the aggressive faction were destroyed by the Raven Guard at the Redarth Valley. The battle site flared red on the globe, nestled among a mountain range on one of Istvan III's northern continents. The Remembrancer Order was not yet foisted upon us by the Council of Terra, but a substantial civilian contingent was left behind to begin integration with the Imperial truth. "Are we to assume that the truth didn't take?" asked Eidolon. "Mortarion," prompted Horus, gesturing to his brother Primarch. 4 months ago, the Death Guard received a distress signal from Istvan III, said Mortarion. It was weak and old. "We only received it because one of our supply ships joining the fleet at Arcturan dropped out of the warp for repairs. Given the age of the signal and the time it took for it to be relayed to my command, it is likely that it was sent at least 2 years ago." "What did it say?" asked Angron. In reply, the holographic image of the globe unfolded into a large flat pane, like a pict screen hovering in the air, black with just a hint of shadowy movement. A shape moved on the screen, and Loken realized it was a face, a woman's face, orange lit by a candle flame that provided the only light. She appeared to be in a small, stone-walled chamber. Even over the poor quality of the signal, Loken could tell that the woman was terrified, her eyes wide and her breathing rapid and shallow. She gleamed with sweat. "The insignia on her collar," said Torgadon, "is from the 27th expedition." The woman adjusted the device she was using to record the image, and sound flooded into the Lupercal's court. Crackling flames, distant yelling and gunfire. "It's revolution," said the woman, her voice warped by static. "Open revolt, these people. They have rejected. They've rejected it all. We tried to integrate them. We thought the War Singers were just some primitive superstition, but it was much more. It was real. Pral has gone mad, and the War Singers are with him." The woman suddenly looked around at something off-screen. "No," she screamed desperately, and opened fire with a weapon previously held out of view. Violent muzzle flashes lit her, and something indescribable flailed against the far wall as she emptied her weapon into it. "They're closer. They know we're here, and I think I'm the last one." The woman turned back to the screen. "It's madness. Complete madness down here. Please, I don't think I'm going to get through this. Send someone, anyone, just make this stop." A hideous atonal keening sound blared from the pict screen. The woman grabbed her head, her screams drowned by the inhuman sound. The last frames jerked and fragmented, freeze-framing through a series of gruesome images, blood in the woman's frenzied eye, a swirling mass of flesh and shattered bone, and a mouth locked open, blood on teeth. Then blackness. "There have been no further communications from Istvan III," concluded Mortarion, filling the silence that followed. "The planet's astropaths have either been compromised or they are dead." "The name Pral refers to Vardus Pral," said Horus. "The governor left behind to command Istvan III in the name of the Imperium. Ensure compliance and manage the dismantling of the traditional religious structures that defined the planet's autochthonous society. If he is complicit in the rebellion on Istvan III, as this recording suggests, then he is one of our objectives." Loken felt a shiver travel down his spine at the thought of once again facing a population whose imperial official had turned traitor. He glanced over at Torgadon and saw that the similarities with the Daven campaign were not lost on his comrade. The holo swelled and returned to the image of Istvan III. "The cultural and religious capital of Istvan is here," said Horus, as the image zoomed in on one of the northern cities, which commanded a large hinterland at the foot of a colossal range of mountains. "The Coral City, this is the source of the distress signal and the seat of Pral's command, a building known as the Precentor's Palace. Multiple speartips will seize a number of strategic objectives, and with the city in our hands, Istvan will be ours."
The first assault will be a combined force made up of Astartes from all legions with backup from the Titans of the Mechanicum and the Imperial army. The rest of the planet will then be subjugated by whichever Imperial army reinforcements can reach us with the warp in its current state. "Why not just bombard them?" asked Eidolon. The sudden silence that followed his question was deafening. Loken waited for the War Master to reprimand Eidolon for daring to question one of his decisions, but Horus only nodded indulgently. "Because these people are vermin, and when you stamp out vermin from afar, some invariably survive. If we are to cut out the problem, we must get our hands dirty and destroy them in one fell swoop. It may not be as elegant as the Emperor's children would wish, but elegance is not a priority for me, only swift victory." "Of course," said Eidolon, shaking his head. "To think that these fools should be so blind to the realities of the galaxy." "Have no fear, Lord Commander," said Abaddon, descending to stand beside the War Master. "They will be illuminated as to the error of their ways." Loken risked a sidelong glance at the first captain, surprised at the respect he heard in his voice. All the previous dealings between the sons of Horus and Eidolon had led him to believe that Abaddon held the arrogant Lord Commander in contempt. What had changed? "Mortarion," continued Horus, "your objective will be to engage the main force of the Coral City's army. If they are anything like they were when the Raven Guard fought them, they will be professional soldiers and will not break easily, even when confronted with Astartes." The holo zoomed in to show a map of the Coral City, a handsome conurbation with many and varied buildings that ranged from exquisite mansions and basilica to massive sprawls of housing and tangles of industrial complexes. Artfully formed boulevards and thoroughfares threaded a multi-leveled city of millions, most of whom appeared to be housed in sprawling residential districts, workshops, and factories. The western edge of the city was highlighted, focusing on the scar-like web of defensive trenches and bunkers along the city's outskirts. The opposite side of the Coral City butted up against the sheer cliffs of a mountain range, the natural defenses efficiently shielding the city from a conventional land attack. Unfortunately for the Coral City, the War Master clearly wasn't planning a conventional land attack. "It appears that a sizable armed force is manning these defenses," said Horus. "It looks as if they have excellent fortifications and artillery. Many of these defenses were added after compliance to protect the seat of imperial governance on Istvan, which means they're ours, and they will be strong. It will be ugly work engaging and destroying this force, and there is still much about the Coral City's military we do not know." "I welcome this challenge, War Master," said Mortarion. "This is my legion's natural battlefield." Another location lurched into focus, a spectacular conglomeration of arches and spires, with dozens of labyrinth-like wings and additions surrounding a magnificent central dome faced in polished stone, the city's crowning glory. The structure looked like a jeweled brooch set into the twisted mass of the Coral City. "The Precentor's palace," said Eidolon appreciatively. "And your legion will take it," said Horus, "along with the World Eaters." Again, Loken caught Eidolon's glance at Angron. The Lord Commander, unable to conceal the distaste he felt at the thought of fighting alongside such a barbaric legion. If Angron was aware of Eidolon's scornful glance, he gave no sign of it. "The palace is one of Prowl's most likely locations," said Horus. "Therefore, the palace is one of our most important objectives. The palace must be taken, the Coral City's leadership destroyed, and Prowl killed. He is a traitor, so I do not expect or wish him to be taken alive." Finally, the holo zoomed in on a curious mass of stonework some way east of the Precentor's palace. To Loken's untutored eye, it looked like a collection of church spires or temples, sacred buildings heaped one on top of one another over the centuries. "This is the Siren Hold, and my sons of Horus will lead the attack on it," said Horus. "Coral City's revolt appears to be religious in nature, and the Siren Hold was the spiritual heart of the city. According to Corax's reports, this was the seat of the old pagan religion that was supposed to have been dismantled. It is presumed that it still exists, and that the leadership of that religion will be found here. This is another likely location for Varda's prowl, so again I do not require prisoners, only destruction." For the first time, Loken saw the battlefield he would soon be fighting on. The Siren Hold looked like difficult ground to take. Massive, complicated structures, creating a confusing multi-leveled warren with plenty of places to hide. Dangerous ground. That was why the War Master had sent his own legion to take it. He knew they could do it. The holo zoomed out again to a view of the planet itself. Preliminary operations will involve the destruction of the monitoring stations on the 7th planet of Istvan Extremis, said Horus. When the rebels are blind, the invasion of Istvan III will commence. The units chosen to lead the first wave will deploy by drop pod and gunship, with a second wave ready in reserve. I trust you all understand what is required of your legions. I only have one question, War Master, said Angron. Speak, said Horus. Why do we plan this attack with such precision when a single massive strike will do the job just as well? You object to my plans, Angron? Horus asked carefully.
Of course I object,
spat Angron. We have 4 legions, titans, and starships at our disposal, and this is just one city. We should hit it with everything we have and slaughter them in the streets. Then we will see how many on this planet have the stomach to rebel. But no. You would have us kill them one by one and pick off their leaders, as if we are here to preserve this world. Rebellion is in the people. Horus, kill the people, and the rebellion ends. Lord Angron, said Eidolon reasonably. You speak out of turn. Hold your tongue in the presence of your betters, snarled Angron. I know what you Emperor's children think of us, but you mistake our directness for stupidity. Speak to me again without my consent, and I will kill you. Angron. Horus's voice cut through the building tension, and the Primarch of the World Eaters turned his murderous attention away from Eidolon. You place little value on the lives of your World Eaters, said Horus. And you believe in the way of war you have made your own, but that does not place you beyond my authority. I am the War Master, the commander of everyone and everything that falls under the aegis of the Great Crusade. Your legion will deploy according to the orders I have given you. Is that clear? Angron nodded curtly as Horus turned to Eidolon. Lord Commander Eidolon, you are not among equals here, and your presence in this war council is dependent upon my good graces, which will be rapidly worn thin should you conduct yourself as if Fulgrim was here to nursemaid you. Eidolon rapidly recovered his composure. Of course, my War Master, I meant no disrespect. I shall ensure that my legion is prepared for the assault on Istvan Extremis and the capture of the Precentor's palace. Horus switched his gaze to Angron, who grunted in assent. The World Eaters will be ready, War Master, said Khan. Then this conclave is at an end, said Horus. Return to your legions and make ready for war. The delegations filed out, Khan speaking quietly with Angron and Eidolon adopting a swagger, as if to compensate for his dressing down. Loken thought he saw a gleam of amusement in Mortarian's eyes as he left with Garrow and his Terminators in tow. Horus turned to Abaddon and said, Have a Stormbird prepared to convey me to the Conqueror. Angron must be illuminated as to the proper conduct of this endeavor. Horus turned and made his way from the Lupercal's court with Abaddon and Aximand following behind him without so much as a backwards glance at Loken and Torgadon. That was educational, said Torgadon when they were alone. Loken smiled wearily. I could feel you willing Angron to strike Eidolon. Torgadon laughed, remembering when he and Eidolon had almost come to blows when they had first met on the surface of murder. If only we could join the War Master on the Conqueror, said Torgadon. Now that would be something worth seeing, Horus illuminating Angron. What would they talk about? What indeed, agreed Loken. There was so much Loken didn't know, but as he pondered his unhappy ignorance, he remembered the last thing Kirill Sinderman had shouted to him as he was led away by Malukhurst's soldiers. Tariq, we have a battle to prepare for, so I want you to get everyone ready. It's going to be a hard fight on Istvan III. I know, said Torgadon. The Siren Hold. What a bloody shambles. This is what happens when you give people a god to believe in. Get Vipus up to speed as well. If we're attacking the Siren Hold, I want Locaster with us. Of course, nodded Torgadon. Sometimes I think you and Nero are the only people I can trust anymore. What are you going to be doing? I have some reading to catch up on, said Loken Fjord. Sacrifice. A single moment. Keep her safe, wherever Erebus walked. Shadows followed in his wake. Flickering whisperers were his constant companions, invisible creatures that lurked just beyond sight and ghosted in his shadow. The whisperers flitted from Erebus and gathered in the shadowed corners of the chamber, a stone-walled lodge built in the image of the temple room of the Delphos, where Akshub had cut his throat. Deep in the heart of the vengeful spirit, the lodge temple was low, close and hot, lit by a crackling fire that burned in a pit in the middle of the room. Flames threw leaping shapes across the walls. My War Master, said Erebus, we are prepared. Good, replied the War Master. It has cost us a great deal to reach this point, Erebus. For all our sakes it had better be worth it, but mostly for yours. It will be War Master, assured Erebus, paying no heed to the threat. Our allies are keen to finally speak to you directly. Erebus stooped to stare into the fire, the flames reflecting from his shaven, tattooed head, and in his armor, recently painted in the deep scarlet colors now adopted by the word-bearer's legion. As confident as he sounded, he allowed himself a moment of pause. Dealing with creatures from the warp was never straightforward, and should he fail to meet the War Master's expectations, then his life would be forfeit. The War Master's presence filled the lodge, armored as he was in a magnificent suit of obsidian Terminator armor, gifted to him by the Fabricator General himself. Sent from Mars to cement the alliance between Horus and the Mechanicum of Mars, the armor echoed the colors of the elite Stirrin, but it far surpassed them in ornamentation and power. The amber eye upon the breastplate stared from the armor's torso and shoulder plates, and on one hand Horus sported a monstrous gauntlet with deadly blades for fingers. Erebus lifted a book from beside the fire and rose to his feet, reverently turning the ancient pages until he came to a complex illustration of interlocking symbols. We are ready. I can begin once the sacrifice is made. Horus nodded and said, Adept, join us. Moments later, the bent and robed form of Adept Regulus entered the warrior lodge. The representative of the Mechanicum was almost completely mechanized, as was common among the higher echelons of his order. Beneath his robes, his body was fashioned from gleaming bronze, steel, and cables. Only his face showed, if it could be called a face, with large augmetic eyepieces and a vocabulator unit that allowed the adept to communicate. Regulus led the ghostly figure of Ingmei Singh, her steps fearful and her hands flitting as if swatting at a swarm of flies. This is unorthodox, said Regulus, his voice like steel wire on the nerves. Adept, said the War Master. You are here as the representative of the Mechanicum. The priests of Mars are essential to the crusade, and they must be a part of the new order. You have already pledged your strength to me, and now it is time you witnessed the price of that bargain. War Master, began Regulus, I am yours to command. Horus nodded and said, Erebus, continue. Erebus stepped past the War Master and directed his gaze towards Ingmei Singh. Though the astropath was blind, she recoiled as she felt his eyes roaming across her flesh. She backed against one wall, trying to shrink away from him. But he grasped her arm in a crushing grip and dragged her towards the fire. She is powerful, said Erebus. I can taste her. She is my best, said Horus. That is why it has to be her, said Erebus. The symbolism is as important as the power. A sacrifice is not a sacrifice if it is not valued by the giver. No, please, cried Ingmei Singh, twisting in his grip as she realized the import of the word-bearer's statement. Horus stepped forwards and tenderly took hold of the astropath's chin, halting her struggles and tilting her head upwards so that she would have looked upon his face had she but eyes to see.
You betrayed me, Mistress Singh,
said Horus. Ingmei Singh whimpered nonsensical protests spilling from her terrified lips. She tried to shake her head, but Horus held her firm and said, There is no point in denying it. I already know everything after you told me of Euphrates Keeler. You sent a warning to someone, didn't you? Tell me who it was, and I will let you live. Try to resist, and your death will be more agonizing than you can possibly imagine. No, whispered Ingmei Singh, I am already dead. I know this, so kill me and have done with it. You will not tell me what I wish to know. There is no point, gasped Ingmei Singh. You will kill me whether I tell you or not. You may have the power to conceal your lies, but your serpent does not. Erebus watched as Horus nodded slowly to himself, as if reluctantly reaching a decision. Then we have no more to say to one another, said Horus sadly, drawing back his arm. He rammed his clawed gauntlet through her chest, the blades tearing through her heart and lungs and ripping from her back in a spray of red. Erebus nodded towards the fire, and the War Master held the corpse above the pit, letting Ingmei Singh's blood drizzle into the flames. The emotions of her death flooded the lodge as the blood hissed in the fire, hot, raw, and powerful, fear, pain, and the horror of betrayal. Erebus knelt and scratched designs on the floor, copying them exactly from the diagrams in the book, a star with 8 points that was orbited by 3 circles, a stylized skull and the cuneiform runes of Colchis. "You have done this before," said Horus. "Many times," said Erebus, nodding towards the fire. "I speak here with my Primarch's voice, and it is a voice our allies respect." "They are not allies yet," said Horus, lowering his arm and letting the body of Ingmei Singh slide from the claws of his gauntlet. Erebus shrugged and began chanting words from the Book of Lorgar, his voice dark and guttural as he called upon the gods of the warp to send their emissary. Despite the brightness of the fire, the lodge darkened and Erebus felt the temperature fall, a chill wind gusting from somewhere unseen and unknown. It carried the dust of ages past and the ruin of empires in its every breath, and ageless eternity was borne upon the unnatural zephyr. "Is this supposed to happen?" asked Regulus. Erebus smiled and nodded, without answering as the air grew icy, the whisperers gibbering in unreasoning fear as they felt the arrival of something ancient and terrible. Shadows gathered in the corners of the room, although no light shone to cast them, and a racing whip of malicious laughter spiraled around the chamber. Regulus spun on hissing bearings as he sought to identify the source of the sounds, his ocular implants whirring as they struggled to find focus in the darkness. Frost gathered on the struts and pipes high above them. Horus stood unmoving as the shadows of the chamber hissed and spat, a chorus of voices that came from everywhere and nowhere. "You are the one your kind calls War Master?" Erebus nodded as Horus looked over at him. "I am," said Horus, "War Master of the Great Crusade. To whom do I speak?" "I am Sarkel," said the voice, "Lord of the Shadows." The 3 of them made their way swiftly through the decks of the Vengeful Spirit, heading down towards the tiled environment of the Medicae deck. Sindaman kept the pace as brisk as he could, his breath sharp and painful as they hurried to save the Saint from whatever dark fate awaited her. "What do you expect to find when we reach the Saint, Iterator?" asked Jonah Arukan, his nervous hands fingering the catch on his pistol holster. Sindaman thought of the small Medicae cell where he and Bersadi Oleton had stood vigil over Euphrati, and wondered that same thought. "I don't know exactly," he said. "I just know we have to help. I just hope a frail old man and our pistols are up to the job." "What do you mean?" asked Sindaman, as they descended a wide screw stair that led deeper into the ship. "Well, I just wonder how you plan to fight the kind of danger that could threaten a Saint. I mean, whatever it is must be pretty damn dangerous." "Yes." Sindaman paused in his descent, as much to catch his breath as to answer Arukan. "Whoever sent me that warning obviously thinks that I can help," he said. "And that's enough for you?" asked Arukan. "Jonah, leave him alone," cautioned Titus Cassar. "No, damn it, I won't," said Arukan. "This is serious, and we could get in real trouble. I mean, this Keeler woman, she's supposed to be all saintly." "Yes? Then why doesn't the power of the Emperor save her? Why does he need us?" "The Emperor works through his faithful servants," Jonah explained Titus. "It is not enough to simply believe and await divine intervention to sweep down from the heavens and set the world to rights. The Emperor has shown us the path, and it is up to us to seize this chance to do his will." Sindaman watched the exchange between the 2 crewmen, his anxiety growing with every second that passed. "I don't know if I can do this." "Titus," said Arukan, not without some proof that we're doing the right thing. "We are, Jonah," pressed Titus. "You must trust that the Emperor has a plan for you." "The Emperor may or may not have a plan for me, but I sure as hell do," snapped Arukan. "I want command of a Titan, and that's not going to happen if we get caught doing something stupid." "Please, cut in Sindaman, his chest hurting with worry for the Saint. We have to go. Something terrible is coming to harm her, and we have to stop it." "I can think of no more compelling an argument than that. I'm sorry, but you'll just have to trust me."
"Why should I?" asked Arukan. "You've given me no reason to. I don't even know why I'm here. Listen to me, Mr. Arukan," said Sindaman earnestly. "When you live as long and complex a life as I have, you learn that it always comes down to a single moment, a moment in which a man finds out once and for all who he really is. This is that moment, Mr. Arukan. Will this be a moment you are proud to look back on, or will it be one you will regret for the rest of your life?" The 2 Titan crewmen shared a glance, and eventually Arukan sighed and said, "I need my head looked at for this, but all right, let's go save the day."
A palpable sense of relief flooded through Sindaman, and the pain in his chest eased. "I am proud of you, Mr. Aruken," he said, "and I thank you. Your aid is most welcome." "Thank me when we save this saint of yours," said Aruken, setting off down the stairs. They followed the stairs down, passing several decks until the symbol of intertwined serpents around a winged staff indicated they had arrived at the Medicae deck. It had been some weeks since the last casualties had been brought aboard the Vengeful Spirit, and the sterile, gleaming wilderness of tiled walls and brushed steel cabinets felt empty, a warren of soulless glass rooms and laboratories. "This way," said Sindaman, setting off into the confusing maze of corridors, the way familiar to him after all the times he had visited the comatose imagist. Kassar and Aruken followed him, keeping a watchful eye out for anyone who might challenge their presence. At last they reached a nondescript white door, and Sindaman said, "This is it." Aruken said, "Better let us go first, old man." Sindaman nodded and backed away from the door, pressing his hands over his ears as the two Titan crewmen unholstered their pistols. Aruken crouched low beside the door and nodded to Kassar, who pressed the release panel. The door slid aside, and Aruken spun through it with his pistol extended. Kassar was a second behind him, his pistol tracking left and right for targets, and Sindaman awaited the deafening flurry of pistol shots. When none came, he dared to open his eyes and uncover his ears. He didn't know whether to be glad or deathly afraid that they were too late. He turned and looked through the door, seeing the familiar clean and well-maintained Medicae cell he had visited many times. Euphrates lay like a mannequin on the bed, her skin like alabaster, and her face pinched and sunken. A pair of drips fed her fluids, and a small bleeping machine drew spiking lines on a green display unit beside her. Aside from her immobility, she looked just as she had the last time he had laid eyes on her. "Just as well we rushed," snapped Aruken. "Looks like we were just in time." "I think you might be right," said Sindaman, as he saw the golden-eyed figure of Maggard come into view at the far end of the corridor, with his sword unsheathed. "You are known to us, War Master," said Sarkel, his voice leaping around the room like a capricious whisper. "It is said that you are the one who can deliver us." "Is that true, perhaps?" replied Horus, apparently unperturbed by the strangeness of his unseen interlocutor. "My brother Lorgar assures me that your masters can give me the power to achieve victory." "Victory?" whispered Sarkel, an almost meaningless word in the scale of the cosmos. "But yes, we have much power to offer you. No army will stand before you, no power of mortal man will lay you low, and no ambition will be denied you if you swear yourself to us." "Just words," said Horus. "Show me something tangible." "Power," hissed Sarkel, the sound rippling around Horus like a slithering snake. "The warp brings power. There is nothing beyond the reach of the gods of the warp." "Gods," replied Horus. "You waste your time throwing such words around, they do not impress me. I already know that your gods need my help, so speak plainly, or we are done here." "Your emperor," replied Sarkel, and for a fleeting moment Erebus detected a trace of unease in the creature's voice. Such entities were unused to the defiance of a mortal, even one as mighty as a primarch. He meddles in matters he does not understand. On the world you call Terra, his grand designs cause a storm in the warp that tears it asunder from within. We care nothing for your realm. You know this. It is anathema to us. We offer power that can help you take his place. War Master, our aid will see you destroy your foes and take you to the very gates of the Emperor's palace. We can deliver the galaxy to you. All we care for is that his works cease and that you take his place." The unseen voice spoke in sibilant tones, slick and persuasive, but Erebus could see that Horus was unmoved. "And what of this power? Do you understand the magnitude of this task? The galaxy will be divided. Brother will fight brother. The Emperor will have his legions and the Imperial army, the Custodian Guard, the Sisters of Silence. Can you be the equal of such a foe? The gods of the warp are masters of the primal forces of all reality. As your Emperor creates, the warp decays and destroys. As he brings us to battle, we shall melt away, and as he gathers his strength, we shall strike from the shadows. The victory of the gods is as inevitable as the passing of time and the mortality of flesh. Do the gods not rule an entire universe hidden from your eyes, War Master? Have they not made the warp dark at their command? Your gods did this. Why, you have blinded my legions. Necessity, War Master. The darkness blinds the Emperor too, blinds him to our plans and yours. The Emperor thinks himself the master of the warp, and he would seek to know his enemies by it. But see how swiftly we can confound him. You will have passage through the warp as you need it, War Master, for as we bring darkness, so we can bring light. The Emperor remains ignorant of all that has transpired. Completely, sighed Sarkel. And so, War Master, you see the power we can give you. All that remains is for your word, and the pact will be made. Horus said nothing, as if weighing up the choices before him, and Erebus could sense the growing impatience of the warp creature. At last, the War Master spoke again. Soon I shall unleash my legions against the worlds of the Istvan system. There I shall set my legions upon the path of the new crusade. There are matters that must be dealt with at Istvan, and I will deal with them in my own way. Horus looked over at Erebus and said, When I am done with Istvan, I will pledge my forces with those of your masters, but not until then. My legions will go through the fire of Istvan alone, for only then will they be tempered into my shining blade aimed at the Emperor's heart. The sibilant, roiling chill of Sarkel's voice hissed as if he took mighty breaths. My masters accept, he said at last. You have chosen well, War Master. The chill wind that had carried the words of the warp entity blew again. Stronger this time, its ageless malevolence like the murder of innocence. Its icy touch slid through Erebus, and he drew a cold breath before the sensation faded, and the unnatural darkness began to recede. The light of the fire once more illuminating the lodge temple, the creature was gone, and the void of its presence was an ache, felt deep in the soul. Was it worth it, War Master? Asked Erebus, releasing the pent-up breath he had been holding. Yes, said Horus, glancing down at Ingmei Singh's body. It was worth it. The War Master turned to Regulus and said, Adept, I wish the Fabricator General to be made aware of this. I cannot contact him directly, so you will take a fast ship and make for Mars. If what this creature says is true, you will make good time. Kelbor Hal is to purge his order and make ready for its part in my new crusade. Tell him that I shall contact him when the time comes, and that I expect the Mechanicum to be united. Of course, War Master. Your will be done. Waste no time, Adept. Go. Regulus turned to leave, and Erebus said, We have waited a long time for this day. Lorgar will be exultant. Lorgar has his own battles to fight, Erebus, replied Horus sharply. Should he fail at Kauth, all this will be for nothing if Gilliman's legion is allowed to intervene. Save your celebrations for when I sit upon the throne of terror. Sindaman felt his heart lurch in his chest at the sight of Petronella's bodyguard coming towards them. The man's every step was like death approaching, and Sindaman cursed himself for having taken so long to get here. His tardiness had killed the saint, and would probably see them all dead as well. Jonah Arukan's eyes widened as he saw the massive form of the saint's killer approaching. He turned quickly and said, Titus, grab her now. What? Asked Kassar. She's hooked up to all these machines. We can't just... Don't argue with me, hissed Arukan. Just do it. We've got company, bad company. Arukan turned back to Sindaman and hissed, Well, Iterator, is this that single moment you were talking about, where we find out who we really are? If it is, then I'm already regretting helping you. Sindaman couldn't reply. He saw Maggard notice them outside Euphrates' room and felt a cold, creeping horror as a slow smile spread across the man's features. I'm going to kill you, the smile said, slowly. Don't hurt her, he whispered, the words sounding pathetic in his ears. Please. He wanted to run, to get far away from the evil smile that promised a silent, agonizing death, but his legs were lead weights, rooted to the spot by some immense power that prevented him from moving so much as a muscle. Jonah Arukan slid from the Medicae cell, with Titus Kassar behind him, the recumbent form of Euphrates in his arms. Dripping tubes dangled from her arms, and Sindaman found his gaze unaccountably drawn to the droplets as they swelled at the ends of the plastic tubes before breaking free and plummeting to the deck to splash in crowns of saline. Arukan held his pistol out before him, aimed at Maggard's head. Don't come any closer, he warned. Maggard did not even slow down, and that same deathly smile shone at Jonah Arukan. With Euphrates still in his arms, Titus Kassar backed away from the relentlessly approaching killer. "Come on, damn it," he hissed. "Let's go." Arukan shoved Sindaman after Kassar, and suddenly the spell of immobility that had held him rooted to the spot was broken. Magad was less than 10 paces from them, and Sindaman knew that they could not hope to escape without bloodshed. "Shoot him!" shouted Kassar. "What?" asked Arukan, throwing his fellow crewman a desperate glance. "Shoot him!" repeated Kassar. "Kill him before he kills us." Jonah Arukan tore his gaze back to the approaching Magad and nodded, pulling the trigger twice in quick succession. The noise was deafening, and the corridor was filled with blinding light and careening echoes. Tiles shattered and exploded as Arukan's bullets cratered the wall behind where Magad had been standing. Sindaman cried out at the noise, backing away after Titus Kassar as Magad spun out from the sunken doorway in which he had taken cover the instant before Arukan had fired. Magad's pistol leapt to his hand, and the barrel blazed with light as he fired 3 times. Sindaman cried out, throwing up his arms and awaiting the awful pain of bullets tearing into his flesh, ripping through his internal organs and blowing bloody rimmed craters in his back. Nothing happened, and Sindaman heard a cry of astonishment from Jonah Arukan, who had likewise flinched at the thunderous noise of Magad's gun. He lowered his arms, and his mouth fell open in amazement at the sight before him. Magad still stood there, his muscled arm still holding his wide-barreled pistol aimed squarely at them. A frozen bloom of light expanded at an infinitesimally slow pace from the muzzle, and Sindaman could see a pair of bullets held immobile in the air before them, only the glint of light on metal as they spiraled giving any sign that they were moving at all. As he watched, the pointed nub of a brass bullet began to emerge from the barrel of Magad's gun, and Sindaman turned in bewilderment to Jonah Arukan. The Titan crewman was as shocked as he was, his arms hanging limply at his side.
"What the hell is going on?" breathed Arukan. "I don't know," stammered Sindaman, unable to tear his gaze from the frozen tableau standing in front of them. "Maybe we're already dead." "No, Iterator," said Kassar from behind them. "It's a miracle." Sindaman turned, feeling as if his entire body was numb, only his heart hammering fit to break his chest. Titus Kassar stood at the end of the corridor, the saint held tightly to his chest.
Where before Euphrates had lain supine, her eyes were now wide in terror. Her right hand extended, and the silver eagle that had been burned into her flesh glowing with a soft inner light. "Euphrates!" cried Sindaman, but no sooner had he given voice to her name than her eyes rolled back in their sockets and her hand dropped to her side. He risked a glance back at Magad, but the assassin was still frozen by whatever power had saved their lives. Sindaman took a deep breath and made his way on unsteady legs to the end of the corridor. Euphrates lay with her head against Kassar's chest, as unmoving as she had been for the last year, and he wanted to weep to see her so reduced. He reached up and ran a hand through Euphrates' hair, her skin hot to the touch. "She saved us," said Kassar, his voice awed and humbled by what he had seen. "I think you might be right, my dear boy," said Sindaman. "I think you might be right." Jonah Arukan joined him, alternating between casting fearful looks at Magad and Euphrates. He kept his pistol trained on Magad and said, "What do we do about him?" Sindaman looked back at the monstrous assassin and said, "Leave him. I will not have his death on the saint's hands. What kind of beginning would it be for the Lectitio Divinitatis if the saint's first act is to kill? If we are to found a new church in the name of the Emperor, it will be one of forgiveness, not bloodshed."
"Are you sure?"
asked Arukan. "He will come after her again. Then we will keep her safe from him," said Kassar. "The Lectitio Divinitatis has friends aboard the Vengeful Spirit, and we can hide her until she recovers. Iterator, do you agree?" "Yes, that's what to do," nodded Sindaman. "Hide her. Keep her safe. 5 Dark Millennium Warsinger." Loken had not set foot on the Strategium for some time, the construction of the Lupercal's court rendering it largely without function. In any case, an unspoken order had filtered down from the lodge members that Torgadon and Loken were no longer to stand alongside the War Master and act as the Legion's conscience. The isolated Strategium platform was suspended above the industrious hubbub of the vessel's bridge, and Loken leaned over the rail to watch the senior crew of the Vengeful Spirit going about the business of destroying Istvan Extremis. Warriors of the Death Guard and Emperor's children were already in the theater of war, and the enemies of the War Master would even now be dying. The thought of not being there to share the danger galled Loken, and he wished he could be on that barren rock with his battle brothers, especially since Torgodon had told him that Saul Tarvitz was down there. The last time the sons of Horus and the Emperor's children had met was during the war against the technocracy, and bonds of brotherhood had been re-established between the legions, formally by the Primarchs and informally by their warriors. He missed the times he had stood in the presence of his fellow warriors, when the talk had been of campaigns past and yet to come. The shared camaraderie of brotherhood was a comfort that was only realized once it was stripped away. He smiled wryly to himself, whispering, "I even miss your tales of better days, Iacton." Loken turned away from the bridge below and unfolded the piece of paper he had discovered inside the dust jacket of the Chronicles of Ursh. Once again he read the words hurriedly written in Kirill Sindermann's distinctive spidery scrawl on the ragged page of a notebook. "Even the War Master may not deserve your trust. Look for the temple. It will be somewhere that was once the essence of the crusade." Remembering Sindermann's words as he had been forced from the training halls by Malachurst, Loken had sought out the book from the burnt-out stacks of Archive Chamber 3. Much of the archive was still in ruins from the fire that had gutted the chamber and put Euphrati Keeler in a coma. Servitors and menials had attempted to save as many books as they could, and even though Loken was no reader, he was saddened by the loss of such a valuable repository of knowledge. He had located the Chronicles of Ursh with the barest minimum of effort, as if the book had been specifically placed for him to find opening the cover. He realized that it had indeed been left there for him. As Sindermann's note slipped from its pages, Loken wasn't sure exactly what he was looking for, and the idea of a temple aboard the Vengeful Spirit seemed laughable, but Sindermann had been deadly serious when he had implored Loken to seek out the book and his note. "It will be somewhere that was once the essence of the crusade." He looked up from the note and cast his eyes around the Stratageum, the raised platform where the War Master had delivered his briefings, the niches around the edge where Sons of Horus stood as an honor guard, and the vaulted dome of dark steel. Banners hung along the curved wall, indistinct in the gloom company banners of the Sons of Horus. He hammered his fist against his breastplate as he faced the banner of the 10th. If anywhere was once the essence of the crusade, it was the Stratageum. The Stratageum was empty, and it was an emptiness that spoke more of its neglect and its obsolescence than simply the absence of people. It had been abandoned, and the ideals once hammered out here had been abandoned too, replaced with something else, something dark. Loken stood in the center of the Stratageum and felt an ache in his chest that was nothing to do with any physical sensation. It took him a moment to realize that there was something out of place here, something present that shouldn't be, a smell that he didn't recognize, faint but definitely hanging in the air. At last he recognized the smell as incense, cloying and carrying the familiar scent of hot, dry winds that brought sour fragrances of bitter blossoms. His enhanced senses could pick out the subtle aromas mixed into the incense, its scent stronger as he made his way through the Stratageum, hoping to pinpoint its source. Where had he smelt this before? He followed the bitter smell to the standard of the 7th Targost's company. Had the Lodge Master flown the banner in some ritual ceremony of the Warrior Lodge? No. The scent was too strong for it to be simply clinging to fabric. This was the aroma of burning incense. Loken pulled the banner of the 7th away from the wall, and he was not surprised to find that, instead of the brushed steel of the Stratageum wall, there was the darkness of an opening cut into one of the many access passages that threaded the Vengeful Spirit. Had this been here when the Mournival had gathered? He didn't think so. Look for the temple, Sindermann had said. So Loken ducked beneath the banner and through the doorway, letting the banner fall into place behind him. The smell of incense was definitely here, and it had been burned recently, or was still burning. Loken suddenly realized where he had smelled this aroma before, and he gripped the hilt of his combat knife as he remembered the air of Davin, the scents that filled the yurts and seemed to linger in the air, even through rebreathers. The passageway beyond was dark, but Loken's augmented eyesight cut through the gloom to reveal a short passageway recently constructed that led to an arched doorway with curved sigils etched into the ironwork surrounding it. Although it was simply a door, Loken felt an unutterable dread of what lay beyond it, and for a moment he almost considered turning back. He shook off such a cowardly notion and made his way forwards, feeling his unease grow with every step he took. The door was closed. A stylized skull mounted at eye level, and Loken felt uncomfortable even acknowledging that it was there, let alone looking at it. Something of its brutal form whispered to the killer in him, telling him of the joy of spilling blood and the relish to be taken in slaughter. Loken tore his eyes from the leering skull and drew his knife, fighting the urge to plunge it into the flesh of anyone waiting behind the door. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The space within was large, a maintenance chamber that had been cleared and refitted so as to resemble some underground stone chamber. Twin rows of stone benches faced the far wall where meaningless symbols and words had been painted. Blank-eyed skulls hung from the ceiling, staring and grinning with bared teeth. They swayed gently as Loken passed them, thin tendrils of smoke rising from their eye sockets. A low wooden table stood against the far wall. A shallow bowl carved into its surface contained flaky dark detritus that he could smell was dried blood. A thick book lay beside the depression. Was this a temple? He remembered the bottles and glass flasks that had been scattered around the water fane beneath the whisperheads. This place and the fane on 6319 looked different, but they felt the same. He heard a sudden rustle on the air like whispers in his ear, and he spun around, his knife whipping out in front of him. He was alone. Yet the sense of someone whispering in his ear had been so real that he would have sworn on his life that another person had been standing right beside him. Loken took a breath and did a slow circuit of the room, his knife extended, on the defensive in case the mysterious whisperer revealed himself. Bundles of torn material lay by the benches, and he made his way towards the table, the altar, he realized, upon which lay the book he had noticed earlier. Its cover was leather, the surface cracked, old and blackened by fire. Loken bent down to examine the book, flipping open the cover with the tip of his knife. The words written there were composed of an angular script, the letters written vertically on the page. Erebus, he said, as he recognized the script as identical to that tattooed upon the skull of the word bearer. Could this be the Book of Lorgar that Kirill Sinderman had been raving about following the fire in the archive chamber? The Iterator had claimed that the book had unleashed some horror of the warp, and that had been what caused the fire, but Loken saw only words. How could words be dangerous? Even as he formed the thought, he blinked, the words blurring on the page in front of him. The symbols twisted from the unknown language of the word bearers to the harsh numerical language of Thonia before spiraling into the elegant script of Imperial Gothic and 1,000 other languages he had never seen before. He blinked to ward off a sudden, impossible sense of dizziness. "What are you doing here, Loken?" a familiar voice asked in his ear. Loken spun to face the voice, but once again he was alone. The temple was empty. "How dare you break the trust of the War Master?" the voice asked, this time with a sense of weight behind it, and this time he recognized the voice. He turned slowly and saw Torgadon standing before the altar. "Down!" yelled Tarvitz as gunfire streaked above him, stitching monochrome explosions along the barren rock of Istvan Extremis. "Squad Fulgarian with me." All squads to position and wait for the go. Tarvitz ran, knowing that Sergeant Fulgarian's squad would be on his heels as he made for the cover of the closest crater. A web of criss-crossing tracer fire streaked the air before the monitoring station. The Istvanians had set up on Istvan Extremis, a tall, organ-like structure of towers, domes, and antennae, anchored on the barren rock surface by massive docking claws. The station was dusted in a powdery residue of ice crystals and particulate matter. The Istvan system's sun was little more than a cold disk peeking above the horizon, lining everything in a harsh blue light. Automatic gun ports spat fire at the advancing Emperor's children. More than 200 Astartes converging in a classic assault pattern to storm the massive blast doors of the station's eastern entrance. Istvan Extremis had little atmosphere to speak of and was lethally cold. Only the sealed armor of the Space Marines made a ground assault possible. Tarvitz slid into the crater, turret fire ripping up chunks of grey rock around him. Sergeant Fulgarian and his warriors, shields held high to shelter them from the fire, hit the ground to either side of him, veterans only truly at home in the thick of the hardest fighting. Fulgarian and his squad had fought together for years, and Tarvitz knew that he had some of the Legion's best warriors with him. "They were ready for us, then?" asked Fulgarian. "They must have known that we would return to restore compliance," said Tarvitz. Who knows how long they have been waiting for us to come back? Tarvitz glanced over the lip of the crater, spotting purple armored forms fanning out in front of the gates to take up their allotted positions. That was how the Emperor's children fought, maneuvering into position to execute perfectly coordinated strikes, squads moving across a battle zone like pieces on a chessboard. Captain Garrow of the Death Guard reports that he is in position, said Eidolon's voice over the Voxnet. Show them what war really is. The Death Guard had been assigned the task of taking the western approach to the station, and Tarvitz smiled as he imagined his old friend Garrow marching his men grimly towards the guns, winning through relentless determination rather than any finesse of tactics each to their own, he thought, as he drew his broadsword. Such blunt tactics were not the way of the Emperor's children, for war was not simply about killing, it was art. Tarvitz and Fulgarian in position, he reported. All units ready. Execute, came the order. You heard Lord Eidolon, he shouted. Children of the Emperor, the warriors around him cheered as he and Fulgarian clambered over the crater lip and gunfire streaked overhead from the support squads. A perfect ballet began with every one of his units acting in complete concert, heavy weapons pounding the enemy guns as assault units moved in to attack and tactical units took up covering positions. Splintering explosions burst in the sub-zero air. Chunks of debris blasted from the surface of the entrance dome as turret guns detonated and threw chains of bursting ammunition into the air. A missile streaked past Tarvitz and burst against the blast doors, leaving a flaming, blackened crater in the metal. Another missile followed the first, and then another, and the doors crumpled inwards. Tarvitz saw the golden armor of Eidolon flashing in the planet's hard light. The Lord Commander hefting a mighty hammer with blue arcs of energy crackling around its head. The hammer slammed into the remains of the doors, blue-white light bursting like a lightning strike as they vanished in a thunderous explosion. Eidolon charged inside the facility, the honor his by virtue of his noble rank. Tarvitz followed Eidolon in, ducking through the wrecked blast doors. Inside, the station was in darkness, lit only by the muzzle flashes of bolter fire and sparking cables torn from their mountings by the furious combat Tarvitz's. Enhanced vision dispelled the darkness, warm air billowing from the station through the ruptured doors, and white vapor surged around him as he saw the enemy for the first time. They wore black armor with bulky power packs and thick cables that attached to heavy rifles. The plates of their armor were traced with silver scrollwork, perhaps just for decoration, perhaps a pattern of circuitry. Their faces were hooded, each with a single red lens over one eye. 100 of them packed the dome, sheltering behind slabs of broken machinery and furniture. The armored soldiers formed a solid defensive line, and no sooner had Eidolon and the Emperor's children emerged from the entrance tunnel than they opened fire. Rapid-firing bolts of ruby laser fire spat out from the Istvenian troops, filling the dome with horizontal red rain. Tarvitz took a trio of shots, one to his chest, one to his greaves, and another cracking against his helmet, filling his senses with a burst of static. Fulgarian was ahead of him, wading through the lass fire that battered his shield. Eidolon surged forwards in the center of the line, and his hammer bludgeoned Istvenians to death with each lethal swing. A body flew through the air, its torso a crushed ruin, and its limbs shattered by the shock of the hammer's impact. The weight of enemy fire faltered, and the Emperor's children charged forward. Overlapping fields of bolter fire shredding the Hispanians' cover as close combat specialists crashed through the gaps to kill with gory sweeps of chainswords. Tarvitz's bolt pistol snapped shots at the darting black figures, catching one in the throat and spinning him around. Squad Fulgarian took up position at the remains of the barricade, their bolters filling the dome with covering gunfire for Eidolon and his chosen warriors. Tarvitz killed the enemy with brutally efficient shots and sweeps of his broadsword, fighting like a warrior of Fulgrim should. His every strike was a faultless killing blow, and his every step was measured and perfect. Gunfire ricocheted from his gilded armor, and the light of battle reflected from his helmet, as if from a hero of ancient legend. "We have the entrance dome," shouted Eidolon as the last of the Istvenians were efficiently dispatched by the Astartes around him. "Death Guard units report heavy resistance inside. Blow the inner doors, and we'll finish this for them." Warriors with breaching charges rushed to destroy the inner doors, and even over the flames and shots, Tarvitz could hear muffled explosions from the other side. He lowered his sword and took a moment to survey his surroundings now that there was a lull in the fighting. A dead body lay at his feet, the plates of the man's black armor ruptured, and a ragged tear ripped in the hood, covering his face. Frozen blood lay scattered around him like precious stones, and Tarvitz knelt to pull aside the torn cowl. The man's skin was covered in an elaborate swirling black tattoo, echoing the silver designs on his armor. A frozen eye looked up at him, hollow and darkened, and Tarvitz wondered what manner of being had the power to force this man to renounce his oaths of loyalty to the Imperium. Tarvitz was spared thinking of an answer by the dull thump of the interior doors blowing open. He put the dead man from his mind and set off after Eidolon as he held his hammer high and charged into the central dome. He ran alongside his fellow warriors, knowing that whatever the Istvanians could throw at him, he was an Astartes, and no weapon they had could match the will of the Emperor's children Tarvitz, and his men moved through the dust and smoke of the door's explosion, the auto-senses of his armor momentarily useless. Then they were through and into the heart of the Istvan Extremis facility. He pulled up short as he suddenly realized that the intelligence they had been given on this facility was utterly wrong. This was not a comm station, it was a temple. Torgadon's face was ashen and leathery, puckered and scarred around a burning yellow eye, sharpened metallic teeth glinted in a lipless mouth, and twin gashes were torn in the center of his face. A star with 8 points was gouged in his temple, mirroring its golden twin etched upon his ornate black armor. "No," said Loken, backing away from this terrible apparition. "You have trespassed," Loken hissed, "Torgadon. You have betrayed." A dry, deathly wind carried Torgadon's words, gusting over him with the smell of burning bodies. As he breathed the noxious wind, a vision of broken steppes spread out before Loken, expanses of desolation and plains of rusted machinery like skeletons of extinct monsters. A hive city on the distant horizon split open like a flower, and from its broken burning petals rose a mighty tower of brass that punctured the pollution-heavy clouds. The sky above was burning, and the laughter of dark gods boomed from the heavens. Loken wanted to scream, this vision of devastation worse than anything he had seen before. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. He did not believe in ghosts and illusions. The thought gave him strength. He wrenched his mind away from the dying world, and suddenly he was soaring through the galaxy, tumbling between the stars. He saw them destroyed, bleeding glowing plumes of stellar matter into the void. A baleful mass of red stars glowered above him, staring like a great and terrible eye of flame. An endless tide of titanic monsters and vast space fleets vomited from that eye, drowning the universe in a tide of blood. A sea of burning flames spat and leapt from the blood, consuming all in its path, leaving black, barren wasteland in its wake. Was this a vision of some lunatic's hell, a dimension of destruction and chaos where sinners went when they died? Loken forced himself to remember the lurid descriptions from the Chronicles of Ursh, the outlandish scenes described by inventions of dark faith. "No," said the voice of Torgadon. "This is no madman's delusion. It is the future. You're not Torgadon," shouted Loken, shaking the whispering voice from his head. "You are seeing the galaxy die. Loken saw the sons of Horus in the tide of fiery madness that poured from the red eye, armored in black and surrounded by leaping, deformed creatures. Abaddon was there, and Horus himself, an immense obsidian giant who crushed worlds in his gauntlets. This could not be the future. This was a diseased, distorted vision of the future. A galaxy in which mankind was led by the Emperor could never become such a terrible maelstrom of chaos and death. You are wrong. The galaxy in flames receded, and Loken scrabbled for some solidity, something to reassure him that this terrifying vision could never come to pass. He was tumbling again, his vision blurring until he opened his eyes and found himself in Archive Chamber 3, a place he had felt safe, surrounded by books that rendered the universe down to pure logic and kept the madness locked up in crude pagan epics where it belonged. But something was wrong. The books were burning around him, this purest of knowledge being systematically destroyed to keep the masses ignorant of their truths. The shelves held nothing but flames and ash, the heat battering against Loken as he tried to save the dying books, his hands blistered and blackened as he fought to save the wisdom of ancient times. The flesh peeling back from his bones, the music of the spheres, the mechanisms of reality, invisible, and all around. Loken could see it where the flames burned through, the endless churning mass of the warp at the heart of everything, and the eyes of dark forces seething with malevolence. Grotesque creatures cavorted obscenely among heaps of corpses, horned heads and braying, goat-like faces twisted by the mindless artifice of the warp, bloated monsters, their bodies heaving with maggots and filth, devoured dead stars as a brass-clad giant bellowed an endless war cry from its throne of skulls, and soulless magicians sacrificed billions in a silver city built of lies. Loken fought to tear his sight from this madness. Remembering the words he had thrown in Horus Aximan's face at the Delphos gate, he screamed them aloud once more. I will not bow to any fane or acknowledge any spirit. I own only the empirical clarity of imperial truth. In an instant, the walls of the dark temple slammed back into place around him, the air thick with incense, and he gasped for breath. Loken's heart pumped wildly, and his head spun, sick with the effort of casting out what he had seen. This was not fear, this was anger. Those who came to this fane were selling out the entire human race to dark forces that lurked unseen in the depths of the warp. Were these the same forces that had infected Xavier Jubal? The same forces that had nearly killed Sinderman in the ship's archive? Loken felt sick as he realized that everything he knew about the warp was wrong. He had been told that there were no such things as gods. He had been told that there was nothing in the warp but insensate elemental power. He had been told that the galaxy was too sterile for melodrama. Everything he had been told was a lie. Feeding on the strength his anger gave him, Loken lurched towards the altar and slammed the ancient book closed, snapping the brass hasp over the lock. Even shut, he could feel the terrible purpose locked within its pages. The idea that a book could have some sort of power would have sounded ludicrous to Loken only a few months ago, but he could not doubt the evidence of his own senses, despite the incredible, terrifying, unimaginable things he had seen and heard. He gathered up the book and, clutching it under one arm, turned and made his way from the fane. He closed the door and eased past the banner of the Seventh, emerging once more into the secluded darkness of the Strategium. Sinderman had been right. Loken was hearing the music of the spheres, and it was a terrible sound that spoke of corruption, blood, and the death of the universe. Loken knew with utter certainty that it was up to him to silence it. The interior of the Istvan Extremis facility was dominated by a wide, stepped pyramid, its huge stone blocks fashioned from a material that clearly had no place on such a world. Each block came from some other building, many of them still bearing architectural carvings, sections of friezes, gargoyles, or even statues jutting crazily from the structure. Istvanian soldiers swarmed around the base of the pyramid, fighting in desperate close quarters battle with the steel-armored figures of the Death Guard. The battle had no shape, the art of war having given way to the grinding brutality of simple killing. Tarvitz's gaze was drawn from the slaughter to the very top of the pyramid, where a bright light spun and twisted around a half-glimpsed figure surrounded by keening harmonics. Attack, bellowed Eidolon. Charging forwards as the tip of the spear, assault units the killing edges around him. Tarvitz forgot about the strange figure and followed the Lord Commander, driving Eidolon forwards by covering him and holding off enemies who tried to surround him. More Emperor's children stormed into the dome and the battle at the base of the pyramid. Tarvitz saw Lucius beside Eidolon, the swordsman's blade shining like a harnessed star. It was typical that Lucius would be at the front, demonstrating that he would rise swiftly through the ranks and take his place alongside Eidolon as the Legion's best. Tarvitz slashed his weapon left and right, needing no skill to kill these foes, simply a strong sword arm and the will to win. He clambered onto the first level of the pyramid, fighting his way up its side through rank after rank of black-armored foes. He stole a glance towards the top of the pyramid, seeing the burnished Death Guard warriors climbing ahead of him to reach the figure at the summit. Leading the Death Guard was the familiar, brutal form of Nathaniel Garrow, his old friend forging upwards, with powerful strides and his familiar grim determination. Even amid the furious battle, Tarvitz was glad to be fighting alongside his sworn-honor brother once again. Garrow forced his way towards the top of the pyramid, aiming his charge towards the glowing figure that commanded the battlefield. Long hair whipped around it, and as sheets of lightning asked upwards, Tarvitz saw that it was a woman, her sweeping silk robes lashing like the tendrils of some undersea creature. Even above the chaos of battle, he could hear her voice, and it was singing. The force of the music lifted her from the pyramid, suspending her above the pinnacle on a song of pure force. Hundreds of harmonies wound impossibly over one another, screeching notes smashing together as they ripped from her unnatural throat. Stones flew from the pyramid's summit, spiraling towards the dome's ceiling as her song broke apart the warp and waft of reality. As Tarvitz watched, a single discordant note rose to the surface in a tremendous crescendo, and an explosion blew out a huge chunk of the pyramid, massive blocks of stone tumbling in the currents of light. The pyramid shuddered, and stones crashed down amongst the Emperor's children, crushing some and knocking many more from its side. Tarvitz fought to keep his balance as portions of the pyramid collapsed in a rumbling landslide of splintered stone and rubble. The armored body of a death guard slithered down the slope towards a sheer drop into the falling masonry, and Tarvitz saw that it was the bloodied form of Garrow. He scrambled across the disintegrating pyramid and leapt towards the drop, catching hold of the warrior's armor and dragging him towards firmer ground. Tarvitz pulled Garrow away from the fighting, seeing that his friend was badly wounded. One leg was severed at mid-thigh, and portions of his chest and upper arm were crushed. Frozen, coagulated blood swelled like blown glass around his injuries, and shards of stone jutted from his abdomen. "Tarvitz!" growled Garrow, his anger greater than his pain. "It's a war singer! Don't listen!" "Hold on, brother," said Tarvitz. "I'll be back for you. Just kill it," spat Garrow. Tarvitz looked up, seeing the war singer closer as she drifted towards the Emperor's children. Her face was serene, and her arms were open as if to welcome them. Her eyes closed as she drew the terrible song from her. Yet more blocks of stone were lifting from the pyramid around the Emperor's children. Tarvitz saw one warrior, Captain Audiobook, the bearer of the Legion banner, dragged from his feet and into the air by the war-singer's chorus. His armor jerked, as if torn at by invisible fingers, sparking sheets of ceramite peeling back as the war-singer's power took it apart. Audiobook came apart with it, his helmet ripping free and trailing glittering streamers of blood and bone as it took his head off. As Audiobook died, Tarvitz was struck by the savage beauty of the song, a song he felt she was singing just for him. Beauty and death were captured in its discordant notes. The wonderful peace that would come if he just gave himself up to it and let the music of oblivion take him. War would end, and violence wouldn't even be a memory. Don't listen to it. Tarvitz snarled, and his bolt pistol kicked in his hand as he fired at the war-singer. The sound of the shots drowned by the cacophony. Shells impacted against a sheath of shimmering force around the war-singer, blooms of white light exploding around her as they detonated prematurely. More and more of the Astartes, Emperor's children and Death Guard, both were being pulled up into the air and sonically dismembered, and Tarvitz knew they didn't have much time before their cause was lost. The surviving Istvanian soldiers were regrouping, storming up the pyramid after the Astartes. Tarvitz saw Lucius among them, swords slashing black-armored limbs from bodies as they fought to surround him. Lucius could look after himself, and Tarvitz forced himself onwards, struggling to keep his footing amid the chaos of the war-singer's wanton destruction. Gold gleamed ahead of him, and he saw Eidolon's armor shining like a beacon in the war-singer's light. The Lord Commander bellowed in defiance and pulled himself up the last few levels of the pyramid as Tarvitz climbed to join him. The war-singer drew a shining call of light around her, and Eidolon plunged into it, the glare becoming opaque like a shining white shell. Tarvitz's pistol was empty, so he dropped it, taking a two-handed grip on his sword and following his Lord Commander into the light. The deafening shrieks of the war-singer filled his head with deathly music, rising to a crescendo as he penetrated the veil of light. Eidolon was on his knees, his hammer lost, and the war-singer hovering over him. Her hands stretched out in front of her as she battered Eidolon with waves of force strong enough to distort the air. Eidolon's armor warped around him, his helmet ripped from his head in a wash of blood, but he was still alive and fighting. Tarvitz charged, screaming for the Emperor.
The warsinger saw him and smashed him to the floor with a dismissive flick of her wrist. His helmet cracked with the force of the impact, and for a moment his world was filled with the awful beauty of the warsinger's song. His vision returned in time for him to see Eidolon lunging forwards. His charge had brought Eidolon a momentary distraction, the harmonics of her song redirected for the briefest moment.
The briefest moment was all a warrior of the Emperor's children needed. Eidolon's eyes were ablaze, his hatred and revulsion at this foe clear as his mouth opened in a cry of rage. His mouth opened still wider, and he let loose his own screeching howl. Tarvitz rolled onto his back, dropping his sword and clutching his hands to his ears at the dreadful sound. Where the warsinger's song had layered its death in beguiling beauty, there was no such grace in the sonic assault launched by Eidolon. It was simply agonizing, deafening volume. The crippling noise smashed into the warsinger, and suddenly her grace was torn away. She opened her mouth to sing a fresh song of death, but Eidolon's scream turned her cries into a grim dirge, sounds of mourning and pain layered over one another into a heavy funereal drone as the warsinger dropped to her knees. Eidolon bent and picked up Tarvitz's fallen broadsword, his own terrible scream now silenced. The warsinger writhed in pain, arcing coils of light whipping from her as she lost control of her song. Eidolon waded through the light and noise. The broadsword licked out, and Eidolon cut the warsinger's head from her shoulders with a single sweep of silver. Finally, the warsinger was silent. Tarvitz clung to the crumbling summit of the pyramid and watched as Eidolon raised the sword in victory, still trying to understand what he had seen. The warsinger's monstrous harmonies still rang in his head, but he shook them off as he stared in disbelief at the Lord Commander. Eidolon turned to Tarvitz and dropped the broadsword beside him. "A good blade," he said. "My thanks for your intervention." "How?" was all Tarvitz could muster, his senses still overcome with the deafening shriek Eidolon had unleashed. "Strength of will, Tarvitz," said Eidolon. "That's what it was, strength of will. The bitch's damn magic was no match for a pair of warriors like us, eh?" "I suppose not," said Tarvitz, accepting a hand up from Eidolon. The dome was suddenly, eerily silent. The Isthvanians who still lived were slumped where they had fallen at the warsinger's death, weeping and rocking back and forth like children at the loss of a parent. "I don't understand," he began as warriors of the Death Guard started securing the dome. "You don't need to understand, Tarvitz," said Eidolon. "We won, that's what matters. But what you did, what I did, was kill our enemies," snapped Eidolon. "Understood." "Understood," nodded Tarvitz, although he no more understood Eidolon's newfound ability than he did the celestial mechanics of traveling through the warp. Eidolon said, "Kill any remaining enemy troops, then destroy this place before turning and making his way down the shattered pyramid to the cheers of his warriors." Tarvitz retrieved his fallen weapons and watched the aftermath of victory unfolding below him. The Astartes were regrouping, and he made his way back down to where he had left the wounded Garrow. The captain of the Death Guard was sitting propped up against the side of the pyramid, his chest heaving with the effort of breathing, and Tarvitz could see it had taken a supreme effort of will not to let the pain bombs of his armor render him unconscious. "Tarvitz, you're alive," said Garrow as he climbed down the last step. "Just about," he said. "More than can be said for you, this," sneered Garrow. "I've had worse than this, you mark my words, lad. I'll be up and teaching you a few new tricks in the training cages again before you know it." Despite the strangeness of the battle and the lives that had been lost, Tarvitz smiled. "It is good to see you again, Nathaniel," said Tarvitz, leaning down and taking Garrow's proffered hand. "It has been too long since we fought together." "It has that, my honor brother," nodded Garrow, "but I have a feeling we will have plenty of opportunities to fight as one before this campaign is over. Not if you keep letting yourself get injured like this. You need an apothecary. Nonsense, boy. There's plenty worse than me that need a sawbones first. You never did learn to accept that you'd been hurt, did you?" smiled Tarvitz. "No," agreed Garrow. "It's not the Death Guard way, is it?" "I wouldn't know," said Tarvitz, waving over an Emperor's children apothecary, despite Garrow's protests. "You're too barbarous a legion for me to ever understand. And you're a bunch of pretty boys, more concerned with looking good than getting the job done," said Garrow, rounding off the traditional insults that passed for greetings between them. Both warriors had been through too much in their long friendship and saved each other's lives too many times to allow formality and petty differences between their legions to matter. Garrow jerked his thumb in the direction of the summit. "You killed her." "No," said Tarvitz. "Lord Commander Eidolon did." "Eidolon, eh?" mused Garrow. "Never did have much time for him. Still, if he managed to bring her down, he's obviously learned a thing or two since I last met him." "I think you might be right," said Tarvitz. 6, the soul of the Legion. Everything will be different. Abomination. Loken found Abaddon in the observation dome that blistered from the hull of the upper decks of the Vengeful Spirit, the transparent glass looking out onto the barren wasteland of Istvan Extremis. The dome was quiet and dark, a perfect place for reflection and calm, and Abaddon looked out of place, his power and energy like that of a caged beast poised to attack. "Loken," said Abaddon as he walked into the chamber, "you summoned me here?"
I did?
"Why?" demanded Abaddon. "Loyalty," said Loken simply. Abaddon snorted. "You don't know the meaning of the word. You have never had it tested, like you did on Davin." "Ah," sighed Abaddon. "So that is what this is about. Don't think to lecture me, Loken. You couldn't have taken the steps we did to save the War Master. Maybe I'm the only one who took a stand. Against what? You would have allowed the War Master to die rather than accept that there might be something in this universe you don't understand. I am not here to debate what happened on Davin," said Loken, already feeling that he had lost control of the conversation. "Then why are you here? I have warriors to make ready, and I won't waste time with you on idle words. I called you here because I need answers." "About this?" said Loken, casting the book he had taken from the fane behind the Strategium onto the mosaic floor of the observation dome. Abaddon stooped to retrieve the book. In the hands of the first captain, it looked tiny, like one of Ignes Carcassi's pamphlets. "So you're a thief now," said Abaddon. "Do not dare speak to me of such things, Ezekiel. Not until you have given me answers. I know that Erebus conspired against us. He stole the anathemame from the Interrex and brought it to Davin. I know it, and you know it." "You know nothing, Loken," sneered Abaddon. "What happens in this crusade happens for the good of the Imperium. The War Master has a plan." "A plan?" said Loken. "And this plan requires the murder of innocent people? Hector Varvarus, Ignis Carcassi, Petronella Vivar, the Remembrances," laughed Abaddon. "You really care about those people?" "They are lesser people, Loken, beneath us. The Council of Terror wants to drown us in these petty bureaucrats, to stifle us and strangle our ambitions to conquer the galaxy." "Erebus," said Loken, trying to keep his anger in check. "Why was he on the Vengeful Spirit?" Abaddon crossed the width of the observation dome in a second. "None of your damn business. This is my legion," shouted Loken. "That makes it my damn business. Not any more." Loken felt his collar rise and clenched his hands into murderous fists. Abaddon saw the tension in him and said, thinking of settling this like a warrior.
"No, Ezekiel," said Loken through clenched teeth. "Despite all that has happened, you are still my Mournival brother, and I will not fight you." The Mournival nodded Abaddon, a noble idea while it lasted, but I regret ever bringing you in. In any case, if it came down to bloodshed, do you really think you could beat me? Loken ignored the taunt and said, "Is Erebus still here?"
"Erebus is a guest on the War Master's flagship," said Abaddon. "You would do well to remember that. If you had joined us when you had the chance, instead of turning your back on us, you would have all your answers. But that's the choice you made. Loken, live with it. The Lodge has brought something evil into our legion. Ezekiel, maybe the other legions too. Something from the warp. It's what killed Jubal, and it's what took Temba on Davin. Erebus is lying to all of us."
"And we're being used, is that right?"
"Erebus is manipulating us all towards a fate worse than death," spat Abaddon. "You know so little. If you understood the scale of the War Master's designs, then you would beg us to take you back." "Then tell me, Ezekiel, and maybe I'll beg. We were brothers once, and we can be again." "Do you really believe that, Loken? You've made it plain enough that you're against us." Torgadon said as much. "For my legion, for my War Master, there is always a way back," replied Loken. "As long as you feel the same." "But you'll never surrender, eh?" "Never. Not when the soul of my legion is at stake." Abaddon shook his head. We tie ourselves in such knots because men like you are too proud to make compromises. Compromise will be the death of us, Ezekiel. Forget this until after Istvan, Loken ordered Abaddon. After Istvan, this will end. I will not forget it, Ezekiel. I will have my answers, snarled Loken, turning and walking away from his brother. If you fight us, you'll lose, promised Abaddon. Maybe, replied Loken, but others will stand against you. Then they will die too. Thank you all for coming, said Sinderman, overwhelmed, and a little afraid at the number of people gathered before him. I appreciate that you have all taken a great risk to be here, but this is too much. Crammed into a dark maintenance space, filthy with grease and hemmed in by low hissing pipework, the faithful had come from all over the ship to hear the saint's words, mistakenly believing that she was awake amongst the crowd. Sinderman saw the uniforms of Titan crewmen, fleet maintenance workers, medical staff, security personnel, and even a few Imperial Army troopers. Men with guns guarded the entrances to the maintenance space, and their presence served as a stark reminder of the danger they were in just by being here. Such a large gathering was dangerous, too easily noticed, and Sinderman knew that he had to disperse them quickly before they were discovered, and do it in such a way as not to incite a riot. You have escaped notice thus far thanks to the size of your gatherings, but so many cannot avoid notice for long, continued Sinderman. You will no doubt have heard many strange and wonderful things recently, and I hope you will forgive me for putting you in harm's way. The news of Keeler's rescue had spread quickly through the ship. It had been whispered among the grime-covered ratings. It had been communicated through the Remembrancer Order with the rapidity of an epidemic, and it had reached the ears of even the lowliest member of the expedition. Embellishments and wild rumor followed in the wake of the news, and tales abounded of the saint and her miraculous powers, incredible stories of bullets turned aside, and of visions of the Emperor speaking directly to her in order to show his people the way. "What of the saint?" asked a voice from the crowd. "We want to see her." Sinderman held up a hand and said, "The saint is fortunate to be alive. She is well, but she still sleeps. Some of you have heard that she is awake, and that she has spoken, but regrettably this is not the case." A disappointed buzz spread throughout the crowd, angry at Sinderman's denial of what many of them desperately wanted to believe. Sinderman was reminded of the speeches he had given on newly compliant worlds, where he had used his iterator's wiles to extol the virtues of the imperial truth. Now he had to use those same skills to give these people hope. "The saint still sleeps. It's true, but for one brief shining moment she arose from her slumbers to save my life. I saw her eyes open, and I know that when we need her, she will come back to us. Until then we must walk warily, for there are those in the fleet who would destroy us for our beliefs. The very fact that we must meet in secret and rely on armed guards to keep us safe is a reminder that Malachurst himself regularly sends troops to break up the meetings of the Lectitio Divinitatus. People have been killed, and their blood is on the hands of the Astartes. Ignis Karkazi, Emperor rest his soul, knew the dangers of an unchecked Astartes before any of us realized their hands were around our throats. Once I could not believe in such things as saints. I had trained myself to accept only logic and science, and to cast aside religion as superstition. Magic and miracles were impossible, simply the invention of ignorant people struggling to understand their world. It took the sacrifice of the saint to show me how arrogant I was. I saw how the Emperor protects, but she has shown me that there is so much more than that. For if the Emperor protects his faithful, who protects the Emperor?" Sinderman let the question hang. "We must," said Titus Cassar, pushing his way towards the front of the crowd and turning to address them. Sinderman had placed Cassar in the crowd with specific instructions on when to speak, a basic ploy of the iterators to reinforce their message. "We must protect the Emperor, for there is no one else," said Cassar. The Moderati looked back at Sinderman. "But we must stay alive in order to do so. Is that not right, Iterator?" "Yes," said Sinderman. "The faith that this congregation has displayed has caused such fear in the higher echelons of the fleet that they are trying to destroy us. The Emperor has an enemy here, of that I'm sure. We must survive, and we must stand against that enemy when it finally reveals itself." Worried and angry murmurings spread through the crowd as the deadly nature of the threat sank in. "Faithful friends," said Sinderman, "the dangers we face are great, but the saint is with us, and she needs shelter. Shelter we can best achieve alone, but watch for the signs and be safe.
spread the word of her safety. Kassar moved through the congregation, instructing them to return to their posts. Reassured by Sindaman's words, they gradually began to disperse as he watched them go. Sindaman wondered how many of them would live through the coming days. The gallery of swords ran the length of the Andronius like the ship's gilded spine. Its roof was transparent, and the space beneath was lit by the fire of distant stars. Hundreds of statues lined the gallery, heroes of the Emperor's children with gemstone eyes and stern expressions of judgment. The worth of a hero was said to be measured by how long he could meet their gaze while walking the length of the gallery of swords beneath their unforgiving eyes. Tarvitz held his head high as he entered the gallery, though he knew he was no hero, simply a warrior who did his best. Chapter masters and commanders from long ago glared at him, their names and noble countenances known and revered by every warrior of the Emperor's children. Entire wings of the Andronius were given over to the fallen battle brothers of the Legion, but it was here that every warrior hoped to be remembered. Tarvitz had no expectation of his visage ending up here, but he would strive to end his days in a manner that might be considered worthy of such an honor. Even if such a lofty goal was impossible, it was something to aspire to. Eidolon stood before the graven image of Lord Commander Teliosa, the hero of the Madravane campaign, and even before Tarvitz drew near, he turned to face him. "Captain Tarvitz," said Eidolon, "I have rarely seen you here. It is not my natural habitat, Commander," replied Tarvitz. "I leave the heroes of our legion to their rest." "Then what brings you here now?" "I would speak with you if you would permit me." "Surely your time is better spent attending to your warriors, Tarvitz. That is where your talents lie. You honor me by saying so, Commander, but there is something I need to ask you about. The death of the Warsinger." "Ah." Eidolon looked up at the statue towering over them, the hollow eyes regarding them with a cold, unflinching gaze. She was quite an adversary, absolutely corrupt, but that corruption gave her strength. "I need to know how you killed her, Captain." "You speak as if to an equal. I saw what you did, Commander." Tarvitz pressed. "That scream. It was some power I've never heard of before." Eidolon held up a hand. "I can understand why you have questions, and I can answer them, but perhaps it would be better for me to show you. Follow me." Tarvitz followed the Lord Commander as they walked further down the gallery of swords, turning into a side passage with sheets of parchment pinned along the length of its walls. Accounts of glorious actions from the Legion's past were meticulously recorded on them, and novices of the Legion were required to memorize the many different battles before their elevation to full Astartes. The Emperor's children did more than just remember their triumphs. They proclaimed them, because the perfection of the Legion's way of war deserved celebrating. "Do you know why I fought the Warsinger?" asked Eidolon.
"Why, yes, Captain. Why?"
"Because that is how the Emperor's children fight. Explain. Our heroes lead from the front. The rest of the Legion is inspired to follow their example. They can do this because the Legion fights with such artistry that they are not rendered vulnerable by fighting at the fore." Eidolon smiled. "Very good, Captain. I should have you instruct the novices, and you yourself would you lead from the front?" Sudden hope flared in Tarvitz's breast. "Of course, given the chance, I would." "I had not thought you considered me worthy of such a role." "You are not, Tarvitz. You are a file officer and nothing more," said Eidolon, crashing his faint hope that he had been about to be offered a way of proving his mettle as a leader and a hero. "I say this not as an insult," Eidolon continued, apparently oblivious to the insult. It clearly was. "Men like you fulfill an important role in our Legion, but I am one of Fulgrim's chosen. The Primarch chose me, and elevated me to the position I now hold. He looked upon me and saw in me the qualities needed to lead the Emperor's children. He looked upon you and did not. Because of this, I understand the responsibilities that come with being Fulgrim's chosen in a way that you cannot, Captain Tarvitz." Eidolon led him to a grand staircase that curved downwards into a large hall, tiled with white marble. Tarvitz recognized it as one of the entrances to the ship's apothecarion, where the injured from Istvan Extremis had been brought only a few hours before. "I think you underestimate me, Lord Commander," said Tarvitz, "but understand that for the sake of my men I must know." "For the sake of our men we all make sacrifices," snapped Eidolon. "For the chosen those sacrifices are great. Foremost among these is that fact that everything is secondary to victory. Commander, I don't understand." "You will," said Eidolon, leading him through a gilded archway and into the central apothecarion. The book,
asked Torgadon. "The book," repeated Loken. "It's the key Erebus is on the ship, I know it." The ashen darkness of Archive Chamber 3 was one of the few places left on the Vengeful Spirit where Loken felt at home, remembering many a lively debate with Kirill Sinderman in simpler times. Loken had not seen the Iterator for weeks, and he fervently hoped that the old man was safe, that he had not fallen foul of Malachurst or his faceless soldiers. Abaddon and the others must be keeping him safe, said Torgadon. Loken sighed. How did it come to this? I would have given my life for Abaddon, Aximand too, and I know they would have done the same for me. We can't give up on this, Garviel. There will be a way out of this. We can bring the Mourneville back together, or at least make sure the War Master sees what Erebus is doing. Whatever that is. Yes, whatever that is. Guest of the Lodge or not. He's not welcome on my ship. He's the key. If we find him, we can expose what's going on to the War Master and end this. You really believe that? I don't know, but that won't stop me trying. Torgadon looked around him, stirring the ashes of the charred books on the shelves with a finger, and said, Why did you have to meet me here? It smells like a funeral pyre. Because no one ever comes here, said Loken. I can't imagine why, seeing as how pleasant it is. Don't be flippant, Tarek. Not now. The Great Crusade was once about bringing illumination to the far corners of the galaxy, but now it is afraid of knowledge. The more we learn, the more we question, and the more we question, the more we see through the lies perpetrated upon us to those who want to control us. Books are dangerous. Iterator Loken, laughed Torgadon. You've enlightened me. I had a good teacher, said Loken, again thinking of Kirill Sinderman and the fact that everything he had been taught to believe was being shaken to its core. And there's more at stake here than a split between Astartes. It's philosophy, ideology, religion, even everything, Kirill taught me, that this kind of blind obedience is what led to the Age of Strife. We've crossed the galaxy to bring peace and illumination, but the cause of our downfall could be right here amongst us. Torgadon leaned over and put a hand on his friend's shoulder. Listen, we're about to go into battle on Istvan III, and the word from the Death Guard is that the enemy is led by some kind of psychic monsters that can kill with a scream. They're not the enemy because they read the wrong books or anything like that. They're the enemy because the War Master tells us they are. Forget about all this for a while. Go and fight. That'll put some perspective on things. Do you even know if we'll be headed down there? The War Masters picked the squads for the spear tip. We're in it, and it looks as if we'll be in charge too. Really? After all that's happened, I know, but I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. At least I'll have the 10th with me. Torgadon shook his head. Not quite. The War Master hasn't chosen the spear tip by company. It's squad by squad. Why? Because he thinks that confused look on your face is funny. Please, be serious, Tarek. Torgadon shrugged. The War Master knows what he's doing. It won't be an easy battle. We'll be dropping right on top of the city. What about Locaster? You'll have them. I don't think you could have held Vipus back anyway. You know what he's like. He'd have stowed away on a drop pod if he'd been left out. He's like you. He needs to clear his head with a good dose of fighting. After Istvan, things will get back to normal. Good. I'll feel a lot better with Locaster backing us up. Well, it's true that you need the help, smiled Torgadon. Loken chuckled, not because Torgadon was actually funny, but because even after everything he was still the same, a person that he could trust and a friend he could rely on. You're right, Tarek, said Loken. After Istvan, everything will be different. The central apothecarium gleamed with glass and steel, dozens of medical cells branching off from the circular hub of the main laboratory. Tarvitz felt a chill travel the length of his spine as he saw Captain Odovoka's ruined body suspended in a stasis tank, waiting for its gene seed to be harvested. Eidolon marched through the hub and down a tiled corridor that led into a gilded vestibule dominated by a huge mosaic depicting Fulgrim's victory at Tarsus, where the Primarch had vanquished the deceitful Eldar despite his many grievous wounds. Eidolon reached up and pressed one of the enameled chips that formed Fulgrim's belt, standing back as the mosaic arced upwards, revealing a glowing passageway and winding spiral staircase beyond. Eidolon strode down the passageway, indicating that Tarvitz should follow him. The lack of ornamentation was a contrast to the rest of the Andronius, and Tarvitz saw a cold blue glow emanating from whatever lay below as he made his way down the stairs. As they reached the end of their descent, Eidolon turned to him and said, "This, Captain Tarvitz, is your answer." The blue light shone from a dozen ceiling-high translucent cylinders that stood against the sides of the room. Each was filled with liquid, with indistinct shapes suspended in them, some roughly humanoid, some more like collections of organs or body parts. The rest of the room was taken up by gleaming laboratory benches covered in equipment, some with purposes he couldn't even begin to guess at. He moved from tank to tank, repulsed as he saw that some were full of monstrously bloated flesh that was barely contained by the glass. "What is this?" asked Tarvitz in horror at such grotesque sights. "I fear my explanations would be insufficient," said Eidolon, walking towards an archway leading into the next room. Tarvitz followed him, peering more closely at the cylinders as he passed. One contained an Astartes-sized body, but not a corpse, more like something that had never been born, its features sunken and half-formed. Another cylinder contained only a head, but one which had large, multifaceted eyes like an insect. As he looked closer, Tarvitz realized with sick horror that the eyes had not been grafted on, for he saw no scars, and the skull had reshaped itself to accommodate them. They had been grown there. He moved on to the last cylinder, seeing a mass of brains linked by fleshy cables held in liquid suspension, each one with extra lobes bulging like tumors. Tarvitz felt a profound chill coming from the next room, its walls lined with refrigerated metal cabinets. He briefly wondered what was in them, but decided he didn't want to know as his imagination conjured all manner of deformities and mutations. A single operating slab filled the center of the room, easily large enough for an Astartes warrior to be restrained upon, with a chirurgeon device mounted on the ceiling above. Neatly cut sections of muscle fiber were spread across the slab. Apothecary Fabius bent over them, the hissing probes and needles of his narthesium embedded in a dark mass of glistening meat. "Apothecary," said Eidolon, "the captain wishes to know of our enterprise." Fabius looked up in surprise, his long, intelligent face framed by a mane of fine blonde hair. Only his eyes were out of place, small and dark, set into his skull like black pearls. He wore a floor-length Medicae gown, blood streaking its pristine whiteness with runnels of crimson. "Really," said Fabius, "I had not been made aware that Captain Tarvitz was among our esteemed company." "He is not," said Eidolon. "Not yet, anyway." "Then why is he here? My own alterations have come to light." "Ah, I see," nodded Fabius. "What is going on here?" asked Tarvitz sharply. "What is this place?" Fabius cocked an eyebrow. "So you have seen the results of the commander's augmentations, have you?" "Is he a psyker?" demanded Tarvitz. "No, no, no," laughed Fabius. "He is not. The Lord Commander's abilities are the result of a tracheal implant combined with alteration in the gene seed rhythms. He is something of a success. His powers are metabolic and chemical, not psychic." "You have altered the gene seed," breathed Tarvitz in shock. "The gene seed is the blood of our Primarch when he discovers what you are doing here." "Don't be naive, Captain," said Fabius. "Who do you think ordered us to proceed?" "No," said Tarvitz. "He wouldn't." "That is why I had to show you this, Captain," said Eidolon. "You remember the cleansing of Leiron?" "Of course," answered Tarvitz. "Our Primarch saw what the Lair had achieved by chemical and genetic manipulation of their biological structure in their drive for physical perfection. The Lord Fulgrim has great plans for our legion, Tarvitz. The Emperor's children cannot be content to sit on their laurels while our fellow Astartes win the same dull victories. We must continue to strive towards perfection. But we are fast reaching the point where even an Astartes cannot match the standards Lord Fulgrim and the War Master demand. To meet those standards, we must change. We must evolve." Tarvitz backed away from the operating slab. The Emperor created Lord Fulgrim to be the perfect warrior, and the Legion's warriors were molded in his image. That image is what we strive towards. Holding a Xenos race up as an example of perfection is an abomination. "An abomination," said Eidolon. "Tarvitz, you are brave and disciplined, and your warriors respect you. But you do not have the imagination to see where this work can lead us. You must realize that the Legion's supremacy is of greater importance than any mortal squeamishness." Such a bold statement, its arrogance and conceit, beyond anything he had heard Eidolon say before, stunned Tarvitz to silence. But for your unlikely presence at the death of the Warsinger, you would never have been granted this chance, Tarvitz, said Eidolon. Understand it for the opportunity it represents. Tarvitz looked up at the Lord Commander sharply. What do you mean? Now you know what we are attempting. Perhaps you are ready to become a part of this Legion's future instead of simply one of its line officers. It is not without risk, Fabius pointed out, but I could work such wonders upon your flesh. I can make you more than you are. I can bring you closer to perfection. Think of the alternative, said Eidolon. You will fight and die knowing that you could have been so much more. Tarvitz looked at the two warriors before him, both Fulgrim's chosen and both exemplars of the Legion's relentless drive towards perfection. He saw then that he was very, very far from perfection as they understood it, but for once welcomed such a failing, if failing it was. No, he said, backing away. This is wrong. Can you not feel it? Very well, said Eidolon. You have made your choice, and it does not surprise me. So be it. You must leave now, but you are ordered not to speak of what you have seen here. Return to your men, Tarvitz. Istvan III will be a tough fight. Yes, Commander, said Tarvitz, relieved beyond measure to be leaving this chamber of horrors. Tarvitz saluted and all but fled the laboratory, feeling as though the specimens suspended in the tanks were watching him as he went. As he emerged into the brightness of the apothecarian, he could not shake the feeling that he had just been tested. Whether he had passed or failed was another matter entirely. Seven, the god machine of favor, subterfuge, the cold sensation snaking through Kassar's mind was like an old friend, the touch of something reassuring. The metallic caress of the Dies Irae as its cortical interfaces meshed with his consciousness would have been terrifying to most people. But it was one of the few constants Moderati Titus Kassar had left in the galaxy. That and the Lectitio Divinitatis, the Titan's bridge was dim, lit by ghostly redouts and telltales that lined the ornate bridge in hard greens and blues. The Mechanicum had been busy, sending cloaked adepts into the Titan, and the bridge was packed with equipment he didn't yet know the purpose of. The deck crew manning the plasma reactor at the war machine's heart had been readying the Titan for battle since the vengeful spirit arrived in the Istvan system, and every indication was that the Dies Irae's major systems were all functioning better than ever. Kassar was glad of any advantage the war machine could get, but somewhere deep down he resented the thought of anyone else touching the Titan. The interface filaments coiled deeper into his scalp, sending an unexpected chill through him. The Titan's systems lit up behind Kassar's eyes, as though they were a part of his own body. The plasma reactor was ticking over quietly, its pent-up energy ready to erupt into full battle order at his command. Motivation systems are a little loose, he said to himself, tightening the pressure on the massive hydraulic rams in the Titan's torso and legs. Weapons hot, ammunition loaded, he said, knowing that it would take no more than a thought to unleash them. He had come to regard the power and magnificence of the Dies Irae as the Emperor personified. Kassar had resisted the thought at first, mocking Jonah Arukan's insistence that the Titan had a soul, but it had become more and more obvious why he had been chosen by the saint. The Lectitio Divinitatis was under threat, and the faithful had to be defended. He almost laughed aloud as the thought formed, but what he had seen on the Medicae deck had only deepened the strength of his conviction that he had chosen the right path. The Titan was a symbol of that strength, an avatar of divine wrath, a god machine that brought the Emperor's judgment to the sinners of Istvan. "The Emperor protects," whispered Kassar, his voice drifting down through the layers of readouts in his mind. "And he destroys. Does he now?" Kassar snapped out of his thoughts, and the Titan's systems retreated beneath his consciousness. He looked up in sudden panic, but let out a relieved breath as he saw Moderati Arukan standing over him. Arukan snapped a switch and the bridge lights flickered to life. "Be careful who hears you, Titus. Now more than ever. I was running through pre-battle checks," said Kassar. "Of course you were, Titus. If Princeps Turnit hears you saying things like that, you'll be for it. My thoughts are my own, Jonah. Not even the Princeps can deny me that." "You really believe that? Come on, Titus. You know full well this cult stuff isn't welcome. We were lucky on the Medicae deck, but this is bigger than you and me, and it's getting too dangerous." "We can't back away from it now," said Kassar, "not after what we saw." "I'm not even sure what I saw," said Arukan defensively. "You're joking, surely. No, insisted Arukan, I'm not. Look, I'm telling you this because you're a good man, and the Dies Irae will suffer if you're not here. She needs a good crew, and you're part of it. Don't change the subject, said Kassar. We both know that what we saw on the Medicaid deck was a miracle. You have to accept that before the Emperor can enter your heart. Listen, I've been hearing some scuttlebutt on the deck. Titus, said Arukan, leaning closer. Turnet's been asking questions about us. He's asking about how deep this runs, as though we're part of some hidden conspiracy. It's as if he doesn't trust us anymore. Let him come. You don't understand. When we're in battle, we're a good team, and if we get, I don't know, thrown in a cell or worse, that team gets broken up and there isn't a better crew for the Dies Irae than us. Don't let this saint business break that up. The crusade will suffer for it. My faith won't allow me to make compromises, Jonah. Well, that's all it is, snapped Arukan. Your faith. No, said Titus, shaking his head. It's your faith too, Jonah. You just don't know it yet. Arukan didn't answer and slumped into his own command chair, nodding at the readouts in front of Kassar. How's she looking? Good. The reactor is ticking over smoothly, and the targeting is reacting faster than I've seen it in a while. The Mechanicum adepts have been tinkering, so there are a few more bells and whistles to play with. You say that as if it's a bad thing, Titus. The Mechanicum know what they're doing. Anyway, the latest news is that we've got 12 hours to go before the drop. We're going in with the Death Guard on support duties. Princeps Turnet will brief us in a few hours, but it's basically pounding the ground and scaring the shit out of the enemy. Sound good? It sounds like battle. It's all the same thing for the Dies Irae when the bullets are flying, said Arukan. This reminds me of why I was so proud, said Loken, looking at the spear tip assembling on the Vengeful Spirit's embarkation deck. Joining the Mournival, and just to be a part of this. I'm still proud, said Torgodon. This is my legion that hasn't changed. Loken and Torgodon, fully armored and ready for the drop, stood at the head of a host of Astartes. More than a third of the legion was there, thousands of warriors arrayed for war. Loken saw veterans alongside newly inducted novices, assault warriors with chainswords and bulky jump packs, and devastators hefting heavy bolters and lascannons. Sergeant Lacoste was speaking with his communications squad, making sure they understood the importance of keeping a link with the Vengeful Spirit once they were down in the Coral City. Apothecary Vadon was checking and rechecking his medical gear. The Narthesium gauntlet with its cluster of probes and the reductor that would harvest gene seeds from the fallen Iactan crews, who had been a captain for so long that he was as old as an Astartes could be, and still count himself a warrior, was lecturing some of the more recent inductees on the past glories of the Legion that they had to live up to. I'd be happier with the 10th, said Loken, returning his attention to his friend. And I with the 2nd, replied Torgodon. But we can't always have what we want. Garvey, called a familiar voice. Loken turned and saw Nero Vipus approaching them, leaving the veterans of Locasta to continue their preparations for the drop. Nero, said Loken, good to have you with us. Vipus clapped Loken's shoulder guard with the augmetic hand that had replaced the organic one he'd lost on 6319. I wouldn't have missed this, he said. I know what you mean, replied Loken. It had been a long time since they had lined up on the Vengeful Spirit, as brothers, ready to fight the Emperor's good fight. Nero, Vipus, and Loken were the oldest of friends back from the barely remembered blur of training, and it was reassuring to have another familiar face alongside him. Have you heard the reports from Istvan Extremis? Asked Vipus, his eyes alight. Some of them. They say the enemy has got some kind of psychic leadership caste and that their soldiers are fanatics. My caller's up just thinking about it. Don't worry, said Torgadon. I'm sure you'll kill them all. It's like Davin again, said Vipus, baring his teeth in a grimace of anticipation. It's not like Davin, said Loken. It's nothing at all like Davin. What do you mean? It's not a bloody swamp, for a start, interjected Torgadon. It would be an honor if you'd go into battle with Locasta, Garvey, said Vipus expectantly. I have a space in the drop pod. The honor is mine, replied Loken, taking his friend's hand as a sudden thought occurred to him. Count me in. He nodded to his friends and made his way through the bustling Astartes towards the solitary figure of Iactan Cruz. The half-herd watched the preparations for war with undisguised envy, and Loken felt a stab of sympathy for the venerable warrior.
Cruz was an example of just how little even the Legion's apothecaries knew of an Astartes' physiology. His face was as battered and gnarled as ancient oak, but his body was as wolf tough, honed by years of fighting and not yet made weary by age. An Astartes was functionally immortal, meaning that only in death did duty end, and the thought sent a chill down Loken's spine. Loken acknowledged Cruz as he saw him approach. "You're not coming down to see the sights of the Siren Hold with us?" asked Loken. "Alas, no," said Cruz. "I am to stay and await orders. I haven't even got a place in the order of battle for the pacification force." "If the War Master has no plans for you, Iacton, then I have something you could do for me," said Loken, "if you would do me the honor." Cruz's eyes narrowed. "What sort of a favor?" "Nothing too arduous, I promise you, then ask. There are some remembrances aboard. You may have heard of them. Masadi Oliton, Euphrati Keeler, and Kirill Sinderman." "Yes, I know of them," confirmed Cruz. "What of them?" "They are friends of mine, and I would consider it an honor if you were to seek them out and ask after them, check on them, and make sure that they are well. Why do these mortals matter to you, Captain? They keep me honest." "Iacton," smiled Loken, "and they remind me of everything we ought to be as Astartes." "That I can understand, Loken," replied Cruz. "The Legion is changing, boy. I know you've heard. We bore you with this before, but I feel in my bones that there's something big just over the horizon that we can't see. If these people help keep us honest, then that's good enough for me. Consider it done, Captain Loken." "Thank you, Iacton," said Loken. "It means a lot to me." "Don't mention it, boy," grinned Cruz. "Now get out of here and kill for the living." "I will," promised Loken, taking Cruz's wrist in the warrior's grip. "Spartip units to posts," said the booming voice of the deck officer. "Good hunting in the Siren Hold," said Cruz. "Lupercal, Lupercal," echoed Loken. As he jogged towards Locasta's drop pod, it almost felt as if the events of Davin were forgotten and Loken was just a warrior again, fighting a crusade that had to be won and an enemy that deserved to die. It took war to make him feel like one of the sons of Horus again. "To victory," shouted Lucius. The Emperor's children were so certain of the perfection of their way of war that it was traditional to salute the victory before it was won. Tarvitz was not surprised that Lucius led the salute. Many senior officers attended the pre-battle celebration, and Lucius was keen to be noticed. The Astartes seated at the lavish banquet around him joined his salute, their cheers echoing from the alabaster walls of the banqueting hall. Captured banners, honored weapons once carried by the chosen of Fulgrim and murals of heroes dispatching alien foes hung from the walls, glorious reminders of past victories. The Primarch himself was not present, thus it fell to Eidolon to take his place at the feast, exhorting his fellow Astartes to celebrate the coming victory. Lucius was equally vocal, leading his fellow warriors in toasts from golden chalices of fine wine. Tarvitz set down his goblet and rose from the table. "Leaving already, Tarvitz?" sneered Eidolon. "Yes," chimed in Lucius. "We've only just begun to celebrate. I'm sure you will do enough celebrating for both of us, Lucius," said Tarvitz. "I have matters to attend to before we make the drop." "Nonsense," said Lucius. "You need to stay with us and regale us with memories of murder and how I helped you defeat the scourge of the Megarashnids." The warriors cheered and called for Tarvitz to tell the story once more, but he held up his hands to quiet their demands. "Why don't you tell it, Lucius?" asked Tarvitz. "I don't think I build your part up enough for your liking anyway." "That's true," smiled Lucius. "Very well, I'll tell the tale." "Lord Commander," said Tarvitz, bowing to Eidolon and then turning to make his way through the golden door of the banquet hall. Appealing to Lucius's vanity was the surest way of deflecting his attention. Tarvitz would miss the camaraderie of the celebration, but he had other matters pressing on his thoughts. He closed the door to the banqueting hall as Lucius began the tale of their ill-fated expedition to murder, though its horrifying beginnings had somehow become a great triumph. Largely thanks to Lucius, if past retellings were anything to go by. The magnificent processional at the heart of the Andronius was quiet, the droning hum of the vessel reassuring in its constancy. The ship, like many in the Emperor's Children fleet, resembled some ancient palace of terror, reflecting the Legion's desire to infuse everything with regal majesty. Tarvitz made his way through the ship,
passing wondrous spaces that would make the shipwrights of Jupiter weep with awe until he reached the Hall of Rites, the circular chamber where the Emperor's children underwent the oaths and ceremonies that tied them to their legion, compared to the rest of the ship. The hall was dark, but it was no less magnificent. Marble columns supporting a distant domed ceiling, and ritual altars of marble glittering in pools of shadow at its edges. Fulgrim's chosen had pledged themselves to the Primarch's personal charge here, and he had accepted his appointment as captain before the altar of service. The Hall of Rites replaced opulence with gravity, and seemed designed to intimidate with the promise of knowledge hidden from all but the Legion's most exalted officers. Tarvitz paused on the threshold, seeing the unmistakable shape of ancient Rylanor, his dreadnought body standing before the altar of devotion.
"Enter," said Rylanor in his artificial voice. Tarvitz cautiously approached the ancient, his blocky outline resolving into a tank-like square sarcophagus supported on powerful piston legs. The dreadnought's wide shoulders mounted an assault cannon on one arm and a huge hydraulic fist on the other. Rylanor's body rotated slowly on its central axis to face Tarvitz, turning from the book of ceremonies that lay open on the altar. "Captain Tarvitz, why are you not with your warriors?"
asked Rylanor. The vision slit that housed his ocular circuits regarded Tarvitz without emotion. "They can celebrate well enough without me," said Tarvitz. "Besides, I have sat through one too many renditions of Lucius's tales to think I'll miss much." "It is not to my taste either," said Rylanor, a grating bark of electronic noise sounding from the dreadnought's Vox unit. At first, Tarvitz thought the ancient had developed a fault, until he realized that the sound was Rylanor's laughter. Rylanor was the Legion's Ancient of Rites, and when not on the battlefield, he oversaw the ceremonies that marked the gradual ascent of an Astartes from novice to chosen of Fulgrim. Decades before, Rylanor had been wounded beyond the skill of the Legion's apothecaries while fighting the duplicitous Eldar, and had been interred in a dreadnought war machine that he might continue to serve. Along with Lucius and Tarvitz, Rylanor was one of the senior officers being sent down to take the Coral City's palace complex. "I wish to speak with you, revered ancient," said Tarvitz, "about the drop." "The drop is in a few hours," replied Rylanor. "There is little time. Yes, I have left it too late, and for that I apologize, but it concerns Captain Audiobook. Captain Audiobook is dead, killed on Istvan Extremis, and the Legion lost a great warrior that day," nodded Tarvitz. "Not only that, but he was to function as Eidolon's senior staff officer aboard the Andronius, relaying the commander's orders to the surface. With his death, there is no one to fulfill that role. Eidolon is aware of Audiobook's loss. He will have an alternative in place." "I request the honor of fulfilling that role," said Tarvitz solemnly. "I knew Audiobook well and would consider it a fitting tribute to finish the work he began on this campaign." The dreadnought leaned close to Tarvitz, the cold metallic machine unreadable. As the crippled warrior within decided Tarvitz's fate, "You would renounce the honor of your place in the spear tip to take over his duties?" Tarvitz looked into Rylanor's vision slit, struggling to keep his expression neutral. Rylanor had seen everything the Legion had gone through since the beginning of the Great Crusade, and was said to be able to perceive a lie the instant it was told. His request to remain aboard the Andronius was highly unusual, and Rylanor would surely be suspicious of his motives for not wanting to go into the fight. But when Tarvitz had learned that Eidolon was not leading the spear tip personally, he knew there had to be a reason. The Lord Commander never passed up the opportunity to flaunt his martial prowess, and for him to appoint another in his stead was unheard of. Not only that, but the deployment orders Eidolon had issued made no sense. Instead of the normal, rigorously regimented order of battle that was typical of an Emperor's children assault, the units chosen to make the first attack appeared to have been picked at random. The only thing they had in common was that none were from chapters led by Eidolon's favored Lord Commanders. For Eidolon to sanction a drop without any of the warriors belonging to those Lord Commanders was unheard of and grossly insulting. Something felt very wrong about this drop, and Tarvitz couldn't shake the feeling that there was some grim purpose behind the selection of these units. He had to know what it was. Rylanor straightened and said, "I shall see to it that you are replaced." "This is a great sacrifice you make, Captain Tarvitz. You do the memory of Audiobook much honor with it." Tarvitz fought to hide his relief, knowing that he had taken an unthinkable risk in lying to Rylanor. He nodded and said, "My thanks, Ancient. I shall join the troops of the Speartip," said the dreadnought. "Their feasting will soon be complete, and I must ensure that they are ready for battle." "Bring perfection to the Coral City," said Tarvitz. "Guide us well," replied Rylanor, his voice loaded with unspoken meaning. Tarvitz was suddenly certain that the dreadnought wanted Tarvitz to remain on the ship. "Do the Emperor's work, Captain Tarvitz," ordered Rylanor. Tarvitz saluted and said, "I will," as Rylanor set off across the Hall of Rites towards the banquet, his every step heavy and pounding. Tarvitz watched him go, wondering if he would ever see the Ancient again. Dormitories, tucked into the thick walls running the length of the gantry, were dark and hot, and from the doorway Mersadi could see down into the engine compartment where the crew were indistinguishable, sweating figures who worked in the infernal heat and ruddy glow of the plasma reactors. They hurried across gangways that stretched between the Titanic reactors and clambered along massive conduits that hung like spider webs in the hellish gloom. She dabbed sweat from her brow at the heat and close confines of the engine space, unused to the searing air that stole away her breath and left her faint Mercedes, said Sinderman, coming to meet her along the gantry. The Iterator had lost weight, his dirty robes hanging from his already spare frame, but his face was alight with the relief and joy of seeing her. The two embraced in a heartfelt hug, both grateful beyond words to see each other. She felt tears pricking her eyes at the sight of the old man, unaware until this moment of how much she had missed him. "Kirill, it's so good to see you again," she sobbed. "You just vanished. I thought they'd got to you. I didn't know what had happened to you." "Hush, Mersadi," said Sinderman. "It's all right. I'm so sorry I couldn't send word to you at the time. You must understand that I had no choice. I would have done everything I could to keep you out of this, but I don't know what to do anymore. We can't keep her down here forever." Mersadi looked through the doorway of the dormitory room they stood outside, wishing she had the courage to believe as Kirill did. "Don't be ridiculous, Kirill. I'm glad you made contact. I thought Malokirst or Maggard had killed you." "Maggard very nearly did," said Sinderman, "but the saint saved us."
"She saved you?" asked Mersadi.
"How?"
"I don't know exactly, but it was just like in the archive chamber. The power of the Emperor was in her. I saw it, Mersadi, just as sure as you're standing here before me. I wish you could have seen it."
"I wish that too," she said, surprised to find that she meant it. She entered the dormitory and stared down at the still form of Euphrati Keeler on the thin cot bed, looking for all the world as if she was simply sleeping. The small room was cramped and dirty, with a thin blanket spread on the deck beside the bed. Winking starlight streamed in through a small porthole vision block. Something greatly prized this deep in the ship, and without asking, she knew that someone had happily volunteered to give up their prized room for the use of the saint and her companion. Even down here in the dark and the stink, faith flourished. "I wish I could believe," said Mersadi, watching the rhythmic rise and fall of Euphrati's chest. Sinderman said, "You don't?" "I don't know," she said, shaking her head. "Tell me why I should. What does believing mean to you, Kirill?" He smiled and took her hand. "It gives me something to hold on to. There are people on this ship who want to kill her, and somehow, don't ask me how, I just know that I need to keep her safe." "Ah, you're not afraid?" she asked. "Afraid?" he said. "I've never been more terrified in my life, my dear, but I have to hope that the Emperor is watching over me. That gives me strength and the will to face that fear. You are a remarkable man, Kirill." "I'm not remarkable, Mersadi," said Sinderman, shaking his head. "I was lucky. I saw what the saint did, so faith is easy for me. It's hardest for you have seen nothing. You have to simply accept that the Emperor is working through Euphrati, but you don't believe, do you?" Mersadi turned from Sinderman and pulled her hand from his, looking through the porthole at the void of space beyond. "No, I can't. Not yet." A white streak shot across the porthole like a shooting star. Another followed it, and then another. "What's that?" she asked. Sinderman leaned over to get a better look through the porthole. Even through his exhaustion, she could see the strength in him that she had previously taken for granted, and she blink-clicked the image, capturing the defiance and bravery she saw in his features. "Drop pods," he said. pointing at a static gleaming object stark against the blackness, and closer to Istvan III, tiny sparks began raining from its underside towards the planet below. "I think that's the Andronius, Fulgrim's flagship," said Sinderman. "Looks like the attack we've been hearing about has begun. Imagine how it would be if we could watch it unfolding." Euphrati groaned, and the attack on Istvan III was forgotten as they slid across to sit beside her. Mersadi saw Sinderman's love for her clearly as he mopped her brow, her skin so clean that it practically shone. For the briefest moment, Mersadi saw how people could believe Euphrati was miraculous, her body so pale and fragile, yet untouched by the world around her. Mersadi had known Keeler as a gutsy woman, never afraid to speak her mind or bend the rules to get the magnificent picts for which she was rightly famed. But now she was something else entirely. "Is she coming round?" asked Mersadi. "No," said Sinderman sadly. "She makes noises, but she never opens her eyes. It's such a waste sometimes. I swear she's on the brink of waking, but then she sinks back down into whatever hell she's going through in her head." Mersadi sighed and looked back out into space. The pinpoints of light streaked in their hundreds towards Istvan III. As the spear tip was driven home, she whispered, "Loken." The Coral City was magnificent. Its design was a masterpiece of architecture, light and space so wondrous that Peter Egan Momus had begged the War Master not to assault so brutally. Older by millennia than the Imperium that had come to claim it in the name of the Emperor. Its precincts and thoroughfares were soon to become blood-slick battlefields, while the juggernaut of compliance had made the galaxy a sterile, secular place. The Coral City remained a city of the gods. The Precentor's Palace, a dizzying creation of gleaming marble blades and arches that shone in the sun, opened like a vast stone orchid to the sky, and the polished granite of the city's wealthiest districts clustered around it like worshippers. Momus had described the palace as a hymn to power and glory, a symbol of the divine right by which Istvan III would be ruled. Further out from the palace and beyond the architectural perfection of the Coral City, vast multi-layered residential districts sprawled, connected by countless walkways and bridges of glass and steel. The avenues between them were wide canyons of tree-lined boulevards in which the citizens of the Coral City lived. The city's industrial heartland rose like climbing skeletons of steel against the eastern mountains, belching smoke as they churned out weapons to arm the planet's armies. War was coming, and every Istvanian had to be ready to fight. But no sight in the Coral City compared to the Siren Hold. Not even the magnificence of the palace outshone the Siren Hold, its towering walls defining the Coral City with their immensity. The brutal battlements diminished everything around them, and the sacred fortress of the Siren Hold humbled even the snow-capped peaks of the mountains. Within its walls, enormous tomb spires reached for the skies, their walls encrusted with monumental sculptures that told the legends of Istvan's mythical past. The legends told that Istvan himself had sung the world into being with music that could still be heard by the blessed warsingers, and that he had borne countless children with whom he populated the first ages of the world. They became night and day, ocean and mountain, 1,000 legends whose breath could be felt in every moment of every day in the Coral City. Darker carvings told of the lost children, the sons and daughters who had forsaken their father and been banished to the blasted wasteland of the fifth planet, where they became monsters that burned with jealousy and raised black fortresses from which to brood upon their expulsion from paradise. War, treachery, revelation and death all marched around the Siren Hold in endless cycles of myth, the weight of their meaning pinning the Coral City to the soil of Istvan III and infusing its every inhabitant with their sacred purpose. The gods of Istvan III were said to sleep in the Siren Hold, whispering their murderous plots in the nightmares of children and ancients. For a time, the myths and legends had remained as distant as they had always been. But now they walked among the people of the Coral City, and every breath of wind shrieked that the lost children had returned. Without knowing why, the populace of Istvan III had armed and unquestioningly followed the orders of Vardas Prowl to defend their city. An army of well-equipped soldiers awaited the invasion they had long been promised, was coming in the western marches of the city, where the war singers had sung a formidable web of trenches into being. Artillery pieces parked in the gleaming canyons of the city pointed their barrels westwards, set to pound any invaders into the ground before they reached the trenches. The warriors of the Coral City would then slaughter any that survived in carefully prepared crossfire. The defenses had been meticulously planned, protecting the city from attack from the west, the only direction in which an invasion could be launched. Or so the soldiers manning the defenses had been told. The first omen was a fire in the sky that came with the dawn. A scattering of falling stars streaked through the blood-red dawn, burning through the sky like fiery tears. The sentries in the trenches saw them falling in bright spears of fire. The first burning object smashing into the trenches amid a plume of mud and flame at the speed of thought. The word raced around the Coral City that the lost children had returned, that the prophecies of myth were coming true. They were proven right when the drop pods burst open and the Astartes of the Death Guard Legion emerged, and the killing began. Part 2, the Coral City 8, Soldiers from Hell, Butchery, Betrayal, 30 seconds, yelled Vippus, his voice barely audible over the screaming jets as the drop pod sliced through Istvan III's atmosphere. The Astartes of Locasta were bathed in red light, and for a moment Loken imagined what they would look like to the people of the Coral City when the assault began. Warriors from another world, soldiers from hell. "What's our landing point looking like?" shouted Loken. Vipers glanced at the readout on a pict screen mounted above his head. "Drifting. We'll hit the target, but off-center. I hate these things. Give me a Stormbird any day." Loken didn't bother replying, barely able to hear Nero as the atmosphere thickened beneath the drop pod and the jets on its underside kicked in. The drop pod shuddered and began heating up as the enormous forces pushing against it turned to fire and noise. He sat through the last few minutes, while everything around him was noise, unable to see the enemy he was about to fight and relinquishing control over his fate until the drop pod hit. Nero had been right when he said he had preferred an assault delivered by Stormbird. The precise, surgical nature of an airborne assault far preferable to a warrior than this hurtling descent from above. But the War Master had decided that the spear tip would be deployed by drop pod, reasoning rightly. Loken admitted that thousands of Astartes smashing into the defenders' midst without warning would be more psychologically devastating. Loken ran through the moment the drop pod would hit in his mind, preparing himself for when the hatch charges would blow open. He gripped his bolter tightly and checked for the 10th time that his chainsword was in its scabbard at his side. Loken was ready.
10 seconds, Locasta, shouted Vipus. Barely a second later, the drop pod impacted with such force that Loken's head snapped back, and suddenly the noise was gone and everything went black. Lucius killed his first foe without even breaking stride. The dead man's armor was like glass, shimmering and iridescent, and his halberd's blade was fashioned from the same reflective substance.
A mask of stained glass covered his face, the mouth represented by leading and filled with teeth of gem-like triangles. Lucius slid his sword clear, blood smoking from its edge, as the soldier slumped to the floor. A curved arch of marble shone red in the dawn's early light above him, and a swirl of dust and debris drifted around the drop pod he had just leapt from. The precentor's palace stood before him, vast and astonishing, a stone flower with the spire at its center, like a spectacular twist of overlapping granite petals. More drop pods hammered into the ground behind him. The plaza around the palace's north entrances, the main objective of the Emperor's children. A nearby drop pod blew open, and ancient Rylanor stepped from its red-lit interior, his assault cannon already cycling and tracking for targets. "Nazicae!" yelled Lucius. "To me!" Lucius saw a flash of colored glass from inside the palace, movement beyond the sweeping stone panels of the entrance hall. More palace guards reacted to the sudden, shocking assault, but contrary to what Lucius had been expecting, they weren't screaming or begging for mercy. They weren't even fleeing or standing stock, still numb with shock. With a terrible war cry, the palace guards charged, and Lucius laughed, glad to be facing a foe with some backbone. He leveled his sword and ran towards them, squad Nazicae following behind him, weapons at the ready. 100 palace guardians ran at them, resplendent in their glass armor. They formed a line before the Astartes, leveled their halberds and opened fire. Searing needles of silver filled the air around Lucius, gouging the armor of his shoulder guard and leg. Lucius lifted his sword arm to shield his head, and the needles spat from the glowing blade of his sword. Where they hit the stone around the entrance, it bubbled and hissed like acid. One of Nazikai fell beside Lucius, one arm molten and his abdomen bubbling. "Perfection and death!" cried Lucius, running through the white-hot silver needles. The Emperor's children and the palace guard clashed with a sound like a million windows, breaking the terrible screaming of the halberd guns, giving way to the clash of blade against armor and point-blank bolter fire. Lucius's first sword blow hacked through a halberd shaft and tore through the throat of the man before him. Sightless glass eyes glared back at him, blood pumping from the guard's ruined throat, and Lucius tore the helm from his foe's head to better savor the sensation of his death. A plasma pistol spat a tongue of liquid fire that wreathed an enemy soldier from head to foot, but the man kept fighting, sweeping his halberd down to cut deep into one of Lucius's men before another Astartes ripped off his head with a chainsword. Lucius pivoted on one foot from a halberd strike and hammered the hilt of his sword into his opponent's face, feeling a tight anger that the faceplate held. The guard staggered away from him, and Lucius reversed his grip and thrust the blade through the gap between the glass plates at the guard's waist, feeling the blade's energy field burning through abdomen and spine. These guards were slowing the Emperor's children down, buying precious moments with their lives for something deeper in the palace. As much as Lucius was reveling in the sensations of the slaughter, the smell of the blood, the searing stink of flesh as the heat of his blade scorched it, and the pounding of blood in veins, he knew he could not afford to give the defenders such moments. Lucius ran onwards, slicing his blade through limbs and throats as he ran. He fought as though following the steps of an elaborate dance, a dance where he played the part of the victor, and the enemy were there only to die. The palace guard were dying around him, and his armor was drenched with their blood. He laughed in sheer joy. Warriors still fought behind him, but Lucius had to press on before the palace guard was able to stall their advance with more men in front of them. Squad Quemandil, Retherin, kill these and then follow me. Fire soared from every direction as the Emperor's children forced their way towards the junction Lucius had reached. The swordsman darted his head past the corner, seeing a vast indoor seascape. A plume of water cascaded through a hole in the center of a colossal granite dome, and a shaft of pink light fell alongside the water, sending brilliant rainbows of color between the arches formed by the petals of the dome's surface. Islands rose from the indoor sea that took up most of the dome, each topped by picturesque follies of white and gold. Thousands of palace guards massed in the dome, splashing towards them through the waist-deep sea and taking up positions among the follies. Most wore the glassy armor of the men still dying behind Lucius, but many others were clad in far more elaborate suits of bright silver. Others still were wrapped in long streamers of silk that rippled behind them like smoke as they moved. Rylanor emerged into the dome behind Lucius, his assault cannon smoking, and the chisel-like grips of his power fist thick with blood. "They're massing," spat Lucius. "Where are the damned world eaters? We shall have to win the palace by ourselves," replied Rylanor, his voice grating from deep within his sarcophagus. Lucius nodded, pleased that they would be able to shame the world eaters. "Ancient, cover us. Emperor's children, break and cover fire. Nazikai, keep up this time." Ancient Rylanor stepped out from the junction, and a spectacular wave of fire sheared through the air around him. A storm of heavy caliber shell casings and oil-soaked fumes streaming from the cannon mounted on his shoulder. His explosive fire shredded the stone of the foremost island's follies, broken and bloodied bodies tumbling from the shattered wreckage. "Go!" shouted Lucius. But the Emperor's children were already charging, their training so thorough that every warrior already knew his place in the complex pattern of overlapping fire and movement that sent the strike force sweeping into the dome. Savage joy lit up Lucius's face as he charged, the thrill of battle and the sensations of killing stimulating his body with wondrous excess in a swirling cacophony of noise. The perfection of death had come to the Coral City. On the southern side of the palace, a strange organically formed building clung to the side of the palace like a parasite, its bulging liquid shape more akin to something that had been grown than something built. Its pale marble was threaded with dark veins, and the masses of its battlements hung like ripened fruit from the expanse of marble monument slabs marking the passing of the city's finest and most powerful citizens. It was clear that this was a sacred place. Known as the Temple of the Song, it was a memorial to the music that Father Istvan had sung to bring all things into existence. It was also the objective of the world eaters,
The word that the invasion had begun was already out by the time the first World Eaters' drop pods crashed into the plaza, shattering gravestones and throwing slabs of marble into the air. Strange music keened through the morning air, calling the people of the Coral City from their homes and demanding that they take up arms. The soldiers from the nearby city barracks grabbed their guns as the war singers appeared on the battlements of the temple to sing the song of death for the invaders. Called by the war singers' laments, the people of the city gathered in the streets and streamed towards the battle. The World Eaters' strike force was led by Captain Erlen, and as he emerged from his drop pod, he was expecting the trained soldiers that Angron had briefed them on, not thousands of screaming citizens swarming onto the plaza. They came in a tide, armed with anything and everything they had in their homes, but it was not the weapons they carried, but their sheer numbers and the terrible song that spoke of killing and murder that made them deadly. World Eaters to me, yelled Erlen, hefting his bolter and aiming it into the mass of charging people. The white-armored warriors of the World Eaters formed a firing line around him, turning their bolters outwards. "Fire!" shouted Erlen, and the first ranks of the Coral City's inhabitants were cut down by the deadly volley. But the oncoming mass rose up like a spring tide as they clambered over the bodies of the dead. As the gap between the two forces closed, the World Eaters put up their bolters and drew their chainswords. Erlen saw the unreasoning hatred in the eyes of his enemies and knew that this battle was soon to turn into a massacre. If there was one thing at which the World Eaters excelled, it was massacre. "Damn it," spat Vippus, "we must have hit something on the way in." Loken forced his eyes open. A slice of light where the drop pod had broken open provided the only illumination, but it was enough for him to check that he was still in one piece. He was battered, but could feel no evidence of anything more than that. "Locasta, sound off," ordered Vippus. The warriors of Locasta shouted their names, and Loken was relieved to hear that none appeared to have been injured in the impact. He undid the buckle of his grav harness and rolled to his feet. The drop pod canted at an unnatural angle. He pulled his bolter from the rack and pushed his way through the narrow opening broken in the side of the drop pod. As he emerged into the bright sunshine, he saw that they had struck a projecting pier of stone on one of the towers, the rubble of its destruction scattered around the ruined drop pod. He circled the wreckage, seeing that they were at least 200 meters above the ground, wedged amongst the massive battlements of the siren hold. To his left, he saw spectacular tomb spires encrusted with statues, while to his right was the Coral City itself, its magnificent structures bathed in the rosy glow of the sunrise. From this vantage point, Loken could see the whole city. The extraordinary stone flower of the palace and the western defenses like scars across the landscape. Loken could hear gunfire from the direction of the palace and realized that the Emperor's children and World Eaters were already fighting the enemy. Gunfire echoed from below. Sons of Horus units fighting in the tangle of shrines and statuary that filled the canyons between the tomb spires. "We need a way down," said Loken, as Locasta pulled themselves from the wreckage of the drop pod. Vipers jogged over with his gun at the ready. "Bloody ground surveyors must have missed the projections," he grumbled. "That's what it looks like," agreed Loken, as he saw another drop pod ricochet from the side of a tomb spire and careen downwards in a shower of broken statues. "Our warriors are dying," he said bitterly. "Someone's going to pay for this. We look spread out," said Vipus, glancing down into the siren hold between the tomb spires. Smaller shrines and temples butted against one another in a complex jigsaw. Plumes of black smoke and explosions were already rising from the fighting. "We need a place to regroup," said Loken. He flicked to Torgodon's Vox channel. "Tarik? Loken here, where are you?" A burst of static was his only reply. He looked across the siren hold and saw one tomb spire close to the wall, its many levels supported by columns wrought into the shapes of monsters, and its top sheared off by the impact of a drop pod. "Damn, if you can hear me, Tarik, make for the spire by the western wall, the one with the smashed top. Regroup there. I'm heading down to you."
"Anything?" asked Vipus. "No, the Vox is a mess. Something's interrupting it. The spires." "It would take more than that," said Loken. "Come on, let's find a way off this damn wall." Vipus nodded and turned to his men. "Locasta, start looking for a way down." Loken leaned over the battlements as Locasta fanned out to obey their leader's command. Beneath him, he could see the diminutive figures of Astartes fighting black-armored warriors in streaming firefight.
He turned away, desperate to find a way down. "Here!" shouted.
Brother Casto, Locasta's flamer-bearer, a stairway. Good work, said Loken. Making his way over to see what Casto had found, sure enough, hidden behind a tall, eroded statue of an ancient warrior was a dark stairway cut into the sand-colored stone. The passageway looked rough and unfinished, the stone pitted and crumbling with age. Move, said Vippus. Casto, lead the way. Yes, Captain, replied Casto, plunging into the gloom of the passageway. Loken and Vipers followed him, the entrance barely wide enough for their armored bodies. The stairs descended for roughly 10 meters before opening into a wide, low-ceilinged gallery. The wall must be riddled, said Vipers. Catacombs, said Loken, pointing to niches cut into the walls that held the mouldering remains of skeletons. Some still swaddled in tattered cloth. Casto led them along the gallery. The bodies becoming more numerous, the deeper they went. The skeletal remains piled 2 or 3 deep. Vipus snapped around suddenly, bolter up, and finger on the trigger. Vipus! I thought I heard something. We're clear behind, said Loken. Keep moving and focus. This could movement, said Casto, sending a blast of orange-yellow fire from his flamer into the darkness ahead of him. Casto! Barked Vipus. Report! What do you see? Casto paused. I don't know. Whatever it was, it's gone now. The niches ahead guttered with flames, hungrily devouring the bare bones. Loken could see that there was no enemy up ahead, only Istvanian dead. There's nothing there now, said Vipus. Stay focused, Locasta, and no jumping at shadows. You are sons of Horus. The squad picked up the pace, shaking thoughts of hidden enemies from their minds as they moved rapidly past the burning grave niches. The gallery opened into a large chamber, Loken guessing that it must have filled the width of the wall. The only light was from the dancing flame at the end of Casto's flamer, the yellow light picking out the massive stone blocks of a tomb. Loken saw a sarcophagus of black granite, surrounded by statues of kneeling people with their heads bowed and hands chained before them. Panels set into the walls were covered in carvings where human forms acted out ceremonial scenes of war. Casto, move up, said Vipus. Find us a way down. Loken approached the sarcophagus, running his hand down its vast length. Its lid was carved to represent a human figure, but he knew that it could not be a literal portrait of the body inside. Its face had no features save for a pair of triangular eyes fashioned from chips of colored glass. Loken could hear the song from the siren hold outside, even through the layers of stone, a single mournful tone that rose and fell, winding its way from the tomb spires. Warsinger, said Loken bitterly. They're fighting back. We need to get down there. The silver-armored palace guards started flying. Surrounded by burning arcs of white energy, they leapt over the advancing Emperor's children, gleaming leaf-shaped blades slicing downwards from wrist-mounted weapons. Lucius rolled to avoid a hail of blades, the silver guard swooping low to behead 2 of Squad Quimondil, the charged blades cutting through their armor with horrific ease. He slid into the water, finding that it only reached his waist. Above him, the halberd guns of the palace guard were spraying silver fire at the Emperor's children, but the Astartes were moving and firing with their customary discipline. Even the bizarre sight of the palace's defenders did not dissuade them from their patterns of movement and covering fire. A body fell into the water next to him, its head blasted away by bolt of fire and blood pouring into the water in a scarlet bloom. Lucius saw that the silver guards were too quick and turned too nimbly for conventional engagement. He would just have to engage them unconventionally. One of the silver guards dived towards him, and Lucius could see the intricate filigree on the man's armor, the tiny gold threads like veins on the breastplate and greaves in the scrollwork that covered his face. The guard dived like a seabird, firing a bright blade from his wrist. Lucius turned the missile aside with his sword and leapt to meet his opponent. The guard twisted in the air, trying to avoid Lucius, but he was too close. Lucius swung his sword and sliced the guard's arm from his body, his crackling sword searing through the armor. Blood sprayed from the smoldering wound, and the guard fell, twisting back towards the water. Lucius fell with the dead man splashing back into the lake as the Emperor's children finally reached their enemy. Volleys of bolter fire scoured the islands, and his warriors advanced relentlessly on the survivors. The palace guards were backing away, forming a tighter and tighter circle. Glass-armored guards lay dead in heaps, and the artificial lake was muddy pink and choked with bodies. Rylanor's assault cannon sent fire tearing through the silk-clad guards, whose preternatural speed couldn't save them as the cannon shells turned the interior of the dome into a killing ground.
Another silver guard fell, bolt of fire ripping through his armor. Squad Nassicae joined Lucius, and he grinned wolfishly at them, elated at the prospect of fighting more of the silver guards. "They're running," said Lucius. "Keep them on the back foot. Keep pressing on. Squad Catharon's reporting from the plaza," said Brother Setherin. "The World Eaters are fighting around the temple on the north side. Still, sounds like they're holding off half the city. Ha! They can have them."
"It's what the World Eaters are good at," laughed Lucius, relishing the certain knowledge of his superiority. Nothing in the galaxy could match that feeling, but already it was fading, and he knew he would have to procure yet more opponents to satisfy his hunger for battle. "We press on to the throne room," he said. "Ancient Rylanor, secure our rear, the rest of you. We're going for Praal. Follow me. If you can't keep up, go and join the Death Guard." His warriors cheered as they followed Lucius into the heart of the palace. Every one of them wanted to kill Praal and hold his head aloft on the palace battlements so the whole of the Coral City could see. Only Lucius was certain that Praal's head would be his. The Andronius was quiet and tense, its palatial rooms dark and its long echoing corridors empty of all but menials. The ship's engines pulsed dimly in the stern, only the rumble of directional thrusters shuddering through the ship. Every station was manned, every blast door was sealed, and Tarvitz knew a battle alert when he saw it. What confused him was the fact that the Istvanians had no fleet to fight. The hull groaned, and Tarvitz felt a deep rumbling through the metal deck, sensing the motion of the ship before the artificial gravity compensated. Ever since the first wave of the spear tip had launched, the vessel had been moving, and Tarvitz knew that his suspicions of something amiss were well-founded. According to the mission briefings he had read earlier, Fulgrim's flagship had been assigned the role of launching the second wave once the palace and the Siren Hold had been taken. There was no need to move. The only reason to move a vessel after a launch was to move into low orbit in preparation for a bombardment. Though he told himself he was being paranoid, Tarvitz knew that he had to see for himself what was going on. He made his way swiftly through the Andronius towards the gun decks, keeping clear of such grand chambers as the Tarsilian amphitheater and the columned grandeur of the Monument Hall. He kept to the areas of the ship where his presence would go unchallenged, and where those who might recognize him were unlikely to see him. He had told Rylanor that he wanted to renounce his position of honor in the spear tip to replace Captain Odovoka as Eidolon's senior staff officer, relaying the commander's orders to the surface, but it would only be a matter of time before his subterfuge was discovered. Tarvitz descended into the lower reaches of the ship, far from where the Emperor's children dwelt in the most magnificent parts of the Andronius. The rest of the ship, inhabited by servitors and menials, was more functional, and Tarvitz knew he would pass without challenge here. The darkness closed around Tarvitz, and the yawning chasms of the engine structures opened out many hundreds of meters below the gantry on which he stood. Above the engine spaces were the reeking gun decks, where mighty cannons, weapons that could level cities, were housed in massive armored revetments.
"Stand by for ordnance," chimed an automated metallic voice. Tarvitz felt the ship shift again, and this time he could hear the creak of the hull as the planet's upper atmosphere raised the temperature of the outer hull. Tarvitz descended an iron staircase at the end of the dark gantry, and the vast expanse of the gun deck sprawled before him, a titanic vault that ran the length of the vessel.
Huge hissing cranes fed the guns, lifting tank-sized shells from the magazine decks through blast-proof doors. Gunners and loaders sweated with their riggers, each gun serviced by 100 men who hauled on thick chains and levers in preparation for their firing. Servitors distributed water to the gun crews, and Mechanicum adepts maintained vigil on the weapons to ensure they were properly calibrated. Tarvitz felt his resolve harden and his anger grow at the sight of the guns being made ready. Who were they planning to fire on? With thousands of Astartes on the planet's surface, bombarding the Coral City was absurd. Yet here the guns were loaded and ready to unleash hell. He doubted that the men crewing these weapons knew which planet they were in orbit over, or even who they would be shooting at. Entire communities flourished below the decks of a starship, and it was perfectly possible that these men had no idea who they were about to destroy. He reached the end of the staircase and set foot on the deck, its high ceiling soaring above him like a mighty cathedral to destructive power. Tarvitz heard footsteps approaching and turned to see a robed adept in the livery of the Mechanicum. "Captain," inquired the adept, "is there something amiss?" "No," said Tarvitz. "I am just here to ensure that everything is proceeding normally. I can assure you, Lord, that preparations for the bombardment are proceeding exactly as planned. The warheads will be launched prior to the deployment of the second wave." "Warheads?" asked Tarvitz. "Yes, Captain," said the adept. "All bombardment cannons are loaded with air-bursting warheads loaded with virus bombs as specified in our order of battle." "Virus bombs," said Tarvitz, fighting to hold back his revulsion at what the adept was telling him. "Is everything all right, Captain?" asked the adept, noticing the change in his expression. "I'm fine," Tarvitz lied, feeling as if his legs would give way any second. "You can return to your duties." The adept nodded and set off towards one of the guns. Virus bombs, weapons so terrible and forbidden that only the War Master himself, and the Emperor before him, could ever sanction their use. Each warhead would unleash the Life-Eater virus, a rampant organism that destroyed life in all its forms and wiped out every shred of organic matter on the surface of a planet within hours. The magnitude of this new knowledge and its implications staggered Tarvitz, and he felt his breath coming in short, painful gasps as he attempted to reconcile what he knew with what he had just learned. His legion was preparing to kill the planet below, and he knew with sudden clarity that it could not be alone in this. To saturate a planet with enough virus warheads to destroy all life would take many ships, and with a sick jolt of horror, he knew that such an order could only have come from the War Master. For reasons Tarvitz could not even begin to guess at, the War Master had chosen to betray fully a third of his warriors, exterminating them in one fell swoop. "I have to warn them," he hissed, turning and running for the embarkation deck. 9. The power of a god regrouping honor brothers. The stratagem was dark, lit only by braziers that burned with a flickering green flame. Where once the banners of the Legion's battle companies had hung from its walls, they were now replaced with those of the Warrior Lodge. The company banners had been taken down shortly after the spear tip had been deployed, and the message was clear. The Lodge now had primacy within the Sons of Horus. The platform from which the War Master had addressed the officers of his fleet now held a lectern upon which rested the Book of Lorga. The War Master sat on the Strategium throne, watching reports coming in from Istvan III on the battery of pict screens before him. The emerald light picked out the edges of his armor and reflected from the amber gemstone forming the eye upon his breastplate. Reams of combat statistics streamed past, and picked relays showed the unfolding battles in the Coral City. The World Eaters were in the center of an epic struggle. Thousands of people were swarming into the plaza before the Precentor's palace, and the streets flowed with rivers of blood as the Astartes slaughtered wave after wave of Istvanians that charged into their guns and chain-blades. The palace itself was intact, only a few palls of smoke indicating the battle raging through it as the Emperor's children fought their way through its guards. Vardas Pral would be dead soon, though Horus cared nothing for the fate of Istvan III's rogue governor. His rebellion had simply given Horus the chance to rid himself of those he knew would never follow him on his great march to terror. Horus looked up as Erebus approached. "First Chaplain," said Horus sternly, "matters are delicate. Do not disturb me needlessly." "There is news from Prospero," said Erebus. Unperturbed, the Shadow Whisperers clung to him, darting around his feet, and the crozius he wore at his waist. "Magnus?" asked Horus, suddenly interested. "He lives yet," said Erebus, "but not for the lack of effort on the part of the wolves of Fenris." "Magnus lives," snarled Horus. "Then he may yet be a danger." "No," assured Erebus. "The spires of Prospero have fallen, and the warp echoes with the powerful sorcery Magnus used to save his warriors and escape." "Always sorcery," said Horus. "Where did he escape to?" "I do not know yet," said Erebus, "but wherever he goes, the Emperor's dogs will hunt him down." "And he will either join us or die alone in the wilderness," said Horus, thoughtfully. "To think that so much depends on the personalities of so few. Magnus was nearly my deadliest enemy, perhaps as dangerous as the Emperor himself. Now, He has no choice but to follow us until the very end. If Fulgrim brings Ferrus Manus into the fold, then we have as good as won. Horus waved dismissively at the view screens depicting the battle in the Coral City. The Istvanians believe the gods have come to destroy them, and in a way they are right. Life and death are mine to dispense. What is that, if not the power of a god? Captain Loken. Sergeant Vippers, it is good to see you both, said Sergeant Lacoste, hunkered down in the shattered shell of a shrine to one of Istvan III's ancestors. We've been trying to raise all the squads. They're all over the place. The spear tips shattered. Then we'll reforge it here, replied Loken. Sporadic fire rattled through the valley. So he took cover beside Lacoste. The sergeant's command squad was arrayed around the shrine ruin, bolters trained and occasionally snapping off shots at the shapes that darted through the shadows. Vipus and the survivors of Locaster huddled in the ruins with them. The enemy wore the armor of ancient Istvan, tarnished bands of silver and black, and carried strange relic weapons, rapid-firing crossbows that hurled bolts of molten silver. Tales of heroism were emerging from the scores of individual battles among the tomb spires as Sons of Horus units fought off the soldiers of the Sirenhold. "We've got good cover and a position we can hold," said Vapus. "We can gather the squads here and launch a thrust into the enemy." Loken nodded as Torgadon ducked into cover beside them. The Sons of Horus he had brought with him, joining Lacoste's men at the walls. He grinned at Loken and said, "What kept you, Garvey?" "We had to come down from the top of the wall," said Loken. "Where are your warriors?" "They're everywhere," said Torgadon. "They're making their way to this spire, but a lot of the squads are cut off. The Sirenhold was garrisoned by some elites, I suppose." "They had a hell of an armory here, ancient things. Looks like advanced tech." Loken nodded as Torgadon continued. "Well, this spire is clear at least. I've got Vadon and Lacoste setting up a command post on the lower level, and we can just hold this position for now. There are 3 more legions in the Coral City, and the rest of the Sons of Horus in orbit. There's no need." "The enemy has the field," replied Loken sharply. "They can surround us. There are catacombs beneath our feet they could use to get around us. No, if we stay put, they will find a way to get to us. This is their territory. We strike as soon as we can. This is a spear tip, and it is up to us to drive it home." "Where?" asked Torgadon. "The tomb spires," said Loken. "We hit them one by one, storm them, kill whatever we find, and move on. We keep going and force them onto the back foot." "Most of our spear tip is on its way, Captain," said Lacoste. "Good," replied Loken, looking up at the spires around the shrine. The shrine was in a valley, formed by the spire they had come down, and the next spire along, a brutal cylinder of stone with glowering faces carved into its surface. Dozens of arches around its base offered entrance and cover, their darkness occasionally lit by a brief flash of gunfire. A tangle of shrines littered the ground between the towers, statues of the Coral City's notable dead jutting from piles of ornate architecture or the ruins of temples. Loken pointed to the tomb spire across the valley. "As soon as we have enough warriors for a full thrust, that's what we hit. Lacoste, start securing the shrines around us to give us a good jumping-off point, and get some men up on the first levels of this spire to provide covering fire, heavy weapons if you've got them." Gunfire echoed from the east, and Loken saw the forms of Astartes moving towards them, Sons of Horus in the livery of Escalen's squad. More warriors were converging on their position, each fighting their own running battles among the shrines as they sought to regroup. "This is more than a burial ground," said Loken. "Whatever happened to Istvan III, it started here. This force is religious, and this is their church." "No wonder they're crazy," replied Torgadon scornfully. "Madmen love their gods. The controls of the Thunderhawk were loose the ship trying to flip away from Tarvitz and go tumbling through space." He had only the most rudimentary training on these newer additions to the Astartes armory, and most of that had been in atmosphere, skimming low over battlefields to drop troops or add fire support. Tarvitz could see Istvan III through the armored glass of the viewing bay, a crescent of sunlight creeping across its surface. Somewhere near the edge of the shining crescent was the city where his battle brothers and those of 3 other legions were fighting, unaware that they had already been betrayed. "Thunderhawk, identify yourself," said a voice through the gunship's vox. He must have entered the engagement envelope of the Andronius, and the defense turrets had acquired him as a target. If he was lucky, he would have a few moments before the turrets locked on, moments when he could put as much distance between his stolen Thunderhawk and the Andronius. "Thunderhawk, identify yourself," repeated the voice, and he knew that he had to stall in order to give himself time to get clear of the defense turrets. Captain Saul Tarvitz, traveling to the Endurance on liaison duty. Wait for authorization. He knew he wouldn't get authorization, but each second took him further from the Andronius and closer to the planet's surface. He pushed the Thunderhawk as hard as he dared, listening to the hiss of static coming from the Vox, hoping against hope that somehow they would believe him and allow him to go on his way.
"Stand down, Thunderhawk,"
said the voice. "Return to the Andronius immediately." "Negative, Andronius," replied Tarvitz. "Transmission is breaking up." It was a cheap ploy, but one that might give him a few seconds more. "I repeat, stand. Go to hell," replied Tarvitz. Tarvitz checked the navigational pict for signs of pursuit, pleased to see that there were none yet, and wrenched the Thunderhawk down towards Istvan III. "The Pride of the Emperor is in transit," announced Severin, senior deck officer of the Andronius, though the vessel's navigator claims to be encountering difficulties. "Lord Fulgrim will not be with us any time soon." "Does he send any word of his mission?" asked Eidolon, standing at his shoulder. "Communications are still very poor," said Severin hesitantly. "But what we have does not sound encouraging. Then we will have to compensate with the excellence of our conduct and the perfection of our legion," said Eidolon. "The other legions may be more savage or resilient or stealthy, but none of them approaches the perfection of the Emperor's children. No matter what lies ahead, we must never let go of that." "Of course, Commander," said Severin, as his console lit up with a series of warning lights. His hands danced over the console, and he turned to face Eidolon. "Lord Commander," he said, "we may have a problem." "Do not speak to me of problems," said Eidolon. "Defense Control has just informed me that they have picked up a Thunderhawk heading for the planet's surface. One of ours?" "It appears so," confirmed Severin, bending over his console. "Getting confirmation now." "Who's piloting it?" demanded Eidolon. "No one is authorized to travel to the surface. The last communication with the Thunderhawk indicates that it is Captain Saul Tarvitz." "Tarvitz," said Eidolon. "Damn him, but he is a thorn in my side." "It's certainly him," said Captain Severin. "It looks like he took one of the Thunderhawks from the planetside embarkation deck. Where is he heading?" asked Eidolon. "Exactly the Coral City," replied Severin. Eidolon smiled. "He's trying to warn them. He thinks he can make a difference. I thought we could use him, but he's too damn stubborn, and now he's got it into his head that he's a hero. Severin, get some fighters out there and shoot him down. We don't need any complications now." "Aye, sir," nodded Severin. "Fighters launching in 2 minutes." Mercedes wrung out the cloth and draped it over Euphrates' forehead. Euphrates moaned and shook, her arms thrashing as if she was throwing a fit. She looked as pale and thin as a corpse. "I'm here," said Mercedes, even though she suspected the Comatos imagist couldn't hear her. She didn't understand what Euphrates was going through, and it made her feel so useless. For reasons she didn't quite understand, she had stayed with Kirill Sinderman and Euphrates as they moved around the ship. The vengeful spirit was the size of a city, and it had plenty of places in which to hide. Word of their coming went ahead of them, and wherever they went, grime-streaked engine crewmen or boiler-suited maintenance workers were there to show them to safety, supply them with food and water, and catch a glimpse of the saint. At present, they sheltered inside one of the engine housings, a massive hollow tube that was normally full of burning plasma and great thrusting pistons. Now the engine was decommissioned for maintenance, and it made for a good bolt hole, hidden and secret despite its vast dimensions. Sinderman slept on a thin blanket beside Euphrates, and the old man had never looked more exhausted. His thin limbs were spotted and bony, his cheeks sunken and hollow. One of the engine crew hurried up to the nook where Keeler lay on a bundle of blankets and clothes. He was stripped to the waist and covered in grease, a huge and muscular man who was moved to kneel meekly a short distance from the bed of his saint. "Miss Ollerton," he said reverentially, "is there anything you or the saint need?"
"Water?"
said Mercedes.
"Clean water?"
And Kirill asked for more paper too. The crewman's eyes lit up.
He's writing something? Masadi wished she hadn't mentioned it. He's collecting his thoughts for a speech, she said. He's still an iterator after all. If you can find some medical supplies as well, that would be useful. She's dehydrated. The Emperor will preserve her, said the crewman, worry in his voice. I'm sure he will, but we have to give him all the help we can, replied Masadi, trying not to sound as condescending as she felt. The effect the comatose Euphrates had on the crew was extraordinary, a miracle in itself. Her very presence seemed to focus the doubts and wishes of so many people into an iron-strong faith in a distant emperor. We'll get what we can, said the crewman. We have people in the commissary and medical suites. He reached forward to touch Euphrates' blanket and murmured a quiet prayer to his emperor. As the crewman left, she whispered her own perfunctory prayer. After all, the emperor was more real than any of the so-called gods the crusade had come across. Deliver us, emperor, she said quietly, from all of this. She looked down sadly and caught her breath as Euphrates stirred and opened her eyes, like someone awakening from a deep sleep. Masadi reached down slowly, afraid that if she moved too quickly she might shatter this brittle miracle, and took the imagist's hand in hers. Euphrates, she whispered softly. Can you hear me? Euphrates Keeler's mouth fell open and she screamed in terror. Are you sure? Asked Captain Garrow of the Death Guard, limping on his newly replaced augmetic leg. The gyros had not yet meshed with his nervous system, and, much to his fury, he had been denied a place in the Death Guard's spare tip. The bridge of the Eisenstein was open to the workings of the ship, as was typical with the Death Guard fleet, since Mortarion despised ornamentation of any kind. The bridge was a skeletal framework suspended among the ship's guts, with massive coolant pipes looming overhead like knots of metallic entrails. The bridge crew bent over a platform inset with cogitator banks, their faces illuminated in harsh greens and blues. Very sure, Captain, replied the communications officer, reading from the data slate in his hand. An Emperor's Children Thunderhawk is passing through our engagement zone. Garrow took the data slate from the officer, and sure enough, there was a Thunderhawk gunship passing close to the Eisenstein, a pack of fighters at its heels. Smells like trouble, said Garrow. Put us on an intercept course.
Yes, Captain,
said the deck officer, turning smartly and heading for the helm. Within moments the engines flared into life, vast pistons pumping through the oily shadows that surrounded the bridge. The Eisenstein tilted as it began a ponderous turn towards the approaching Thunderhawk. The scream hurled Kirill Sinderman from sleep with the force of a thunderbolt, and he felt his heart thudding against his ribs in fright. What? He managed before seeing Euphrates sitting bolt upright in bed and screaming fit to burst her lungs. He scrambled to his feet as Masadi tried to put her arms around the screaming Imagist. Keeler thrashed like a madwoman, and Sinderman rushed over to help, putting his arms out as if to embrace them both. The moment his fingers touched Euphrates, he felt the heat radiating from her, wanting to recoil in pain, but feeling as though his hands were locked to her flesh. His eyes met Masadi's, and he knew from the terror he saw there that she felt the same thing. He whimpered as his vision blurred and darkened, as though he were having a heart attack. Images tumbled through his brain, dark and monstrous, and he fought to hold on to his sanity as visions of pure evil assailed him. Death, like a black seething mantle, hung over everything. Sinderman saw Masadi's delicate, cold, dark face overcome with it, her features sinking in corruption. Tendrils of darkness wound through the air, destroying whatever they touched. He screamed as he saw the flesh sloughing from Masadi's bones, looking down at his hands to see them rotting away before his eyes. His skin peeled back, the bones maggot white. Then it was gone. The black, rotting death lifted from him, and Sinderman could see their hiding place once again, unchanged since he had laid down to catch a few fitful hours of sleep. He stumbled away from Euphrates, and with one look saw that Masadi had experienced the same thing, horrendous, concentrated decay. Sinderman put a hand to his chest, feeling his old heart working overtime. Oh no! Masadi was moaning. Please, what is? This is betrayal, said Keeler, her voice suddenly strong as she turned towards Sinderman. And it is happening now. You need to tell them. Tell them all, Kirill. Keeler's eyes closed, and she slumped against Masadi, who held her as she sobbed. With the Thunderhawk controls, Streaks of bright crimson sheared past the cockpit. The fighter craft were on his tail, spraying ruby-red lances of gunfire at him. Istvan III wheeled in front of him as the gunship spun in the viewscreen. Impacts thudded into the back of the Thunderhawk, and he felt the controls lurch in his hands. He answered by ripping his craft upwards, hearing the engines shriek in complaint beneath him as they flipped the gunship's mass out of the enemy lines of fire. Loud, juddering noises from behind him spoke of something giving way in one of the engines. Red warning lights and crisis telltales lit up the cockpit. The angry blips of the fighters loomed large in the tactical display. The Vox unit sparked again, and he reached to turn it off, not wanting to hear gloating taunts as he was destroyed, and any hope of warning was lost. His hand paused as he heard a familiar voice say, "Thunderhawk on a closing course with the Eisenstein. Identify yourself." Tarvitz wanted to cry in relief as he recognized the voice of his honor brother, Nathaniel. He cried, "It's Saul. It's good to hear your voice, my brother." Saul asked Garrow, "What in the name of the Emperor is going on? Are those fighters trying to shoot you down?" "Yes," shouted Tarvitz, tearing the Thunderhawk around again, Ispan III spinning below him. The Death Guard fleet was a speckling of glittering streaks against the blackness, crisscrossed by red laser blasts. Tarvitz gunned the Stormbird's remaining engine as Garrow said, "Why? And be quick, Saul. They almost have you. This is treachery," shouted Tarvitz. "All of this, we are betrayed. The fleet is going to bombard the planet's surface with virus bombs." "What?" spluttered Garrow, disbelief plain in his voice. "That's insane. Trust me," said Tarvitz. "I know how it sounds, but as my honor brother, I ask you to trust me like you have never trusted me before." "On my life, I swear, I do not lie to you, Nathaniel." "I don't know, Saul," said Garrow. Nathaniel screamed Tarvitz in frustration. "Ship-to-surface Vox has been shut off, so unless I can get a warning down there, every Astartes on Istvan III is going to die." Captain Nathaniel Garrow could not tear his eyes from the hissing Vox unit, as if seeking to discern the truth of what Saul Tarvitz was saying just by staring hard enough. Beside him, the tactical plot displayed the weaving blips that represented Tarvitz's Thunderhawk and the pursuing fighters. His experienced eye told him that he had seconds at best to make a decision, and his every instinct screamed that what he was hearing could not possibly be true. Yet Saul Tarvitz was his sworn honor, brother, an oath sworn on the bloody fields of the Preexa campaign, when they had shed blood and stood shoulder to shoulder through the entirety of a bloody, ill-fated war that had seen many of their most beloved brothers killed. Such a friendship and bond of honor forged in the hell of combat was a powerful thing, and Garrow knew Saul Tarvitz well enough to know that he never exaggerated and never, ever lied. To imagine that his honor brother was lying to him now was beyond imagining, but to hear that the fleet was set to bombard their battle brothers was equally unthinkable. His thoughts tumbled like a whirlwind in his head, and he cursed his indecision. He looked down at the eagle Tarvitz had carved into his vambrace so long ago, and knew what he had to do. Tarvitz pulled the Thunderhawk into a shallow dive, preparing to chop back the throttle and deploy his air brakes, hoping that he had descended far enough to allow the atmosphere of the planet below to slow him down sufficiently for what he planned. He glanced down at the tactical display, seeing the fighters moving to either side of him, preparing to bracket him as his speed bled off. Judging the moment was crucial. Tarvitz hauled back the throttle and hit the air brakes. The grav seat harness pulled tight on his chest as he was hurled forwards, and the cockpit was suddenly lit by brilliant flashes, and a terrific juddering seized the gunship. He heard impacts on the hull and felt the Thunderhawk tumble away from his control. He yelled in anger as he realized that those who sought to betray the Astartes had won, that his defiance of their treachery had been in vain. Blooms of fire surged past the cockpit, and Tarvitz waited for the inevitable explosion of his death. But it never came. Amazed, he took hold of the gunship's controls and wrestled with them as he fought to level out his flight. The tactical display was a mess of interference, electromagnetic hash, and radioactive debris, clogging it with an impenetrable fog of a massive detonation. He couldn't see the fighters, but with such interference, they could still be out there, even now, drawing a bead on him.
What had just happened?
Saul, said a voice, heavy with sadness, and Tarvitz knew that his honor brother had not let him down. Ease down. The fighters are gone. Gone how? The Eisenstein shot them down on my orders, said Garrow. Tell me, Saul, was I right to do so? For if you speak falsely, then I have condemned myself alongside you. Tarvitz wanted to laugh and wished his old friend was standing next to him so he could throw his arms around him and thank him for his trust, knowing that Nathaniel Garrow had made the most monumental decision in his life on nothing but what had passed between them moments ago. The depth of trust and the honor Garrow had done him was immeasurable. Yes, he said, you were right to trust me, my friend. Tell me why, asked Garrow. Tarvitz tried to think of something reassuring to tell his old friend, but knew that nothing he could say would soften the blow of this treachery. Instead, he said, Do you remember what you once told me of Terra? Yes, my friend, sighed Garrow. I told you it was old, even back in the day. You told me of what the Emperor built there, said Tarvitz, a whole world, where before there had been nothing, just barbarians and death. You spoke of the scars of the Age of Strife. Whole glaciers burned away and mountains leveled. Yes, agreed Garrow, I remember. The Emperor took that blasted planet and he founded the Imperium there. That's what I fight for. To stand against the darkness and build an empire for the human race to inherit. That's what is being betrayed, my friend, said Tarvitz. I will not allow that to happen, Saul. Nor I, my friend, swore Tarvitz. What will you do now? Garrow paused, the question of what to do, now that he had chosen a side uppermost in his mind. I'll tell the Andronius that I shot you down. The flare of the explosion and the fact that you're in the upper atmosphere should cover you long enough to get to the surface. And after that, the other legions must be warned of what is going on. Only the War Master would have the daring to conceive of such betrayal, and he would not have begun an endeavor of this magnitude without swaying some of his brother Primarchs to join him. Rogel Dorn or Magnus would never forsake the Emperor, and if I can get the Eisenstein out of the Istvan system, I can bring them here, all of them. Can you do it? Asked Tarvitz. The War Master will soon realize what you attempt. I have some time before they will suspect, but then the whole fleet will be after me. Why is it that men have to die every time any of us tries to do what is right? Because that's the Imperial truth, said Tarvitz. Can you keep control of the Eisenstein once this gets out? Yes, said Garrow. It will be messy, but enough of the crew are staunch Terrans, and they will side with me. Those who do not will die. The port engine juddered, and Tarvitz knew that he didn't have much time before the gunship gave out beneath him. I have to make for the surface, Nathaniel, said Tarvitz. I don't know how much longer this ship will stay in the air. Then this is where we part, said Garrow, an awful note of finality in his voice. The next time we see one another, it'll be on Terra, said Tarvitz. If we meet again, my brother. We will, Nathaniel, promised Tarvitz. By the Emperor, I swear it. May the luck of Terra be with you, said Garrow, and the Vox went dead. Moments ago he had been on the brink of death, but now he had hope that he might succeed in preventing the War Master's treachery from unfolding. That was what the Imperial truth meant, he realized at last. It meant hope. Hope for the galaxy. Hope for humanity. Tarvitz gunned the Thunderhawk's engine, fixed its course towards the Precentor's palace, and arrowed it towards the heart of the Coral City.
10. The most precious truth. Prial Death's tomb.
The subdeck was packed with people come to hear the words of the Saint's apostle. Apostle, that was what they called him now, thought Sinderman. And it gave him comfort to know that even in these turbulent times he was still a person that others looked up to. Vanity, he knew, but still one takes what one can when circumstances change beyond one's control. Word had spread quickly through the vengeful spirit that he was to speak, and he glanced nervously around the edges of the subdeck for any sign that word had reached beyond the civilians and remembrancers. Armed guards protected the approaches to the subdeck, but he knew that if the Astartes or Maggard and his soldiers came in force, then not all of them would escape alive. They were taking a terrible risk. But Euphrati had made it very clear that he needed to speak to the masses, to spread the word of the Emperor, and to tell of the imminent treachery that she had seen. Thousands of people stared expectantly at him, and he cleared his throat, glancing over his shoulder to where Masadi and Euphrates watched him standing at the lectern raised on a makeshift platform of packing crates. A portable vox-link had been rigged up to carry his words to the very back of the subdeck, though he knew his iterator-trained voice could be heard without any mechanical help. The vox-link was there to carry his words to those who could not attend this gathering, faithful among the technical staff of the ship, having spliced the portable unit into the ship's principal voxcaster network. Sinderman's words would be heard throughout the expedition fleet. He smiled at the crowd and took a sip of water from the glass beside him. A sea of expectant faces stared back at him, desperate to hear his words of wisdom. What would he tell them, he wondered. He looked down at the scribbled notes he had taken over the time he had been sequestered in the bowels of the ship. He looked back over his shoulder at Euphrates, and her smile lifted his heart. He turned back to his notes, the words seeming trite and contrived. He screwed the paper into a ball and dropped it by his side, feeling Euphrates' approval like a tonic in his veins. "My friends," he began, "we live in strange times, and there are events in motion that will shock many of you as they have shocked me. You have come to hear the words of the saint, but she has asked me to speak to you, that I may tell you of what she has seen and what all men and women of faith must do." His iterator's voice carried the precise amount of gravitas mixed with a tone that spoke to them of his regret at the terrible words of doom he was about to impart. "The War Master has betrayed the Emperor," he said, pausing to allow the inevitable howls of denial and outrage to fill the chamber. Shouted voices rose and fell like waves on the sea, and Sinderman let them wash over him, knowing the exact moment when he should speak. I know," he said. "You think that such a thing is unthinkable, and only a short time ago I would have agreed. But it is true. I have seen it with my own eyes. The saint showed me her vision, and it chilled my very soul to see it, war-filled fields of the dead, winds that carry a cruel dust of bone, and the sky-turned eyes of men who saw wonders and only dreamed of their children and friendship. I tasted the air, and it was heavy with blood, my friends, its stink reeking on the bodies of men we have learned to call the enemy. And for what? That they decided they did not want to be part of our warmongering Imperium. Perhaps they saw more than we. Perhaps it takes the fresh eyes of an outsider to see what we have become blind to." The crowd quietened, but he could see that most people still thought him mad. Many here were of the faithful, but many others were not. While almost all of them could embrace the Emperor as divine, few of them could countenance the War Master betraying such a wondrous being. When we embarked on this so-called Great Crusade, it was to bring enlightenment and reason to the galaxy, and for a time that was what we did. But look at us now, my friends. When was the last time we approached a world with anything but murder in our hearts? We bring so many forms of warfare with us. The tension of sieges and the battlefield of trenches, soaked in mud and misery, while the sky is ripped with gunfire, and the men who lead us are no better. What do we expect from cultures who are met by men named War Master, Widowmaker, and the Twisted? They see the Astartes clad in their insect carapaces of plate armor, marching to the grim sounds of cocking bolters and roaring chainswords. What culture would not try to resist us? Sinderman could feel the mood of the crowd shifting, and knew he had stoked their interest. Now he had to hook their emotions. Look to what we leave behind us, so many memorials to our slaughters. Look to the Lupercal's court, where we house the bloody weapons of war in bright halls, and wonder at their cruel beauty as they hang waiting for their time to come again. We look at these weapons as curios, but we forget the actuality of the lives these savage instruments took. The dead cannot speak to us. They cannot plead with us to seek peace while the remembrance of them fades, and they are forgotten. Despite the ranks of graves, the triumphal arches, and eternal flames, we forget them. For we are afraid to look at what they did, lest we see it in ourselves. Sinderman felt a wondrous energy filling him as he spoke, the words flowing from him in an unstoppable torrent, each word seeming to spring from his lips of its own volition, as though each one came from somewhere else, somewhere more eloquent than his poor mortal talent could ever reach. We have made war in the stars for 2 centuries, yet there are so many lessons we have never learned. The dead should be our teachers, for they are the true witnesses. Only they know the horror and the ever-repeating failure that is war. the sickness we return to generation after generation because we failed to hear the testament of those who were sacrificed to martial pride, greed, or twisted ideology. Thunderous applause spread from the people directly in front of Sinderman, spreading rapidly through the chamber, and he wondered if such scenes were being repeated on any of the other ships of the fleet that could hear his words. Tears sprang to his eyes as he spoke, his hands gripping the lectern tightly, as his voice trembled with emotion. Let the battlefield dead take our hands in theirs and illuminate us with the most precious truth we can ever learn. That there must be peace instead of war. Lucius skidded to the floor of what appeared to be some kind of throne room, inlaid with impossibly intricate mosaic designs. The floor was covered in scrollwork, so tightly wound that it seemed to ripple with movement. Bolt of fire stitched through the room, showering him with broken pieces of mosaic as he rolled into the cover of an enormous harpsichord. Music from the dawn of creation boomed around him, filling the central spire of the precentor's palace. Crystal chandeliers hung from the petals at the center of the great granite flower, shimmering and vibrating in time with the cacophony of battle far below. Instruments filled the room, each one played by a servitor refitted to play the holy music of the war singers. Huge organs with pipes that reached up through the shafts of milky morning light stood next to banks of gilded bells, and rank upon rank of bronze cages held shaven-headed choristers who sang with blind adulation. Harp strings snapped and twanged in time with the gunfire, and discordant notes boomed as bolter shots ripped through the side of the organ. Storms of weapons fire flew, filling the air with hot metal and death. The battle and the music competing to make the loudest din. Lucius felt his limbs become energized, just listening to the crashing volume of the noise, each blaring note and booming shot filling his senses with the desire to do violence. He glanced round the side of the harpsichord, exhausted and elated to have reached so far so quickly. They had fought their way through the palace, killing thousands of the black and silver-armored guards, before finally reaching the throne room. From his position of cover, Lucius saw that he was in the second ring of instruments, beyond which lay the precentor's dais. A mighty throne with its back to him sat upon the dais, a confection of gold and emerald, set in a ring of lecterns that each held a massive volume of musical notations. Gunfire blew one book apart, and a blizzard of sheet music fluttered around the throne. The palace guard massed on the opposite side of the throne room, surrounding a tall figure in gold armor, with a collection of tubes and what looked like loudspeakers fanning out from his back. A storm of silver fire flew, and Lucius saw yet more guards charging in from the other entrances, a ferocious struggle erupting as these new arrivals charged the Emperor's children. "They have courage. I'll give them that," he muttered to himself. Chain blades and bolt pistols rang from armor, and storms of silver fire ripped between the patches of cover offered by the gilded instruments. Each volley tore up the hardwood frames and soared through servitors as they sat at the ornate keyboards or plucked at strings with metal fingers. And still the music played. Lucius glanced behind him. One of Nazicae fell as he ran to join Lucius. Silver filaments punched through his skull. The body clattered to the floor beside Lucius. Only 3 of Nazicae remained, and they were cut off from their leader. "Ancient Rylanor, engage," yelled Lucius into the vox. "Get me cover. Tactical squads converge on the throne and draw the palace guard in purity and death." "Purity and death," echoed the Emperor's children, and with exemplary coordination they surged forward. A silver-armored guard was shredded by bolter fire and flopped, broken to the ground. Glass-armored bodies lay shattered and bloody over bullet-scarred instruments. Servitors moved jerkily, still trying to play even though their hands were smoking ruins of bone and wire. The Emperor's children moved squad by squad, volley by volley, advancing through the fire as only the most perfect of legions could. Lucius broke cover and ran into the whirlwind of fire. Silver shards shattered against him. Behind him, Rylanor's dreadnought body smashed through a titanic bank of drums and bells, the noise of its destruction appalling as Rylanor opened fire on the enemy. Acrobatic guards clad in armor wound with long streamers of silk darted and leapt away from chainblades and bolts like dancers, slashing limbs with monofilament wire blades. Glass-armored guards charged forward in solid ranks, stabbing with their halberds, yet none of the foes was a match for the disciplined countercharges of the Emperor's children. The slick perfection of their pattern-perfect warfare kept its edge even amid the storm of fire and death that filled the throne room. Lucius ducked and wove through the fire towards the gold-armored figure, shrapnel flashing against the energized edge of his sword blade. The man's armor was ancient, yet gloriously ornate, the equal in finery of a lord commander of the Emperor's children. He carried a long spear, its shaft terminated at both ends by a howling ripple of lethal harmonies. Lucius ducked under a swipe of the weapon, stepping nimbly to the side and bringing his sword up towards his opponent's midriff. Faster than he would have believed possible, the spear reversed, and a tremendous blast of noise battered his sword away before it struck. Lucius danced back as a killing wave of sound blared from the tubes and speakers mounted on the Golden Warrior's back. A whole section of the mosaic floor ploughed in a torn gouge by the sound. One of the palace guards fell at Lucius's feet, his chest blown open by Rylanor's fire, and another toppled as one of Nasikai sliced off his leg. The Emperor's children surged forwards to help him, but he waved them back. This was to be his kill. He leapt onto the throne pedestal, the Golden Warrior silhouetted in the light streaming from the distant ceiling. The screaming spear came down, and Lucius ducked to avoid it. Pushing himself forwards, he stabbed with his sword, but a pitch-perfect note sent his sword plunging towards the floor of the dais instead of its intended target. Lucius hauled his sword clear as the spear stabbed for him again, the musical edge shearing past him and blistering the purple and gilt of his armor. The battle raged ferociously around him, but it was an irrelevance, for Lucius knew that he must surely be fighting the leader of this rebellion. Only Betrayal would surround himself with such fearsome bodyguards. Lucius pivoted away from another strike, spinning around behind Betrayal and shearing his sword through the speaker tubes and loudspeakers upon his back. He felt a glorious surge of satisfaction as the glowing edge cut through the metal with ease. A terrific, booming noise blared from the severed pipes, and Lucius was hurled from the dais by the force of the blast. His armor cracked with the force, and the music leapt in clarity as he felt its power surge around his body in a glorious wash of pure, unadulterated sensation. The music sang in his blood, promising yet more glories and the unfettered excess of music, light and hedonistic indulgence. Lucius felt the music in his soul and knew that he wanted it more than he had wanted anything in his life. He looked up as the Golden Warrior leapt lightly from the throne, seeing the music as swirling lines of power and promise that flowed like water in the air. "Now you die," said Lucius as the song of death took hold of him. In later moments they would name it Death's Tomb, and Loken had never felt such disgust at the sights he saw within it. Even Davin's moon, where the swamps had vomited up the living dead to attack the sons of Horus, had not been this bad. The sound of battle was a hellish music of screaming, rising in terrible crescendos, and the sight was horrendous. Death's tomb was brimming with corpses, festering in charnel heaps, and bubbling with corruption. The tomb spire Loken and the sons of Horus fought within was larger inside than out, the floor sunken into a pit where the dead had been thrown. The tomb was that of death itself. A mausoleum of blood-stained black iron carved into swirls and scrollwork dominated the pit, topped with a sculpture of Father Istvan himself, a massive bearded sky god who took away the souls of the faithful and cast the rest into the sky to languish with his lost children. A warsinger perched on Father Istvan's black shoulder, screaming a song of death that jarred at Loken's nerves and sent jangling pain along his limbs. Hundreds of Istvanian soldiers surrounded the pit, firing from the hip as they ran towards the Astartes, driven forward by the shrieking death song. "At them!" yelled Loken, and before he could draw breath again, the enemy was upon them. The Astartes of the spearhead streamed through the many archways leading into the tomb spire, guns blazing as soon as they saw the enemy swarming towards them. Loken fired a fusillade of shots before the two sides clashed. More than 2,000 sons of Horus charged into battle, and Death's tomb became a vast amphitheater for a great and terrible slaughter, like the arenas of the ancient Romani. "Stay close, back to back, and advance," cried Loken, but he could only hope that his fellow warriors could hear him over the vox. The screaming was deafening, every Istvanian soldier's mouth jammed open and howling in the shrieking cadences of the warsinger's music. Loken cut a gory crescent through the bodies pressing in on him. Vipus matching him stroke for stroke with his long chainsword strategy and weapons meant nothing now. The battle was simply a brutal close-quarters fight to the death. Such a contest could have only one outcome.
Loathing filled Loken, not at the blood and death around him. He had seen much worse before, but at the sheer waste of this war, the people he was killing their lives could have meant something. They could have accepted the imperial truth and helped forge a galaxy where the human race was united, and the wisdom of the Emperor ushered them towards a future filled with wonders. Instead, they had been betrayed and turned into fanatical killers by a corrupt leader, destined to die for a cause that was a lie. Good lives wasted. Nothing could be further from the purpose of the Imperium. Torgadon, bring the line forwards, force them back, and give the guns some room. Easier said than done, Garvey, replied Torgadon, his voice punctuated with the sharp crack of breaking bones. Loken glanced around, saw one of Lacoste's squad dragged down by the mass of enemy warriors, and tried to bring his bolter to bear. Bloodied, ruined hands forced his aim down, and the battle brother was lost. He dropped his shoulder and barged forwards, bodies breaking beneath him, but others were on top of him, blades and bullets beating at his armor. With a roar of anger, Loken ripped his chainsword through an armored warrior before him. Forcing the enemy back for the split second he needed to open up with his bolter, a full-throated volley sent a magazine's worth of shells into the mass, blasting them apart in a red ruin of shattered faces and broken armor. He rapidly swapped in a new bolter magazine and fired among the warriors trying to swamp his fellow sons of Horus. The Astartes used the openings to forge onwards or open up spaces to bring their own weapons up. Others lent their gunfire to the battle brothers fighting behind them. The tone of the Warsinger's screaming changed, and Loken felt as though rusty nails were being torn up his spine. He staggered, and the enemy were upon him. "Torgadon!" he shouted over the din. "Get the Warsinger!"
"My apologies, War Master," began Malachurst, nervous at interrupting the War Master's concentration on the battle below. "There has been a development in the city?" asked Horus without looking up. "On the ship," replied Malachurst. Horus looked up in irritation. "Explain yourself." "The Prime Iterator, Kirill Sinderman, old Kirill," said Horus. "What of him? It appears we have misjudged the man's character, my lord." "In what way, Mal?" asked Horus. "He's just an old man."
"That he is, but he may be a greater threat than anything we have yet faced, my lord," said Malachurst. "He is a leader now, an apostle they call him." "A leader?" interrupted Horus. "Of whom?" "Of the people of the fleet, civilians, ships, crew, and the Lectitio Divinitatus. He has just finished a speech to the fleet, calling on them to resist the Legion, saying that we are warmongers and seek to betray the Emperor. We are trying to trace where the signal came from, but it is likely he will be long gone before we find him." "I see," said Horus. "This problem should have been dealt with before Istvan, and we have failed you in this," said Malachurst. The Iterator mixed calls for peace with a potent brew of religion and faith. "This should not surprise us," said Horus. "Sinderman was selected for duty with my fleet precisely because he could convince even the most fractious rabble to do anything. Mix that skill with religious fervor, and he is indeed a dangerous man." "They believe the Emperor is divine," said Malachurst, "and that we commit blasphemy." "It must be an intoxicating faith," mused Horus, "and faith can be a very powerful weapon. It appears, Malachurst, that we have underestimated the potential that even a civilian possesses so long as he has genuine faith in something. What would you have me do, my lord?" "We did not deal with this threat properly," said Horus. "It should have ceased to exist when Varvarus and those troublesome remembrances were illuminated. Now it takes my attention when our plan is at its most sensitive stage. The bombardment is imminent." Malachurst bowed his head. "War Master, Sinderman and his kind will be destroyed. The next I hear of this will be that they are all dead," ordered Horus. "It will be done," promised. Malachurst, "Fool," spat Prowl, his voice a disgusted rasp. "Have you not seen this world? The wonders you would destroy. This is a city of the gods." Lucius rolled to his feet, still stunned from the sonic shockwave that had hurled him from the throne dais, but knowing that the song of death was being sung for him and him alone. He lunged, but Prael batted aside his attack, bringing his spear up in a neat guard. "This is the city of my enemies," laughed Lucius. "That is all that matters to me. You are deaf to the music of the galaxy." "I have heard far more than you," said Prael. "Perhaps you are to be pitied, for I have listened to the sound of the gods. I have heard their song, and they damn this galaxy in their wisdom." Lucius laughed in Prowl's face. "You think I care? All I want to do is kill you.
The gods have sung what your imperial truth will bring to the galaxy, shrieked Prahl, his musical voice heavy with disdain. It is a future of fear and hatred. I was deaf to the music before they opened me to their song of oblivion. It is my duty to end your crusade. You can try, said Lucius, but even if you kill us all, more will come, 100,000 more, 1,000,000, until this planet is dust. Your little rebellion is over, you just don't know it yet. No, Astartes, replied Prahl. I have fulfilled my duty and brought you here to this cauldron of fates. My work is done. All that remains is to blood myself in the name of Father Istvan. Lucius danced away as Prahl attacked once more with the razor-sharp feints of a master warrior. But the swordsman had faced better opponents than this and prevailed. The song of death rippled behind his eyes, and he could see every move Prahl made before he made it. The song, speaking to him on a level he didn't understand, but instinctively knew was power beyond anything he had touched before. He launched a flurry of blows at Prahl, driving him back with each attack. And no matter how skillfully Prahl parried his strikes, each one came that little bit closer to wounding him. The flicker of fear he saw in Prahl's eyes filled him with brutal triumph. The shrieking musical spear blared one last atonal scream before it finally shattered under the energized edge of Lucius's sword. The swordsman pivoted smoothly on his heel and drove his blade, two-handed, into Prahl's golden chest. The sword burning through his armor, ribs, and internal organs, Prahl dropped to his knees, still alive, his mouth working dumbly as blood sprayed from the massive wound. Lucius twisted the blade, relishing the cracks, as Prahl's ribs snapped. He put a foot on Prahl's body and pulled the sword clear, standing triumphant over the body of his fallen enemy. Around him, the Emperor's children slew the remaining palace guards, but with Prahl dead, the song in his blood diminished and his interest in the fight faded. Lucius turned to the throne itself, already aching for the music to surge through his body once again. The throne's back was to him, and he couldn't see who was seated there. A control panel worked furiously before it, like a monstrously complicated clockwork keyboard. Lucius stepped around the throne and looked into the glassy eyes of a servitor. Its head was mounted on a skinny body of metal armatures, the complex innards stripped out and replaced with brass clockwork. Chattering metal lines reached from the chest cavity to read the music printed in the books mounted around the throne in the servitor's hands. Elaborate, 20-fingered constructions of metal and wire flickered over the control panel. Without Prahl, the music was out of tune and time, its syncopated rhythms falling apart. Lucius knew that this was a poor substitute for what had fueled his battle with Prahl. Suddenly angry beyond words, Lucius brought his blade down in a glittering arc, shattering the control panel in a shower of orange sparks. The hideous music transformed into a howling death shriek, shaking the stone petals of the palace with its terrible deafening wail before fading like a forgotten dream. The music of creation ended, and all across Istvan the voices of the gods were silenced. A volley of gunfire caught Loken's attention as he desperately fought the dozens of guards who stabbed at him with their gleaming halberds. Behind him, Torgadon brought the spear-tip up into a firing line, and bolt of fire battered against the black iron of Death's mausoleum. The war-singer was broken like a dying bird against the statue of Father Istvan. The war-singer fell, her final scream tailing off as her shattered form cracked against the ornate carvings of Death's mausoleum. "She's down," said Torgadon's voice over the vox, sounding surprised at the ease with which she had been killed. "Who have we lost?" asked Loken, as the enemy soldiers fell back at the war-singer's death, suspecting that there was more to this withdrawal than simply her death. Something fundamental had changed on Istvan, but he didn't yet know what. "Most of Squad Shagrat," replied Torgadon, "and plenty of others. We won't know until we get out of here. But there's something else." "What?" asked Loken. "Lacoste says we've lost contact with orbit," said Torgadon. "There's no signal. It's as if the vengeful spirit isn't even up there." "That's impossible," said Loken, looking around for the familiar sight of Sergeant Lacoste. He saw him at the edge of the charnel pit and marched over to him. Torgadon and Vipers followed him, and Torgadon said, "Impossible or not, it's what he tells me." "What about the rest of the strike force?" asked Loken, crouching beside Lacoste. "What about the palace?" "We're having more luck with them," replied Lacoste. "I managed to get through to Captain Erlen of the World Eaters. It sounds like they're outside the palace. It's an absolute massacre over there. Thousands of civilians dead. In the name of terror, said Loken, imagining the World Eater's predilection for massacre and the rivers of blood that would be flowing through the streets of the Coral City. Have they managed to contact anyone in orbit? They've got their hands full, Captain, replied Lacoste. Even if they've managed to raise the Conqueror, they're in no position to relay anything from us. I could barely get anything out of Irlin other than that he was killing them with his bare hands. And the palace? Nothing. I can't get through to Captain Lucius of the Emperor's Children. The palace has been playing hell with communications ever since they went in. There was some kind of music, but nothing else. Then try the Death Guard. They've got the Diz Irae with them. We can use it to relay for us. I'll try, sir, but it's not looking hopeful. This was supposed to be over by now, spat Loken. The Coral City isn't just going to collapse with their leaders dead. Maybe the World Eaters have the right idea. We're going to have to kill them all. We need the second wave down here now, and if we can't even speak to the War Master, this is going to be a very long campaign. I'll keep trying, said Lacoste. We need to link up with the rest of the strike force, said Loken. We're cut off here. We need to make for the palace and find the World Eaters or the Emperor's Children. We're not doing any good sitting here. All we're doing is giving the Isfanians a chance to surround us. There are a lot of soldiers between us and the rest of the strike force, Torgadon pointed out. Then we advance in force. We won't take this city by waiting to be attacked. Agreed. I saw the main gates along the western walls. We can get into the city proper there, but it'll be a tough slog. Good, said Loken. It's a trap, said Mercedes. It has to be. You're probably right, agreed Cinderman.
Of course I'm right, said Mersadi. Malakhurst tried to have Euphrati killed, his pet monster, Magard, almost killed you too, remember? I remember very well, said Cinderman, but think of the opportunity. There will be thousands there, and they couldn't possibly try anything with that many people around. They probably won't even notice we're there. Mersadi looked down her nose at Cinderman, unable to believe that the old iterator was being so dense.
Had he not spoken to hundreds of people only hours before of the War Master's perfidy? And now he wanted to gather in a room with him. They had been woken from their slumbers by one of the engineering crew, who pressed a rolled leaflet into Cinderman's shaking hand. Sharing a worried glance with Mersadi, Cinderman had read it. It was a decree from the War Master authorizing all remembrances to gather in the Vengeful Spirit's main audience chamber to bear witness to the final triumph on Istvan III. It spoke of the gulf that had, much to the War Master's great sorrow, opened between the Astartes and the Remembrances. With this one grand gesture, the War Master hoped to allay any fears that such a gulf had been engineered deliberately. He must think we are stupid, said Mersadi. Does he really think we would fall for this? Malakhurst is a very cunning man, said Cinderman, rolling up the leaflet and placing it on the bed. You'd hardly take him for a warrior any more. He's trying to flush the three of us out, hoping that no remembrancer could resist such an offer. If I were a less moral man, I might admire him. All the more reason not to fall into his trap, exclaimed Mersadi. Ah, but what if it's genuine, my dear? Asked Cinderman. Imagine what we'd see on the surface of Istvan III. Kirill, this is a big ship, and we can hide out for a long time. When Loken comes back, he can protect us, like he protected Ignace. That's not fair, Kirill, said Mersadi. Loken can help us get off the ship once we leave the Istvan system. No, said a voice behind Mersadi, and they both turned to see Euphrati Keeler. She was awake again, and her voice was stronger than Mersadi had heard it for a long time. She looked healthier than she had been since the terror in the archive. To see her standing, walking, and talking after so long was still a novelty for Mersadi, and she smiled to see her friend once again. "We go," she said. "Euphrati," said Mersadi. "Do you really?" "Yes, Mersadi," she said. "I mean it. And yes, I am sure, it's a trap. I don't need a vision from the Emperor to see that," laughed Euphrati. And Mersadi thought there was something a little sinister and forced to it. "But they'll kill us," Euphrati smiled. "Yes, they will. If we stay here, they'll hunt us down eventually. We have faithful among the crew, but we have enemies too. I will not have the Church of the Emperor die like that. This will not end in shadows and murder." "Now, Miss Keeler," said Cinderman with a forced lightness of tone, "you're starting to sound like me." "Maybe they will find us eventually," Euphrati said Mersadi, "but there's no reason to make it easy for them. Why let the War Master have his way when we can live a little longer? Because you have to see, said Euphrati. You have to see it. This fate, this treachery, it's too great for any of us to understand without witnessing it. Have faith that I am right about this, my friends. It's not a question of faith now, is it? Said Sindaman.
It is time for us to stop thinking like remembrancers, said Euphrati, and Mercedes saw a light in her eyes that seemed to grow brighter with every word she spoke. The imperial truth is dying. We have watched it wither ever since 6319. You either die with it, or you follow the Emperor. This galaxy is too simple for us to hide in its complexity anymore, and the Emperor cannot work his will through those who do not know if they even believe at all.
I will follow you, said Sindaman, and Mercedes found herself nodding in agreement. 11 warning. Death of a world, the last Thonian Sal Tarvit's first sight of the Coral City, was the magnificent stone orchid of the Precentor's palace. He stepped from the battered Thunderhawk onto the roof of one of the palace wings, the spectacular dome soaring above him. Smoke coiled in the air from the battles within the palace, and the terrible sound of screaming came from the square to the north, along with the powerful stench of freshly spilled blood. Tarvitz took it in at a glance, the thought hitting him hard that at any moment it would all be gone. He saw Astartes moving along the roof towards him, Emperor's children, and his heart leapt to see Nassica's squad with Lucius at its head, his sword smoking from the battle. "Tarvitz!" called Lucius, and Tarvitz thought he detected even more of a swagger to the swordsman's stride. "I thought you'd never make it, jealous of the kills." "Lucius, what's the situation?" asked Tarvitz. "The palace is ours, and Betrayal is dead, killed by my own hand. No doubt you can smell the world eaters. They're just not at home, unless everything stinks of blood. The rest of the city's cut off. We can't raise anyone." Lucius indicated the city's far west, where the towering form of the Dies Irae blazed fire upon the hapless Istvanians out of sight below. "Though it looks like the Death Guard will soon run out of things to kill." "We have to contact the rest of the strike force now," said Tarvitz, "the Sons of Horus and the Death Guard. Get a squad on it. Get someone up to higher ground." "Why?" asked Lucius. "Saul, what's happening? We're going to be hit. Something big. A virus strike." "The Istvanians?" "No," said Tarvitz sadly. "We are betrayed by our own." Lucius hesitated. "The War Master. Saul, what are you? We've been sent down here to die, Lucius. Fulgrim chose those who were not part of their grand plan." "Saul, that's insane," cried Lucius. "Why would our Primarch do such a thing?" "I do not know, but he would not have done this without the War Master's command," said Tarvitz. "This is but the first stage in some larger plan. I do not know its purpose, but we have to try and stop it." Lucius shook his head, his features twisted in petulant bitterness. "No. The Primarch wouldn't send me to die, not after all the battles I fought for him. Look at what I've become. I was one of Fulgrim's chosen. I've never faltered, never questioned. I would have followed Fulgrim into hell." "But I wouldn't, Lucius," said Tarvitz, "and you are my friend. I'm sorry, but we don't have time for this. We have to get the warning out and then find shelter. I'll take word to the World Eaters. You raise the Sons of Horus and Death Guard. Don't go into the details, just tell them that there is a virus strike inbound, and to find whatever shelter they can." Tarvitz looked at the reassuring solidity of the Precentor's palace and said there must be catacombs or deep places beneath the palace. If we can reach them, we may survive this. "This city is going to die, Lucius, but I'll be damned if I'm going to die with it." "I'll get a Vox officer up here," said Lucius, a steel anger in his voice. "Good. We don't have much time, Lucius. The bombs will be launched any moment." "This is rebellion," said Lucius. "Yes," said Tarvitz, "it is." Beneath his ritualistic scars, Lucius was still the perfect soldier he had always been, a talisman whose confidence could infect the men around him, and Tarvitz knew he could rely on him. The swordsman nodded and said, "Go and find Captain Erlen. I'll raise the other legions and get our warriors into cover. I will speak with you again." "Until then," said Tarvitz. Lucius turned to Nazikai, barked an order, and ran back towards the palace dome. Tarvitz followed, looking down on the northern plaza and glimpsing the seething battle there, hearing the screams and the sound of chain blades. He looked up at the late morning sky. Clouds were gathering. Any moment, falling virus bombs would bore through those clouds. The bombs would fall all over Istvan III, and billions of people would die. Among the trenches and bunkers that sprawled to the west of the Coral City, men and Astartes died in storms of mud and fire. The Dies Irae shuddered with the weight of fire it laid down. Moderati Cassar felt it all as though the immense multi-barreled Vulcan bolter were in his own hand. The Titan had suffered many wounds, its legs scarred by missile detonations and furrows, scored in its mighty torso by bunker-mounted cannons. Cassar felt them all, but a multitude of wounds could not slow down the Dies Irae or turn it from its course. Destruction was its purpose, and death was the punishment it brought down on the heads of the Emperor's enemies. Cassar's heart swelled. He had never felt so close to his Emperor. At one with the god machine, a fragment of the Emperor's own strength instilled in the Dies Irae. "Aruken, pull to starboard," ordered Princeps Turnit from the command chair. "Avoid those bunkers or they'll foul the port leg." The Dies Irae swung to the side, its immense foot taking the roofs from a tangle of bunkers and shattering artillery emplacements as it crashed forwards. A scrum of Istvanian soldiers scrambled from the ruins, setting up heavy weapons to pour fire into the Titan as it towered over them. The Istvanians were well drilled and well armed, and though the majority of their weapons weren't the equal of a lasgun, trenches were a great leveler, and a man with a rifle was a man with a rifle when the gunfire started. The Death Guard slaughtered thousands of them as they bludgeoned their way through the trenches, but the Istvanians were more numerous, and they hadn't run. Instead, they had fallen back trench by trench, rolling away from the relentless advance of the Death Guard. The Istvanians, with their drab green-grey helmets and mud-spattered flak suits, were hard to pick out against the mud and rabble with the naked eye. But the sensors on the Dies Irae projected a sharp-edged image onto Cassar's retina that picked them out in wondrously clear detail. Cassar fired a blast of massive caliber shells, watching as columns of mud and bodies sprayed into the air like splashes in water. The Istvanians disappeared, destroyed by the hand of the Emperor. "Enemy forces massing to the port forward quadrant," said Moderati Aruken. To Cassar his voice felt distant, though he was just across the command bridge of the Titan. "The Death Guard can handle them," replied Turnit. "Concentrate on the artillery. That can hurt us." Below Cassar, the gunmetal forms of the Death Guard glinted around the bunkers as 2 squads of them threw grenades through the gun ports and kicked down the doors, spraying the Istvanians who still lived inside with bolter fire or incinerating them with sheets of fire from their flamers. From the head of the Dies Irae, the Death Guard looked like a swarm of beetles, with the carapaces of their power armor scuttling through the trenches. A few Death Guard lay where they had fallen, cut down by artillery fire or the massed guns of the Istvanian troops, but they were few compared to the Istvanian corpses strewn at every intersection of trenches. Metre by metre, the defenders were being driven towards the northernmost extent of the trenches, and when they reached the white marble of a tall basilica, with a spire shaped like a trident, they would be trapped and slaughtered. Cassar shifted the weapon arm of the Dies Irae to aim at a booming artillery position some 500 meters away as it belched tongues of flame and threw explosive shells towards the Death Guard lines. "Princeps," called Cassar. "Enemy artillery moving up on the eastern quadrant." Turnit didn't answer him, too intent on something being said to him on his personal command channel. The Princeps nodded at whatever order he had just received and shouted, "Halt!" Aroken, cease the stride pattern. Cassar shut off the ammunition feed. Cassar instinctively switched off the cycling of the weapon that thundered from the Titan's arm, and the shock forced his consciousness back to the command bridge. He no longer looked through the eyes of the Dies Irae, but was back with his fellow officers. "Princeps?" asked Cassar, scanning the readouts. "Is there a malfunction? If there is, I'm not seeing it. The primary systems are reading fine." "It's not a malfunction," replied Turnit sharply. Cassar looked up from information scrolling across his vision in unfocused columns. "Moderati Cassar," barked Turnit. "How's our weapon temperature?" "Acceptable," said Cassar. "I was going to push it on that artillery. Close up the coolant ducts and seal the magazine feeds as soon as possible." "Princeps?" said Cassar in confusion. "That will leave us unarmed." "I know that," replied Turnit, as though to a simpleton. "Do it." "Aroken, I need us sealed."
"Sealed, sir?" asked Aruken,
sounding as confused as Cassar felt. "Yes, sealed. We have to be airtight from top to bottom," said Turnet, opening a channel to the rest of the mighty war machine's crew. "All crew, this is Princeps Turnet, adopt emergency biohazard posts right now. The bulkheads are being sealed, shut off the reactor vents, and be prepared for power down." "Princeps," said Arukin urgently, "is it a biological weapon, atomics?"
"The Istvanians have a weapon we didn't know about," replied Turnet, but Cassar could tell he was lying. "They're launching it soon. We have to lock down or we'll be caught in it." Cassar looked down at the trenches through the Titan's eyes. The Death Guard was still advancing through the trenches and bunker ruins, but Princeps the Astartes— "You have your orders, Moderati, Cassar," shouted Turnet, "and you will follow them. Seal us up, every vent, every hatch, or we die." Cassar willed the Dies Irae to shut its hatches and seal all its entranceways, his reluctance making the procedures sluggish. On the ground below, he watched the Death Guard continue to grind their way through the Coral City's defenses, apparently unconcerned that the Istvanians were about to launch Throne knew what at them, or unaware. As the battle raged on, the Dies Irae fell silent. The main audience chamber of the Vengeful Spirit was a colossal columned chamber with walls of marble and pilasters of solid gold. Its magnificence was like nothing Sindaman had ever seen, and the thousands of remembrancers who filled the chamber wore the expressions of awed children who had been shown some new, unheard-of wonder. Seeing many familiar faces, Sindaman guessed that the fleet's entire complement of remembrancers was present for the War Master's announcement. The War Master and Malakhurst stood on a raised podium at the far end of the hall, too far away for either of them to recognize Sindaman, Masadi, or Euphrati. Or at least he hoped so. Who knew how sharp an Astartes' eyesight was, let alone a Primarch's? Both Astartes were wrapped in cream robes, edged in gold and silver, and a detail of warriors stood beside them. A number of large pict screens had been hung from the walls.
"It looks like an iterator's rally on a compliant world," said Masadi, echoing his own thoughts. So similar was it that he began to wonder what message was to be imparted and how it would be reinforced. He looked around for plants in the audience who would clap and cheer at precise points to direct the crowd in the desired manner. Each of the screens displayed a slice of Istvan III, set against a black backdrop scattered with bright silver specks of the War Master's fleet.
"Euphrati," said Masadi as they made their way through the crowds of remembrancers. "Remember how I said that this was a bad idea?" "Yes," said Euphrati, her face creased in a wide, innocent smile. "Well, now I think that this was a really bad idea. I mean, look at the number of Astartes here." Sindaman followed Masadi's gaze, already starting to sweat at the sight of so many armed warriors surrounding them. If even one of them recognized their faces, it was all over. "We have to see," said Euphrati, turning and grabbing his sleeve. "You have to see." Sindaman felt the heat of her touch and saw the fire behind her eyes like thunder before a storm, and he realized with a start that he was a little afraid of Euphrati. The crowd milled in eager impatience, and Sindaman kept his face turned from the Astartes, staring into the middle of the audience chamber. Euphrati squeezed Masadi's hand as the pict screens leapt to life, and a gasp went up from the assembled remembrancers as they saw the bloody streets of the Coral City. Clearly shot from an aircraft, the images filled the giant pict screens, and Sindaman felt his gorge rise at the sight of so much butchery. He remembered the carnage of the Whisperheads and reminded himself that this was what the Astartes had been created to do. But the sheer visceral nature of that reality was something he knew he would never get used to. Bodies filled the streets, and arterial gore covered almost every surface, as though the heavens had rained blood. "You remembrancers say you want to see war," said Horus, his voice easily carrying to the furthest corners of the hall. "Well, this is it." Sindaman watched as the image shifted on the screen, pulling back and panning up through the sky and into the dark, star-spattered heavens above. Burning spears of light fell towards the battle below. "What are those?" asked Masadi. "They're bombs," said Sindaman in horrified disbelief. "The planet is being bombarded." "And so it begins," said Euphrati. The plaza was a truly horrendous sight, ankle-deep in blood and strewn with thousands upon thousands of bodies. Most were blown open by bolter rounds, but many had been hacked down with chain blades or otherwise torn limb from limb. Tarvitz hurried towards the makeshift strongpoint at its center, the battlements formed from carved-up bodies heaped between the battered forms of fallen drop pods. A world-eater with blood-soaked armor and a scarred face nodded to him as he climbed the gruesome ramp of bodies. The warrior's armor was so drenched in blood that Tarvitz wondered for a moment why he hadn't just painted himself red to begin with. "Captain Irlen," said Tarvitz. "Where is he?" The warrior wasted no breath on words and simply jerked a thumb in the direction of a warrior with dozens of fluttering oath papers hanging from his breastplate. Tarvitz nodded his thanks and set off through the strongpoint. He passed wounded Astartes, who were tended by an apothecary, who looked as if he had fought as hard as any of his patients. Beside him lay 2 fallen world-eaters, their bodies unceremoniously dumped out of the way. Irlen looked up as Tarvitz approached. The captain's face had been badly burned in some previous battle, and his axe was clotted with so much blood that it better resembled a club. "Looks like the Emperor's children have sent us reinforcements," shouted Irlen to grunts of laughter from his fellow world-eaters. "One whole warrior, we are blessed. The enemy will run away for sure, Captain," said Tarvitz, joining Irlen at the barricade of Hispanian dead. "My name is Captain Saul Tarvitz, and I'm here to warn you that you have to get your squads into cover." "Into cover, unacceptable," said Irlen, nodding towards the far side of the plaza. Shapes moved in their windows and between the mansions. They're regrouping. "If we move now, they will overwhelm us." "The Istvanians have a bioweapon," said Tarvitz, knowing a lie was the only way to convince the World-Eaters. "They're going to fire it. It'll kill everyone and everything in the Coral City. They're going to destroy their own capital." "I thought this place was some kind of church holy to them." "They've shown how much they value their own," replied Tarvitz quickly, indicating the heaps of dead in front of them. "They'll sacrifice this city to kill us. Driving us from their planet is worth more to them than this city." "So you would have us abandon this position?" demanded Irlen, as if Tarvitz had personally insulted his honor. "How do you know all this?" "I just got here from orbit. The weapon has already been unleashed. If you're above ground when the virus strike hits, you will die. If you believe nothing else, believe that. Then where do you suggest we move to?" "Just to the west of this position, Captain," said Tarvitz, stealing a glance at the sky. "The edge of the trench system is thick with bunkers. Blast-proof shelters. If you get your men into them, they should be safe." "Should be," snapped Erlen. "That's the best you can offer me." Erlen stared at Tarvitz for a moment. "If you're wrong, the blood of my warriors will be on your hands, and I will kill you for their deaths." "I understand that, Captain," urged Tarvitz, "but we don't have much time." "Very well, Captain Tarvitz," said Erlen. "Sergeant Fleister left flank, Sergeant Rondi right. World-Eaters, general advance to the west, blades out." The World-Eaters drew their chain axes and swords. The blood-stained assault units hurried to the front and stepped over the makeshift barricades of corpses. "Are you coming, Tarvitz?" asked Erlen. Tarvitz nodded, drawing his broadsword and following the World-Eaters into the plaza. Although they were fellow Astartes, he knew he was a stranger among them as they ran, spitting battle curses and splashing through the dead towards the potential safety of the bunkers. Tarvitz glanced up at the gathering clouds and felt his chest tighten. The first burning streaks were falling towards the city. "It started," said Loken. Lacoste looked up from the field Vox. Fire was streaking through the sky towards the Coral City. Loken tried to judge the angle and speed of the falling darts of fire. Some of them would come down between the spires of the Siren Hold, just like the sons of Horus's own drop pods had done hours earlier, and they would hit in a matter of minutes. Did Lucius say anything else? "No," said Lacoste. "Some bioweapon. That was all. It sounded like he ran into a firefight." "Tarek," shouted Loken. "We need to get into cover now, beneath the Siren Hold." "Will that be enough? If they dug their catacombs deep enough, then maybe. And if not, from what Lucius said, we'll die. Then we'd better get a move on." Loken turned to the sons of Horus advancing around him. "Incoming! Get to the Siren Hold and head down now!" The closest spire of the Siren Hold was a towering monstrosity of grotesque writhing figures and leering gargoyle faces, a vision taken from some ancient hell of Istvan's myths. The sons of Horus broke their advance formation and ran towards it. Loken heard the distinctive boom of an airborne detonation high above the city and pushed himself harder as he entered the darkness of the tomb spire. Inside, it was dark and ugly, the floor paved with tortured half-human figures who reached up with stone hands as if through the bars of a cage.
"There's a way down,"
said Torgodon. Loken followed as Astartes ran towards the catacomb entrance, a huge monstrous stone head with a passageway leading down its throat. As the darkness closed around him, Loken heard a familiar sound drifting from beyond the walls of the siren hold. It was screaming. It was the song of the Coral City's death. The first virus bombs detonated high above the Coral City, the huge explosions spreading the deadly payloads far and wide into the atmosphere, designed to kill every living thing on the surface of a planet. The viral strains released on Istvan III were the most efficient killers in the War Master's arsenal. The bombs had a high enough yield to murder the planet 100 times over, and were set to burst at numerous differing altitudes and locations across the surface of the planet. The virus leapt through forests and plains, sweeping along algal blooms and riding air currents across the globe. It crossed mountains, forded rivers, burrowed through glaciers. The Imperium's deadliest weapons, the Emperor himself had been loath to use them. The bombs fell all across Istvan III, but most of all they fell on the Coral City. The World Eaters were the furthest from cover and suffered the worst of the initial bombardment. Some had reached the safety of the bunkers, but many more had not. Warriors fell to their knees as the virus penetrated their armored bodies. Deadly corrosive agents laced into the viral structure of the weapons, dissolving exposed pipes and armor joints, or finding their way inside through battle damage. Astartes screamed. The sound was all the more shocking for its very existence, rather than for the horror of its tone. The virus broke down cellular bonds at the molecular level, and its victims literally dissolved into a soup of rancid meat within minutes of exposure, leaving little but sloshing suits of rotted armor. Even many of those who reached the safety of the sealed bunkers died in agony, as they shut the doors only to find they had brought the lethal virus inside with them. The virus spread through the civilian populace of Istvan III at the speed of thought, leaping from victim to victim in the time it took to breathe in its foul contagion. People dropped where they stood, the flesh sloughing from their skeletons as their nervous systems collapsed, and their bones turned to the consistency of jelly. Bright explosions fed the viral feast, perpetuating the fatal reactions of corruption. The very lethality of the virus was its own worst enemy, for without a host organism to carry it from victim to victim, the virus quickly consumed itself. However, the bombardment from orbit was unrelenting, smothering the entire planet in a precisely targeted array of overlapping fire plans that ensured that nothing would escape the virus. Entire kingdoms and vassal states across the surface were obliterated in minutes. Ancient cultures that had survived Old Night and endured the horror of invasion a dozen times over fell without even knowing why, millions dying in screaming agony as their bodies betrayed them and fell apart, reducing them to rotted, decaying matter. Sindaman watched the bloom of darkness spread across the slice of the planet, visible on the giant pict screens. It spread in a wide black ring, eating its way across the surface of the planet with astonishing speed, leaving grey desolation behind it. Another wave of corruption crept in from another part of the surface, the two dark masses meeting and continuing to spread like the symptom of a horrible disease. What is it?" whispered Masadi. "You have already seen it," said Euphrates. "The Emperor showed you through me. It is death." Sindaman's stomach lurched as he remembered the hideous vision of decay, his flesh disintegrating before him and black corruption consuming everything around him. That was what was happening on Istvan III. This was the betrayal. Sindaman felt as though the blood had drained from him. An entire world was bathed in the immensity of death. He felt an echo of the fear it brought to the people of Istvan III, and that fear, multiplied across all those billions of people, was beyond his comprehension. "You are remembrancers," said Keela, a quiet sadness in her voice. "Both of you remember this, and pass it on. Someone must know." He nodded dumbly too, numbed by what he was seeing to say anything. "Come on," said Euphrates. "We have to go, sobbed Masadi, her eyes still fixed on the death of a world. "Go where?" "Away," smiled Euphrates. taking their hands and leading them through the immobile, horrified throng of remembrances towards the edge of the chamber. At first, Sinderman let her lead him, his limbs unable to do more than simply place one foot in front of another, but as he saw she was taking them towards the Astartes at the edge of the chamber, he began to pull back in alarm. "Euphrati," he hissed. "What are you doing? If those Astartes recognize us—" "Trust me, Kirill," she said. "I'm counting on that." Euphrati led them towards a hulking warrior who stood apart from the others, and Sinderman knew enough of body language to know that this man was as horrified as they were at what was happening. The Astartes turned to face them, his face craggy and ancient, worn like old leather. Euphrati stopped in front of him and said, "Iacton, I need your help." Iacton Cruz. Sinderman had heard Loken speak of him. The half-heard. He was a warrior of the old days whose voice carried no weight amongst the higher echelons of command. "A warrior of the old days. You need my help," asked Cruz. "Who are you? My name is Euphrati Keeler, and this is Mesadi Oliton," said Euphrati, as if her introductions in the midst of such carnage were the most normal thing in the world. "And this is Kirill Sinderman." Sinderman could see the recognition in Cruz's face, and he closed his eyes as he awaited the inevitable shout that would see them revealed. "Loken asked me to look out for you," said Cruz.
Loken,
asked Mesadi. "Have you heard from him?" Cruz shook his head, but said, "He asked me to keep you safe while he was gone. I think I know what he meant now." "What do you mean?" asked Sinderman, not liking the way Cruz kept casting wary glances at the armed warriors that lined the walls of the chamber. "Never mind," said Cruz. "Iacton," commanded Euphrati, her voice laden with quiet authority. "Look at me." The craggy-featured Astartes looked down at the slight form of Euphrati, and Sinderman could feel the power and determination that flowed from her. "You are the half-heard no longer," said Euphrati. "Now your voice will be heard louder than any other in your legion. You cling to the old ways and wish them to return with the fond nostalgia of the venerable. Those days are dying here, Iacton, but with your help we can bring them back again." "What are you talking about, woman?" snarled Cruz. "I want you to remember, Thunia," said Euphrati, and Sinderman recoiled as he felt an electric surge of energy spark from her, as if her very skin was charged. "What do you know of the planet of my birth?" "Only what I see inside you, Iacton," said Euphrati, a soft glow building behind her eyes and filling her words with promise and seduction. "The honor and the valor from which the lunar wolves were forged. You are the only one who remembers, Iacton. You're the only one left that still embodies what it is to be an Astartes." "You know nothing of me," he said. Though Sinderman could see her words were reaching him, breaking down the barriers the Astartes erected between themselves and mortals. "Your brothers called you the half-heard, but you do not take them to task for it. I know this is because a Thonian warrior is honorable and cares not for petty insults. I also know that your counsel is not heard because yours is the voice of a past age, when the Great Crusade was a noble thing, done not for gain but for the good of all humankind." Sinderman watched as Cruz's face spoke volumes of the conflict raging within his soul. Loyalty to his legion vied with loyalty to the ideals that had forged it. At last he smiled ruefully and said, "Nothing too arduous," he said. He looked over towards the War Master and Malachurst. "Come," he said, "follow me." "Where to?" asked Sinderman. "To safety," replied Cruz. "Loken asked me to look out for you, and that's what I'm going to do. Now be silent and follow me." Cruz turned on his heel and marched towards one of the many doors that led out of the audience chamber. Euphrati followed the warrior, and Sinderman and Mercedes trotted along after her, unsure as to where they were going or why. Cruz reached the door, a large portal of polished bronze guarded by 2 warriors, moving them aside with a chopping wave of his hand. "I'm taking these ones below," he said. "Our orders are that no one is to leave," said one of the guards. "And I am issuing you new orders," said Cruz, a steely determination that Sinderman had not noticed earlier underpinning his words. "Move aside, or are you disobeying the order of a superior officer?" "No, sir," said the warriors, bowing and hauling open the bronze door. Cruz nodded to the guards and gestured that the 4 of them should pass through. Sinderman, Euphrati, and Mesadi left the audience chamber, the door slamming behind them with an awful finality. with the sounds of the dying planet and the gasps of shock suddenly cut off. The silence that enveloped them was positively unnerving. "Now what do we do?" asked Mersadi. "I get us as far away from the vengeful spirit as possible," answered Cruz. "Off the ship?" asked Sinderman. "Yes," said Cruz. "It is not safe for your kind now. Not safe at all, 12 cleansing. Let the galaxy burn, God Machine." The screaming of the Coral City's death throes came in tremendous waves battering against the Presento's palace like a tsunami in the streets below and throughout the palace. The people of the Coral City were decaying where they stood. Bodies coming apart in torrents of disintegrating flesh. The people thronged in the streets to die, keening their hatred and fear up at the sky, imploring their gods to deliver them. Millions of people screamed at once, and the result was a terrible black-stained gale of death. A war singer soared overhead, trying to ease the agony and terror of their deaths with her songs. But the virus found her too, and instead of singing the praises of Istvan's gods, she coughed out black plumes as the virus tore through her insides. She fell like a shot bird, twirling towards the dying below. A bulky shape appeared on the roof of the Precentor's palace. Ancient Rylanor strode to the edge of the roof, overlooking the scenes of horror below, the viral carnage seething between the buildings. Rylanor's dreadnought body was sealed against the world outside, sealed far more effectively than any Astartes armor, and the deathly wind swirled harmlessly around him as he watched the city's death unfold. Rylanor looked up towards the sky, where far above the War Master's fleet was still emptying the last of its deathly payload onto Istvan III. The ancient dreadnought stood alone, the only note of peace in the screaming horror of the Coral City's death. "Good job, we built these bunkers tough," said Captain Earlin. The darkness of the sealed bunker was only compounded by the sounds of death from beyond its thick walls. Pitifully, few of the World Eaters had made it into the network of bunkers that fringed the edge of the trench network and barricaded themselves inside. They waited in the dark, listening to the virus killing off the city's population more efficiently than even their chain axes could. Tarvitz waited amongst them, listening to the deaths of millions of people in mute horror. The World Eaters appeared to be unmoved, the deaths of civilians meaning nothing to them. The screaming was dying down, replaced by a dull moaning. Pain and fear mingled in a distant roar of slow death. "How much longer must we hide like rats in the dark?" demanded Ellen. "The virus will burn itself out quickly," said Tarvitz. "That's what it's designed to do, eat away anything living and leave a battlefield for the enemy to take." "How do you know?" asked Erlen. Tarvitz looked at him. He could tell Erlen the truth, and he knew that he deserved it. But what good would it do? The World Eaters might kill him for even saying it. After all, their own Primarch was part of the War Master's conspiracy. "I have seen such weapons employed before," said Tarvitz. "You had better be right," snarled Erlen, sounding far from satisfied with Tarvitz's answer. "I won't cower here for much longer." The World Eater looked over his warriors, their blood-stained armored bodies packed close together in the darkness of the bunker. He raised his axe and called, "Wraith, have you raised the sons of Horus?" "Not yet," replied Wraith. Tarvitz could see he was a veteran, with numerous cortical implants blistered across his scalp. There's chatter, but nothing direct. "So they're still alive, maybe?" Erlen shook his head. "They got us. We thought we'd taken this city, and they got us." "None of us could have known," said Tarvitz. "No, there are no excuses." Erlen's face hardened. "The World Eaters must always go further than the enemy. When they attack, we charge right back at them. When they dig in, we dig them out. When they kill our warriors, we kill their cities. But this time, the enemy went further than we did. We attacked their city, and they destroyed it to take us with them." "We were all caught out, Captain," said Tarvitz. "The Emperor's children, too." "No, Tarvitz, this was our fight. The Emperor's children and the sons of Horus were to behead the beast, but we were sent to cut its heart out. This was an enemy that could not be scared away or thrown into confusion. The Istvanians had to be killed. Whether the other legions acknowledge it or not, the World Eaters were the ones who had to win this city, and we take responsibility for our failures." "It's not your responsibility," said Tarvitz. "A lesser soldier pretends that his failures are those of his commanders," said Erlen. and Astartes realizes they are his alone. No, Captain, said Tarvitz. You don't understand? I mean, got something, said Wraith from the corner of the bunker. The sons of Horus, asked Erlen. Rath shook his head. Death Guard. They took cover in the bunkers further west. What do they say? That the virus is dying down, then we could be out there again soon, said Erlen with relish. If the Istvanians come to take their city back, they'll find us waiting for them. No, said Tarvitz. There's one more stage of the viral attack still to come. What's that? Demanded Erlen. The firestorm, said Tarvitz. You see now, said Horus to the assembled remembrancers. This is war. This is cruelty and death. This is what we do for you, and yet you turn your face from it. Weeping men and women clung to one another in the wake of such monstrous genocide, unable to comprehend the scale of the slaughter that had just been enacted in the name of the Imperium. You have come to my ship to chronicle the Great Crusade, and there is much to be said for what you have achieved. But things change and times move on, continued Horus, as the Astartes warriors along the flanks of the chamber closed the doors and stood before them with their bolters held across their chests. The Great Crusade is over, said Horus, his voice booming with power and strength. The ideals it once stood for are dead, and all we have fought for has been a lie until now. Now I will bring the crusade back to its rightful path and rescue the galaxy from its abandonment at the hands of the Emperor. Astonished gasps and wails spread around the chamber at Horus's words, and he relished the freedom he felt in saying them out loud. The need for secrecy and misdirection was no more. Now he could unveil the grandeur of his designs for the galaxy and cast aside his false facade to reveal his true purpose. You cry out, but mere mortals cannot hope to comprehend the scale of my plans, said Horus, savoring the looks of panic that began to spread around the audience chamber. No iterator could ever have had a crowd so completely in the palm of his hand. Unfortunately, this means that there is no place for the likes of you in this new crusade. I am to embark on the greatest war ever unleashed on the galaxy, and I cannot be swayed from my course by those who harbor disloyalty. Horus smiled. The smile of an angelic executioner. Kill them, he said, all of them. Bolt of fire stabbed into the crowd at the War Master's order. Flesh burst in wet explosions, and 100 bodies fell in the first fusillade. The screaming began as the crowd surged away from the Astartes, who marched into their midst. But there was no escape. Guns blazed and roaring, chainswords rose and fell. The slaughter took less than a minute, and Horus turned away from the killing to watch the final death throes of Istvan III. Abaddon emerged from the shadows where he and Malachurst had watched the slaughter of the remembrancers. "My lord," said Abaddon, bowing low. "What is it, my son?" Ship surveyors report that the virus has mostly burned out. And the gaseous levels? Off the scale, my lord, smiled Abaddon. The gunners await your orders. Horus watched the swirling, noxious clouds enveloping the planet below. All it would take was a single spark. He imagined the planet as the frayed end of a fuse that would ignite the galaxy in a searing conflagration and would lead to an inexorable conclusion on Terra. "Order the guns to fire," said Horus, his voice cold. "Let the galaxy burn. Emperor, preserve us," whispered Moderati Kassar, unable to hide his horror and not caring who heard him. The miasma of rancid, putrid gases still hung thickly around the Titan, and he could only dimly see the trenches again, along with the Death Guard emerging from the bunkers. Shortly after the order to seal the Titan had been given, the Death Guard had taken cover, clearly in receipt of the same order as the Diaz Irae. The Istvanians had received no such order. The Death Guard's withdrawal had drawn the Istvanian soldiers forwards, and they had borne the full brunt of the bioweapon. Masses of mucus-like flesh choked the trenches, half-formed human corpses looming from them. Faces melted and rot-bloated bodies split open. Thousands upon thousands of Istvanians lay in rotting heaps, and thick streams of sluggish black corruption ran the length of the trenches beyond the battlefield. Death had consumed the forests that lay just outside the Coral City's limits, now resembling endless graveyards of blackened trunks like scorched skeletal hands. The earth beneath was saturated with biological death, and the air was thick with foul gases released by the oceans of decaying matter. "Report," said Princeps Turnit, re-entering the cockpit from the Titan's main dorsal cavity. "We're sealed," said Moderati Aruken on the other side of the bridge. The crew's fine, and I have a 0 reading of contaminants. The virus has burned itself out, said Turnit. Kassa, what's out there? Kassar took a moment to gather his thoughts, still struggling with the hideous magnitude of death that he couldn't have even imagined had he not seen it through the eyes of the Dies Irae. The Hispanians are gone, he said. He peered through the swirling clouds of gas at the mass of the city to one side of the Titan. All of them the Death Guard? Kassar looked closer, seeing segments of gunmetal armor partially buried in gory choke points, marking where Astartes had fallen. Some of them were caught out there, he said. A lot of them are dead, but the Order must have got to most of them in time. The Order? Yes, Princeps, the order to take cover. Turnit peered through the Titan's eye on Arukan's side of the bridge, seeing Death Guard warriors through the greenish haze, securing the trenches around their bunkers and treading through the foul remains of the Hispanians. Damn, said Turnit. We are blessed, said Kassa. They could so easily have been. Watch your mouth, Moderati. That religious filth is a crime by the order of... Turnit's voice cut off as movement caught his eyes. Kassar followed his gaze in time to see the clouds of gas lit up by a brilliant beam of light as a blazing lance slashed through the clouds of noxious, highly flammable gases. All it took was a single spark. An entire planet's worth of decaying matter wreathed the atmosphere of Istvan III in a thick shawl of combustible gases. The lance strike from the vengeful spirit burned through the upper atmosphere into the choking miasma, and its searing beam ignited the gas with a dull whoosh that seemed to suck the oxygen from the air. In a second, the air itself caught light, ripping across the landscape in a howling maelstrom of fire and noise. Entire continents were laid bare. Their landscapes seared to bare rock. Their decayed populations vaporized in seconds as winds of fire swept across their surfaces in a deadly gale of blazing destruction. Cities exploded as gas lines went up, blazing towers of fire whipping madly in the deadly firestorm. Nothing could survive, and flesh, stone, and metal were vitrified or melted in the unimaginable temperatures. Entire sprawls of buildings collapsed, the bodies of their former occupants reduced to ashen waste on the wind, palaces of marble and industrial heartlands destroyed in gigantic mushroom clouds as the storm of destruction swept around Istvan III with relentless, mindless destruction until it seemed as though the entire globe was ablaze. Those Astartes who had survived the viral attack found themselves consumed in flames as they desperately sought to find cover once more. But against this firestorm there could be no cover for those who had dared to brave the elements. By the time the echoes of the recoil had faded on the War Master's flagship, billions had died on Istvan III. Moderati Kassar hung on for dear life as the tempestuous firestorm raged around the Dies Irae. The colossal Titan swayed like a reed in the wind, and he just hoped that the new stabilizing gyros the Mechanicum had installed held firm in the face of the onslaught. Across from him, Arukan gripped the rails surrounding his chair with white-knuckled hands, staring in awed terror at the blazing vortices spinning beyond the command bridge. "Emperor, save us! Emperor, save us! Emperor, save us!" he whispered, over and over as the flames billowed and surged for what seemed like an eternity. The heat in the command bridge was intolerable, since the coolant units had been shut down when the Titan was sealed off from the outside world. Like a gigantic pressure cooker, the temperature inside the Titan climbed rapidly until Kassa felt as if he could no longer draw breath without searing the interior of his lungs. He closed his eyes and saw the ghostly green scroll of data flash through his retinas. Sweat poured from him in a torrent, and he knew that this was it. This was how he would die, not in battle, not saying the Lectitio Divinitatis, but cooked to death inside his beloved Dies Irae. He had lost track of how long they had been bathed in fire when the professional core of his mind saw that the temperature readings, which had been rising rapidly since the firestorm had hit, were beginning to flatten out. Kassar opened his eyes and saw the madly churning mass of flame through the viewing bays of the Titan's head, but he also saw spots of sky burned blue as the fire incinerated the last of the combustible gases released by the dead of Istvan.
"Temperature dropping," he said, amazed that they were still alive. Arukan laughed as he too realized they were going to live. Princeps Turnit slid back into his command chair and began bringing the Titan systems back online. Kassar slid back into his own chair, the leather soaking wet where his sweat had collected. He saw the readouts of the external surveyors come to life as the princeps once again opened their systems to the outside world. Systems, check, ordered Turnet.
Araucan nodded, mopping his sweat-streaked brow with his sleeve. Weapons fine, though we'll need to watch our rate of fire since they're already pretty hot. Confirmed, said Cassar. We won't be able to fire the plasma weapons anytime soon either. We'll probably blow our arm off if we try. Understood, said Turnet. Initiate emergency coolant procedures. I want those guns ready to fire as soon as possible. Cassar nodded, though he was unsure as to the cause of the Princeps's urgency. Surely there could be nothing out there that would have survived the firestorm. Certainly nothing that could threaten a Titan incoming called Araucan, and Cassar looked up to see a flock of black specks descending rapidly through the crystal sky, flying low towards the blackened ruins of the burned city. Araucan, track them, snapped Turnet. Gunships, said Araucan. They're heading for the center of the city. What's left of the palace? Whose are they? Can't tell yet. Cassar sat back in the cockpit seat and let the filaments of the Titan's command systems come to the fore of his mind once again. He engaged the Titan's targeting systems, and his vision plunged into the target reticule, zooming in on the formation of gunships disappearing among the crumbling, fire-blackened ruins of the Coral City. He saw bone-white colors trimmed with blue and the symbol of fanged jaws closing over a planet. World Eaters, he said out loud. They're the World Eaters. It must be the second wave. There is no second wave, said Turnet, as if to himself. Araucan, get the Vox mast up and connect me to the Vengeful Spirit. Fleet Command, ask Araucan. No, said Turnet, the War Master. Iacton Cruz led them through the corridors of the Vengeful Spirit, past the training halls, past the Lupercal's court, and down through twisting passageways none of them had traversed before, even when they had been hiding from Magard and Malachurst. Sinderman's heart beat a rapid tattoo on his ribs, and he felt a curious mix of elation and sorrow fill him as he realized what Cruz had saved them from. There could be little doubt as to what must have happened to those remembrances in the audience chamber, and the thought of so many wonderful creative people sacrificed to serve the interests of those with no understanding of art or the creative process galled him and saddened him in equal measure. He glanced at Euphrati Keeler, who appeared to have become stronger since their escape from death. Her hair was golden and her eyes bright, and though her skin was still pallid, it only served to highlight the power within her. Masadi Oleton, by contrast, was visibly weakening. They will come after us soon, said Keeler, if they are not already. Can we escape? Masadi asked hoarsely. Cruz only shrugged. We will or we won't. Then this is it? Asked Sinderman. Keeler shot him an amused glance. No, you should know better than that, Kirill. It is never it. Not for a believer. There's always more, something to look forward to when it's all over. They passed a number of observation dooms that looked out into the cold void of space, the sight only serving to remind Sinderman of just how tiny they were in the context of the galaxy. Even the faintest speck of light that he could see was actually a star, perhaps surrounded by its own worlds, its own people and entire civilizations. How is it that we find ourselves at the center of such momentous events, and yet we never saw them coming? He whispered. After a while, Sinderman began to recognize his surroundings, seeing familiar signs scraped into bulkheads, and insignia he recognized, telling him that they were approaching the embarkation decks. Cruz led the way unerringly, his stride sure and confident, a far cry from the wretched sycophant he had heard described. The blast doors to the embarkation deck were closed, the tattered remnants of the votive papers and offerings made to the War Master when his sons took him to the Delphos, still fixed to the surrounding structure. In here, said Cruz. If we're lucky, there will be a gunship we can take. And go where? Demanded Masadi. Where can we go that the War Master won't find us? Keeler reached out and placed her hand on Masadi's arm. Don't worry. We have more friends than you know, Sadie. The Emperor will show me the way. The doors rumbled open, and Cruz marched confidently onto the embarkation deck. Sinderman smiled in relief when the warrior said, There, Thunderhawk 9 Delta. But the smile fell from his face as he saw the gold-armored form of Magad standing before the machine. Soel Tarvitz watched the look of utter disbelief on Captain Erland's face as he took in the scale of the destruction wrought by the firestorm. Nothing remained of the Coral City as they had known it. Every scrap of living tissue was gone, burned to atoms by the flames that roared and howled in the wake of the virus attack. Every building was black, burned and collapsed so that Istvan III resembled a vision of hell, its tumbled buildings still ablaze as the last combustible materials burned away. Tall plumes of fire poured skyward in defiance of gravity, fuel lines and refineries that would continue to burn until their reserves were exhausted. The stench of scorched metal and meat was pungent, and the vista before them was unrecognizable as that which they had fought across only minutes before.
Why?
Was all Erlen could ask. I don't know, said Tarvitz, wishing he had more to tell the World Eater. This wasn't the Istvanians, was it? Asked Erlen. Tarvitz wanted to lie, but he knew that the World Eater would see through him instantly. No, he said, it wasn't. We are betrayed. Tarvitz nodded. Why? Repeated Erlen. I have no answers for you, brother, but if they hoped to kill us all in one fell swoop, then they have failed. And the World Eaters will make them pay for that failure, swore Erlen, as a new sound rose over the crackle of burning buildings and tumbling masonry. Tarvitz heard it too and looked up in time to see a flock of World Eaters' gunships streaking towards their position from the outskirts of the city. Gunfire came down in a burning spray, punching through the ruins around them, boring holes in the black marble of the ground. Hold, shouted Erlen. Heavy fire thudded down among the World Eaters as the gunships roared overhead. Tarvitz crouched at a smashed window opening beside Erlen, hearing one of the World Eaters grunt in pain as a shell found its mark. The gunships passed and soared up into the sky, looping around above the shattered palace before angling down for another run. Heavy weapons! Get some fire up there! Yelled Erlen. Gunfire stuttered up from the gaps in partially collapsed roofs, chattering heavy bolters and the occasional ruby flare of a Lascanon blast. Tarvitz ducked back from the window as return fire thundered down, stitching lines of explosions through the World Eaters. More of them fell, blown off their feet or blasted apart. One World Eater slumped down beside Tarvitz, the back of his head a pulsing red mass. The gunships banked, spraying fire down at their position. Tarvitz could see the World Eaters zeroing in on them as they flew back towards their position. Return fire lanced upwards and one gunship fell, its engine spewing flames to smash to pieces against a burning ruin. Tarvitz could see dozens of gunships, surely the whole of the World Eaters' arsenal. The lead Thunderhawk dropped through the ruins, hovering a few meters above the ground, with its assault ramp down and bolt of fire sparking around the opening. Erlen turned towards Tarvitz.
This isn't your fight,
he yelled over the gunfire. Get out of here. Emperor's children never run, replied Tarvitz, drawing his sword. They do from this. No space marine could have survived the storm of fire that blazed away at the interior of the gunship. But it was no ordinary space marine that was born within it. With a roar like a hunting animal, Angron leapt from the gunship and landed with a terrible crash in the midst of the ruined city. He was a monster of legend, huge and terrible. The Primarch's hideous face was twisted in hatred, his huge chain axes battered and stained with decades of bloodshed. As the mighty Primarch landed, World Eaters dropped from the other gunships. Thousands of World Eaters loyal to the Warmaster followed their Primarch into the Coral City, accompanied by the war cries that echoed Angron's own bestial howl as he charged into his former brethren. Horus put his fist through the pict screen that showed the transmission from the D's eye-ray. The image of the World Eaters' gunships splintered under the assault as his anger at Angron's defiance boiled over one of his allies. No, one of his subordinates had disobeyed his direct order. Aximand, Abaddon, Erebus, and Malakhurst eyed him warily, and Horus could imagine their trepidation at the news of Angron's impetuous attack on the survivors of the virus bombing. That there were survivors at all was galling, but Angron's actions put a whole new spin on the Istvan campaign. And yet, he said, choking back his rage, I'm surprised at this. Warmaster, said Aximand. What do you? Angron is a killer, snapped Horus, rounding on his Mournival son. He solves every problem with raw violence. He attacks first and thinks later, if he thinks at all, and yet I never saw this. What else would he do when he saw the survivors of his legion in the Coral City? Would he sit back and watch the rest of the fleet bombard them from orbit? Never. And yet I did nothing. Horus glanced at the smashed remains of the pick display. I will never be caught out like this again. There will be no twists of fate I do not see coming. The question remains, said Aximand. What shall we do about Angron? Destroy him with the rest of the city, said Abaddon without a pause. If he cannot be trusted to obey his war master, then he is a liability. The World Eaters are an exceptionally effective weapon of terror, retorted Aximand. Why destroy them when they can wreak so much havoc among those loyal to the Emperor? There are always more soldiers, said Abaddon. Many will beg to join the War Master. There is no room for those who can't follow orders. Angron is a killer. Yes, but he is predictable, put in Erebus, and Horus bristled at the implicit insult in the first chaplain's words. He can be kept obedient by letting him off the leash every now and again. The word-bearers may live by treachery and lies, snarled Abaddon, but in the sons of Horus you are loyal or you are dead. What do you know of my legion? Asked Erebus, rising to meet the first captain's ire, his mask of smirking calm slipping. I know secrets that would destroy your mind. How dare you speak to me of deceit? This reality, all you know. This is the lie. Erebus, roared Horus, ending the confrontation instantly. This is not the place to evangelize your legion. I have made my decision, and these are wasted words. Then Angron will be destroyed in the bombardment? Asked Malagurst. No, replied Horus. He will not. But, War Master, even if Angron prevails, he could be down there for weeks, said Aximand. And he will not fight alone. Do you know, my sons, why the Emperor appointed me War Master? Because you were his favored son, replied Malagurst. You are the greatest warrior and tactician of the Great Crusade. Whole worlds have fallen at the mention of your name. I did not ask for flattery, snarled Horus. Because you never lose, said Abaddon levelly. I never lose, nodded Horus, glaring between the four Astartes, because I see only victory. I have never seen a situation that cannot be turned into triumph, no disadvantage that cannot be turned to an advantage. That is why I was made War Master on Davin I fell, yet came through that ordeal stronger. Against the Orician technocracy we faced dissent from within our own fleet, so I used the conflict to rid us of those fomenting rebellion. There is no failing. I cannot turn to a component in my victories. Angron has decided to turn Istvan III into a ground assault. I can consider this a failure, and limit its impact by bombing Angron and his World Eaters into dust along with the rest of the planet, or I can forge a triumph from it that will send echoes far into the future. Malachurst broke the silence that followed. What would you have us do, War Master? Inform the other legions that they are to prepare for a full assault on the Loyalists in the Coral City, Ezekiel. Assemble the legion. Have them ready to launch the attack in 2 hours. I shall be proud to lead my legion, said Abaddon. You will not lead them. That honor will go to Sedere and Targost. Anger flared in Abaddon, but I am the first captain. This battle, where resolve and brutality are qualities required for victory, is tailor-made for me. You are a captain of the Mournival, Ezekiel, said Horus. I have another role in mind for you and little Horus in this fight, one I feel sure you will relish. Yes, War Master, said Abaddon, the frustration disappearing from his face. As for you, Erebus, War Master, stay out of our way. To your duties, sons of Horus 13, maggard factions, lunar wolves, princeps, Turnit listened intently as the orders came through, though Kasser couldn't hear the orders piped into the princeps's ear, and he didn't want to. It was all he could do to keep from vomiting. Every time he let his mind wander outside the systems of the Dies Irae, he saw nothing but the tangles of charred ruins. His consciousness retreated within the machine, pulling his perception back into the massive form of the Titan. The Dies Irae was coming back to life around him. He could sense the god machine's limbs flood with power, and could feel the weapons reloading. The plasma reactor at its heart was beating in time with his own, a ball of nuclear flame that burned with the Emperor's own righteous strength. Even here, among all this death and horror, the Emperor was with him. The god machine was the instrument of his will, standing firm among the destruction. That thought comforted Kassar and helped him focus. If the Emperor was here, then the Emperor would protect. Orders in from the vengeful spirit, said Turnit briskly. Moderati, open fire. Open fire? Said Arukan. Sir, the Istvanians are gone. They're dead. To Kassar, Arukun's voice sounded distant, for he was subsumed in the systems of the Titan, but he heard Ternet's voice as clearly as if he had spoken in his own ear. Not at the Istvanians, replied Ternet. At the Death Guard, Princeps, said Arukun. Fire on the Death Guard? I'm not in the habit of repeating my orders. Moderati, replied Ternet, and they are to fire on the Death Guard. They have defied the War Master. Kassar froze, as if there wasn't enough death on Istvan III. Now the Dies Irae was to fire on the Death Guard, the very force they had been sent to support. Sir, he said, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't need to, shouted Ternet, his patience finally at an end. Just do as I order. Looking straight into Ternet's eyes, the truth hit Titus Kassar, as though the Emperor had reached out from terror and filled him with the light of truth. The Istvanians didn't do this, did they? He asked. The War Master did. Ternet's face creased in a slow smile, and Kassar saw his hand reaching towards his holstered sidearm. Kassar didn't give him the chance to get there first and snatched for his own auto-pistol. Both men drew their pistols and fired. Maggard took a step forwards, drawing his golden Curlian blade and unholstering his pistol. His bulk was even more massive than Sindaman remembered, grossly swollen to proportions beyond human, and more reminiscent of an Astartes. Had that been Maggard's reward for his services to the War Master? Without wasting words of preamble, Cruz raised his bolter and fired, but Maggard's armor was the equal of Astartes' plate, and the shot simply signaled the beginning of a duel. Sindaman and Mersadi ducked as Maggard's pistol spat fire, the noise appalling as the two warriors ran towards one another with their guns blazing. Keeler watched calmly as Maggard's gunfire blew chunks from Cruz's armor, but before he could fire any more, Cruz was upon him. Cruz smashed his fist into Maggard's midriff, but the silent killer rode the punch and swung his sword for the Astartes' head. Cruz ducked back from the great slash of Maggard's sword, the blade slicing though the armor at the Astartes warrior's stomach. Blood sprayed briefly from the wound, and Cruz dropped to his knees in sudden pain before drawing his combat knife, the blade as long as a mortal warrior's sword. Maggard leapt towards him, and his sword hacked a deep gouge in Cruz's side, yet more blood spilled from the venerable Astartes' body. Another killing strike slashed towards Cruz, but this time combat knife and Kerlian blade met in a shower of fiery sparks. Cruz recovered first and stabbed his blade through the gap between Maggard's greaves. The assassin stumbled backwards, and Cruz rose unsteadily to his feet. The assassin stepped in close and lunged with his sword. Maggard was almost the equal of Cruz in physique and had youth on his side. But even Sindaman could see he was slower, as if his new form was unfamiliar, not yet worn in. Cruz sidestepped a huge arcing strike of Maggard's sword and swung inside his opponent's defense, reaching around to lock his head in the crook of his elbow. His other arm snapped round to plunge the knife into Maggard's throat, but a fist seized Cruz's hand in an iron grip, halting the blade inches from the man's pulsing jugular. Cruz fought to force the blade upwards, but Maggard's newly enhanced strength was the greater, and he began to force the blade to one side. Beads of sweat popped on Cruz's face, and Sindaman knew that this was a struggle he could not win alone. He pushed himself to his feet and ran towards Maggard's fallen pistol, its matte black finish cold and lethal-looking, though designed for a mortal grip. The pistol still felt absurdly huge in his hands. Sindaman held the heavy pistol outstretched and marched towards the struggling warriors. He couldn't risk a shot from any kind of distance. He was no marksman and was as likely to hit their deliverer as their killer. He walked up to the fight and placed the muzzle of the pistol directly on the bleeding wound where Cruz had stabbed Maggard. He pulled the trigger, and the recoil of the shot almost shattered his wrist, but the effect of his intervention more than made up for the trauma. Maggard opened his mouth in a silent scream, and his entire body flinched in sudden agony. Maggard's grip on the knife weakened, and with a roar of anger, Cruz punched it into the base of his opponent's jaw and through the roof of his mouth. Maggard buckled and fell to the side with the force of a falling tree. The golden-armored assassin and the Astartes rolled, and Cruz was on top of his enemy, still gripping the knife. Face to face for a moment, Maggard spat a mouthful of blood into Cruz's face. Cruz pushed the knife deeper into Maggard's jaw, plunging it into his opponent's brain. Magad spasmed, his huge bulk thrashing briefly, and when he stopped Cruz, was looking into a pair of blank, dead eyes. Cruz pushed himself from Magad's body. Face to face, said Cruz, breathing heavily with the exertion of killing Magad. Not with treachery, from 1,000 miles up, face to face. He looked at Sinderman and nodded his thanks. The warrior was wounded and exhausted, but there was a calm serenity to him. I remember how it used to be, he said. We were brothers on Thonia, not just among ourselves, but with our enemies too. That was what the Emperor saw in us when he came to the hives. We were gangs of killers as existed on 1,000 other worlds, but we believed in a code that was more precious than life. That was what he wrought into the lunar wolves. I thought that even if none of the rest of us remembered, the War Master would, because he was the one the Emperor chose to lead us. No, said Keeler, you are the last one. And when I realized that I just told them what they wanted to hear, I tried to be one of them, and I succeeded. I almost forgot everything until now. The music of the spheres, said Sinderman quietly. Cruz's eyes focused again on Keeler, and his face hardened. I did nothing half-heard, said Keeler, answering his unasked question. You said so yourself. The ways of Thonia were the reason the Emperor chose you and your brothers for the lunar wolves. Perhaps it was the Emperor who reminded you. I saw this coming for so long, but I let it, because I thought that was my code now, but nothing changed. Not really. The enemy just moved from out there to amongst us. Look, as profound as this all is, can we get the hell out of here? Asked Mesadi. Cruz nodded and beckoned them towards the Thunderhawk gunship. You're right, Miss Ollerton. Let's get off this ship. It is dead to me now. We're with you, Captain, said Sinderman, as he gingerly picked his way over Magad's body after Cruz. The years seemed to have dropped from him, as if the energy lost in the fight was returning with interest. Sinderman saw a light in his eyes he hadn't seen before. Watching the light of understanding rekindled in Ayacton Cruz reminded Sinderman that there was still hope, and there was nothing so dangerous in the galaxy as a little hope. Turnit's shot went high, and Kassar's went wide. Jonah Arukan ducked for cover as the rounds ricocheted on the curved ceiling of the bridge. Turnit rolled down behind the command chair as Kassar pulled himself from his own chair, set deep into the cockpit floor and level with the Titan's eye. Kassar fired again, and sparks showered as the autopistol round hit the electronics arrayed around Turner's chair. Turnit fired back, and Kassar dropped into the cover of the depression formed by his own seat. The connectors had torn free from his scalp as he moved, and tears of blood streaked his face, metallic monofilament wires clinging wetly to the back of his neck. His mind throbbed with the suddenness of being ripped away from the god machine. "Titus!" yelled Arukan. "What are you doing?" "Moderati! Surrender or you will die here," shouted Turnit. "Throw down your weapon and surrender. This is treachery," shouted Kassar. "Jonah, you know I am right. The War Master did this. He brought death to this city to kill the believers." Turnit fired blindly from behind the elaborate machinery of the command seat. "Believe you would betray your War Master because of this religion? You're diseased. Do you know that? Religion is a sickness, and I should have put you down a long time ago." Kassar thought rapidly. There was only one way out of the cockpit, the doorway that led into the Titan's dorsal cavity, where the plasma generator was located along with a detail of engineer crewmen who operated it. He couldn't run, for fear of Turnit shooting him dead as he broke from cover. But the same was true of Turnit. They were both trapped. "You knew," said Kassar, about the bombardment. "Of course I knew. How can you be so ignorant? Don't you even know what's happening on this planet?" "The Emperor is being betrayed," said Kassar. "There is no Emperor," shouted Turnit. "He abandoned us. He left the Imperium that men died to conquer for him. He doesn't care. But the War Master cares. He conquered this galaxy, and it is his to rule, but there are fools who don't understand that. They are the ones who have forced the War Master into this, so that he can do what must be done." Kassar's mind reeled. Turnit had betrayed everything the Emperor had built, and the combat within the command bridge struck Kassar as representative of what was happening in the wider conflict. Turnit rose and fired wildly as he ran for the door, both shots smacking into the bridge wall behind Kassar. "I won't let you do this," yelled Kassar, returning fire. His first shot went wide, but now Princeps Turnit was struggling with the wheel lock of the door. Cassar lined up his shot on Turnit's back. "Titus! Don't do it!" shouted Aruken, wrenching the Titan's primary motor controls around. The Titan lurched madly, the whole bridge tipping like the deck of a ship in a storm. Cassar was thrown back against the wall, the opportunity to take his shot gone. Turnit hauled the door open, throwing himself from the Titan's bridge and out of Cassar's firing line. Cassar scrambled to his feet again as the Titan rocked upright. A shape moved in front of him, and he almost fired before realizing it was Jonah Aruken. "Titus, come on," said Aruken. "Don't do this. I don't have a choice. This is treachery. You don't have to die." Cassar jerked his head towards the Titan's eye, through which they could still see the Death Guard moving through the death-slicked trenches. "Neither do they. You know I am right, Aruken. You know the War Master has betrayed the Imperium. If we have the Dai's eye-ray, then we can do something about it." Aruken looked from Cassar's face to the gun in his hand. "It's over, Cassar. Just give this up. With me or against me, Jonah," said Cassar levelly. "The Emperor's faithful or his enemy, your choice." It had often been said that a Space Marine knew no fear. Such a statement was not literally true. A Space Marine could know fear, but he had the training and discipline to deal with it and not let it affect him in battle. Captain Saul Tarvitz was no exception. He had faced storms of gunfire and monstrous aliens, and even glimpsed the insane predators of the warp. But when Angron charged, he ran, the Primarch smashed through the ruins like a juggernaut. He bellowed insanely, and with one sweep of his chain axe carved 2 loyal World Eaters in 2, bringing his offhand axe down to bite through the torso of a third. His traitor World Eaters dived over the rubble, blasting with pistols or stabbing with chain blades. "Die," bellowed Captain Irlen as the Loyalists countercharged, throwing themselves into the enemy as one. Tarvitz was used to Astartes who fought in feints and countercharges, overlapping fields of fire, picking the enemy apart or sweeping through his ranks with grace and precision. The World Eaters did not fight with the perfection of the Emperor's children. They fought with anger and hatred, with brutality and the lust for destruction. And they fought with more hatred than ever before against their own, against the battle brothers they had warred alongside for years. Tarvitz scrambled back from the carnage. World Eaters shouldered past him as they charged at Angron, but the butchered bodies lying around showed what fate awaited them. Tarvitz put his shoulder down and hammered through a ruined wall, sprawling into a courtyard where statues stood scarred and beheaded by the day's earlier battles. He glanced behind him. Thousands of World Eaters were locked in a terrible hurricane of carnage, scrambling to get at one another. At the center of the bloody hurricane was Angron, massive and terrible as he laid about him with his axes. Captain Irlen crashed down a short distance from him, and the World Eater's eyes flickered over Tarvitz before he rolled onto his back and pulled himself to his feet. Irlen's face was torn open, a red mask of blood with his eyes the only recognizable feature. A pack of World Eaters descended on him, piling him to the ground and working at him as though they were carving up a side of meat. Volleys of bolter shots thudded through the walls, and the battle spilled into the courtyard, World Eaters wrestling with one another and forcing bolters up to fire point blank or disemboweling their battle brothers with chain axes. Tarvitz kicked himself to his feet and ran as a wall collapsed and a dozen traitors surged forward. He threw himself behind a pillar, bolt shells blasting chunks of marble from it in concussive impacts. The sound of battle followed him, and Tarvitz knew that he had to try and find the Emperor's children. Only with his fellow warriors alongside him could he impose some form of order on this chaotic fight. Tarvitz ran, realizing that gunfire was directed at him from all angles. He charged through the ruins of a grand dining hall and into a cavernous stone-walled kitchen. He kept running and smashed his way through the ruins until he found himself in the streets of the Coral City. A burning gunship streaked overhead and crashed into a building in an orange plume of flame as gunfire stuttered throughout the ruins he had just vacated, and Angron's roaring cut through the din of battle. The magnificent dome of the Precentaur's palace rose above the battle, unfolding across the blackened remains of the city. As Tarvitz made his way through the carnage towards his beloved Emperor's children, he promised that if he was to meet his death on this blasted world, then he would meet it amongst his battle brothers, and in death defy the hatred the War Master had sown amongst them. Loken watched the sons of Horus landing on the far side of the Siren Hold. His space marines, He couldn't think of them as sons of Horus anymore, were arrayed around the closest tomb spire in a formidable defensive formation. His heavy weapons commanded the valley of shrines through which attackers would have to advance, and the tactical marines held hard points of ruins where they would fight on their own terms. But the enemy was not the Istvanian army. They were his brothers. "I thought they'd bomb us," said Torgadon. "They should have done," replied Loken. "Something went wrong. It'll be Abaddon," said Torgadon. "He must have been itching for a chance to take us on face to face. Horus couldn't have held him back." "Or Sedire," echoed Loken, distaste in his voice. The afternoon sun hung in veils between the shadows cast by the walls and the tomb spires. "I never thought it would end like this, Tariq," said Loken. "Maybe storming some alien citadel or defending terror, like something from the epic poems, something romantic, something the remembrances could get their teeth into. I never thought it could end defending a hole like this against my own battle brothers. Yes, but then you always were an idealist." The sons of Horus were coming down on the far side of the tomb spire across the valley, the optimal point to strike from, and Loken knew that this would be the hardest battle he would ever have to fight. "We don't have to die here," said Torgadon. Loken looked at him. "I know we can win. We can throw everything we have at them. I'll lead them in from the front, and then there's a chance that—" "No," said Torgadon. "I mean, we don't have to hold them here. We know we can get through the main gates into the city. If we strike for the Precentor's palace, we could link up with the Emperor's children or the World Eaters." Lucius said the warning came from Saul Tarvitz, so they know we are betrayed. "Saul Tarvitz is on Istvan III, asked Loken, sudden hope flaring in his heart. "Apparently so," nodded Torgadon. "We could help them fortify the palace." Loken looked back across at the tangle of shrines and tomb spires. "You would retreat?" "I would when there's no chance of victory, and we can fight on better terms elsewhere. We'll never have another chance to face them on our own terms, Tariq. The Coral City is gone. This whole damn planet is dead. It's about punishing them for their betrayal and the brothers we have lost. We all lost brothers here, Garvey, but dying needlessly won't bring them back. I will have my vengeance too. But I'm not throwing away the few warriors I have left in a knee-jerk act of defiance. Think about this. Loken, really think about why you want to fight them here." Loken could hear the first bursts of gunfire and knew Torgadon was right. They were still the best trained, most disciplined of the legions, and he knew that if he wanted to fight those who had betrayed him, he had to fight with his head and not his heart. "You're right, Tariq," said Loken. "We should link up with Tarvitz. We need to get organized to launch a counterattack. We can really make them suffer, Garvey. We can force them into a battle and delay them. If Tarvitz got the warning out here, who's to say that there aren't others carrying a warning to Terra? Maybe the other legions already know what's happened. Someone underestimated us. They thought this would be a massacre, but we'll go one better. We'll turn Istvan III into a war. Do you think we can? We're the Lunar Wolves, Garvey. We can do anything." Loken took his friend's hand, accepting the truth of his words. He turned to the squads arrayed behind him, scanning the valley through their gun sights. "Astartes," he shouted. "You all know what has happened, and I share your pain and outrage. But I need you to focus on what we must now do and not let passion blind you to the cold facts of war. Bonds of brotherhood have been shattered, and we are no longer the sons of Horus. That name has no meaning for us now. We are once again the Lunar Wolves, soldiers of the Emperor." A deafening cheer greeted his words as Loken continued. "We are giving the enemy this position and will break through the gates to strike for the palace. Captain Torgadon and I will take the assault units and lead the spear tip." Within moments, the newly rechristened Lunar Wolves were ready to move out, Torgadon barking orders to put the assault squads up front. Loken gathered a body of warriors to him, forming a pocket of resistance in the shadow of the tomb spire. "Kill for the living and kill for the dead," said Torgadon as they prepared to move out. "Kill for the living," replied Loken as the spear tip, numbering perhaps 2,000 Lunar Wolves, moved out across the tomscape of the Siren Hold towards the massive gates. Loken turned back to the valley, seeing the shapes of sons of Horus moving towards him. Larger, darker shapes loomed in the distance, grinding the battle-scarred shrines and statues to dust as they went. Rhino APCs, lumbering land raiders, and even the barrel-shaped silhouette of a dreadnought. He felt he should be filled with sadness at the tragedy of fighting his brothers, but there was no sadness. There was only hatred. Arukun's eyes were hollow, and he was sweating. Kassar was shocked to see his normal cocky arrogance replaced by fear. Despite that fear, Kassar knew that he could not fully trust Jonah Arukun. "This has to end, Titus," said Arukun. "You don't want to be a martyr, do you? Martyr? That's a strange choice of words for someone who claims not to believe." A small smile appeared on Arukun's face. "I'm not as stupid as you think, Titus. You're a good man and a damn good crewman. You believe in things which is more than most people can manage, so I'd rather you didn't die." Kassar didn't respond to Arukun's forced levity. "Please, I know you're just saying that for the Princeps's benefit. I've no doubt he can hear every word." "Probably, yes, but he knows that as soon as he opens that door, you'll blow his head off. So I guess you and I can just say what we damn well like." Kassar's grip on the gun relaxed. "You're not in his pocket?" "Hey, we've been through some scary shit recently, haven't we?" said Arukun. "I know what you're going through." Kassar shook his head. "No, you don't, and I know what you're trying to do. I can't back down. I'm making a stand in the name of my Emperor. I won't just surrender." "Look, Titus, if you believe, then you believe. But you don't have to prove that to anyone." "You think I'm doing this for show?" asked Kassar, aiming his gun at Arukun's throat. Arukun held out his hands and walked carefully around the Princeps's command chair to stand across the bridge from him. "The Emperor isn't just a figurehead to cling to," said Kassar. "He is a god. He has a saint and miracles, and I have seen them, and so have you. Think of all you have seen, and you'll realize you have to help me, Jonah." "I saw some odd things, Titus, but—" "Don't deny them," interrupted Kassar. "They happened as sure as you and I are standing in this war machine. Jonah, there is an Emperor, and he is watching over us. He judges us by the choices we make when those choices are hard. The War Master has betrayed us, and if I stand back and let it happen, then I am betraying my Emperor. There are principles that must be defended, Arukan. Don't you even see that much? If none of us take a stand, then the War Master will win, and there won't even be the memory of this betrayal." Arukan shook his head in frustration. "Kassar, if I could just make you see, you're trying to tell me you haven't seen anything to believe in?" asked Kassar, turning away in disappointment. He looked through the scorched panes of the viewing bay at the assembling Death Guard. "Titus, I haven't believed in anything for a long time," said Aruken. "For that I'm truly sorry, and I'm sorry for this too." Kassar turned to see that Jonah Aruken had drawn his pistol and had it aimed squarely at his chest. Jonah said, "Kassar, you would betray me after all we have seen. There's only one thing I want, Titus, and that's command of my own Titan. One day I want to be Princeps Aruken, and that's not going to happen if I let you do this." Kassar said, "To know that this whole galaxy is starved of belief, and to think that you might be the only one who believes, and yet to still believe in spite of all that. That is faith, Aruken. I wish that you could understand that." "It's too late for that, Titus," said Aruken. "I'm sorry." Aruken's gun barked 3 times, filling the bridge with bursts of light and noise. Tarvitz could see the battle from the shadow of an entrance arch leading into the precentor's palace. He had escaped the cyclone of carnage that Angron had slaughtered into life to link up with his own warriors in the palace. But the sight of the World Eater's Primarch was still a vivid red horror in his mind. Tarvitz glanced back into the palace, its vaulted hallways strewn with the bodies of the dead palace guard, darkening as late afternoon turned the shadows long and dim. Soon it would be night. Lucius voxed Tarvitz, static, howling. "Lucius, come in." "Saul, what do you see? Gunships and drop pods too, our colors, landing just north of here. Has the Primarch blessed us with his presence? Looks like Eidolon," said Tarvitz with relish. The Vox was heavy with static, and he knew that the War Master's forces would be attempting to jam their Vox channels without blocking their own. "Listen, Lucius Angron is going to break through here. The loyal World Eaters down there won't be able to hold him. He's going to head for the palace. Then there will be a battle," deadpanned Lucius. "I hope Angron makes it a good fight. I think I might have found a decent fencing opponent at last." "You're welcome to him. We need to make this stand count. Start barricading the central dome." We'll move to fortifying the main domes and junctions if Angron gives us that long. Since when did you become the leader here? Asked Lucius petulantly. I was the one who killed Vardus Betrayal. Tarvitz felt his anger rise at his friend's childishness at such a volatile time, but bit back his anger to say, "Get in there and help man the barricades. We don't have long before we'll be in the thick of it." The Thunderhawk sped away from the vengeful spirit, gathering speed as crews kicked in the afterburners. Mercedes felt unutterably light-headed to be off the War Master's ship at last, but the cold realization that they had nowhere to go sobered her as she saw glinting specks of the fleet all around them. "Now what?" asked Cruz. "We're away, but where to next? I told you we were not without friends, did I not, Iacton?" said Euphrate, sitting in the co-pilot's chair beside the Astartes warrior. The warrior gave her a brief sideways look. "Be that as it may, Remembrancer. Friends do us little good if we die out here." "But what a death it would be," said Keeler, with the trace of a ghostly smile. Sinderman shared a worried glance with her, no doubt wondering if they had overreached themselves in trusting that Euphrate could deliver them to safety out in the dark of space. The old man looked tiny and feeble, and she took his hand in hers. Through the view shield, Masadi could see a field of glittering lights, starships belonging to the 63rd Expedition, and every one of them hostile. As if to contradict her, Euphrate pointed upwards through the view shield towards the belly of an ugly vessel they would pass beneath if they continued on their current course. The weak sun of Istvan glinted from its unpainted gunmetal hull. "Head towards that one," commanded Euphrate, and Masadi was surprised to see Cruz turn the controls without a word of protest. Masadi didn't know a great deal about spacecraft, but she knew that the cruiser would be bristling with turrets that could pick off the Thunderhawk as it shot past, and could maybe even deploy fighters. "Why are we getting closer?" she asked hurriedly. "Surely we want to head away." "Trust me, Sadie," said Euphrate. "This is the way it has to be." At least it will be quick, she thought, as the vessel grew larger in the view shield.
"It's Death Guard,"
said Cruz. Masadi bit her lip and glanced at Sinderman. The old man looked calm and said, "Quite the adventure, eh?" Masadi smiled in spite of herself. "What are we going to do, Kirill?" asked Masadi, tears springing from her eyes. "What do we have left to us?"
"This is still our fight, Mersadi,"
said Euphrate, turning from the view shield. "Sometimes that fight must be open warfare. Sometimes it must be fought with words and ideas. We all have our parts to play." Masadi let out a breath, unable and unwilling to believe that there were allies in the cruiser looming in front of them. "We are not alone," smiled Euphrate. "But this fight, it feels a lot bigger than me. You are wrong. Each of us has as much right to have their say in the fate of the galaxy as the War Master. Believing that is how we will defeat him." Masadi nodded and watched the cruiser above them drawing ever nearer, its long, dark shape edged in starlight and its engines wreathed in clouds of crystalline gases. "Thunderhawk gunship, identify yourself," said a gruff, gravel-laden voice crackling from the Voxcaster. "Be truthful," warned Euphrate. "All depends on it." Cruz nodded and said, "My name is Iacton Cruz, formerly of the Sons of Horus." "Formerly," came the reply. "Yes, formerly," said Cruz. "Explain yourself."
"I am no longer part of the Legion," said Cruz, and Masadi could hear the pain it caused him to give voice to these words. "I can no longer be party to what the War Master is doing." After a long pause, the voice returned. "Then, you are welcome on my ship, Iacton Cruz." "And who are you?" asked Cruz. "I am Captain Nathaniel Garrow of the Eisenstein."
Part 3, Brothers 14 until it's over. Charmoisan. Betrayal. "I've lost count of the days," said Loken, crouching by one of the makeshift battlements that looked over the smouldering ruins of the Coral City. "I don't think Istvan III has days and nights any more," replied Sol Tarvitz. Loken looked into the steel-grey sky, a mantle of cloud kicked up by the catastrophic climate change forced on Istvan III by the sudden extinction of almost all life on its surface. A thin drizzle of ash rained, the remains of the firestorm swept up by dry dead winds a continent away. "They're massing for another attack," said Tarvitz, indicating the tangle of twisted, ash-wreathed rubble that had once been a vast mass of tenement blocks to the east of the palace. Loken followed his gaze. He could just glimpse a flash of dirty white armor. "World Eaters?"
Who else? I don't know if Angron even knows another way to fight, Tarvitz shrugged. He probably does. He just likes his way better. Tarvitz and Loken had first met on Murder, where the sons of Horus had fought alongside the Emperor's children against hideous megarachnid aliens. Tarvitz had been a fine warrior, devoid of the grandstanding of his legion that had so antagonized Torgadan. Loken barely remembered the journey back through the Siren Hold, scrambling through shattered tombs and burning ruins. He remembered fighting through men he had once called brother towards the great gates of the Siren Hold, and he had not stopped until he had his first proper sight of the Precentor's palace and its magnificent rose granite petals. "They'll hit within the hour," said Tarvitz. "I'll move men over to the defenses. It could be a feint," said Loken, vividly remembering the first days of the battle for the palace. Angron hits one side, Eidolon counterattacks. His first sight of Tarvitz's warriors in battle had resembled a great game with the Emperor's children, as pieces masterfully arranged in feints and countercharges. A lesser man than Saul Tarvitz would have allowed his force to be picked apart by them. But the captain of the Emperor's children had somehow managed to weather 3 days of non-stop attacks. "We'll be ready for it," said Tarvitz, looking down into the depths of the palace. Loken and Tarvitz had climbed into the structure of a partially collapsed dome, one of the many sections of the Precentor's palace that had been ruined during the firestorm and fighting. Sheared sections of granite petals formed the cover behind, which Loken and Tarvitz were sheltering, while in the rubble-choked dome below, hundreds of the survivors were manning the defenses. Lunar wolves and Emperor's children manned barricades made of priceless sculptures and other artworks that had filled the chambers beneath the dome. Now these monumental sculptures of past rulers lay on their sides with Astartes crouched behind them. "How much longer do you think we can hold?" asked Loken. "We'll stay until it's over," said Tarvitz. "You said so yourself. Every second we survive, the chance grows that the Emperor hears of this and sends the other legions to bring Horus to justice. If Garrow makes it," said Loken, "he could be dead already or lost in the warp." "Perhaps, but I have to hope that Nathaniel made it out," said Tarvitz. "Our job is to hold them off for as long as we can. That's what worries me. This probably all started when Angron slipped the leash, but the War Master could have just pulled his legions out and bombed this city into dust. He would have lost some of them, but even so, this planet should have been dead a long time ago." Tarvitz smiled. "4 Primarchs, Garviel." "That's your answer? 4 warriors not given to backing down. Who would be the first to leave? Angron? Mortarion? If Eidolon's leading the Emperor's children, then he's got a lot to prove alongside the Primarchs, and I have never known Horus show weakness. Not when his brother Primarchs might see it." "No," agreed Loken. "The War Master does not back down from a battle once he's committed." "Then they'll have to kill us all," said Tarvitz. "Yes, they will," said Loken grimly. The vox beads in both their helmets chimed, and Torgadan's voice sounded. "Garvi Saul," said Torgadan. "I've got reports that the World Eaters are massing. We can hear them chanting, so they'll be coming soon. I've reinforced the eastern barricades, but we need every man down here." "I'll pull my men back from the gallery dome," voxed Tarvitz. "I'll send Garviel to join you." "Where are you going?" asked Loken. "I'm going to make sure the west and north are still covered, and to get some guns on the chapel too," said Tarvitz, pointing through the ruins of the dome to the strange organic shape of the Warsinger's chapel adjoining the palace complex. The survivors had instinctively avoided the chapel, and few of them had even seen inside it. Its very walls were redolent of the corruption that had consumed the soul of the choral city. "I'll take the chapel, and Lucius can take the ground level," continued Tarvitz, turning back to Loken. "I swear that sometimes I think Lucius is actually enjoying this." "A little too much, if you ask me," replied Loken. "You need to keep an eye on him." A familiar dull explosion sounded, and a tower of rubble and smoke burst from the Coral City's tortured cityscape to the north of the palace. "Amazing," said Tarvitz, "that there are any Death Guard left alive over there." "Death Guard are tough to kill," replied Loken, heading for the makeshift ladder that led down to the remains of the gallery dome. Despite his words, he knew that it really was amazing. Mortarion, never one to do things with finesse, had simply landed one of his fleet's largest orbital landers on the edge of the western trenches and saturated the defenses with turret fire while his Death Guard deployed. That had been the last anyone had heard of the Death Guard in the Coral City. Though from the haphazardly aimed artillery shells that landed daily in the traitors' camps, it was clear that some loyal Death Guard still resisted Mortarion's efforts to exterminate them. "I only hope we live as long," said Tarvitz. "We're running low on supplies and ammunition." "Soon we'll start running low on Astartes. As long as one is alive, Captain. We'll fight," promised Loken. "Horus picked some unfortunate enemies in you and me. We'll make him regret ever taking us on."
"Then we'll speak again after Angron's been sent scurrying," said Tarvitz. Until then, Loken dropped down into the dome, leaving Tarvitz alone for a moment to look across the blasted city. How long had it been since he had been surrounded by anything other than the nightmarish place the Coral City had become? 2 months? 3?
Ashen skies and smoldering ruins surrounded the palace for as far as the eye could see in all directions. The city resembling the kind of hell the Istvanians themselves might once have believed in. Tarvitz shook the thought from his mind. There are no hells, no gods, no eternal rewards or punishments, he told himself. Lucius could hear the killing. He could read the sound of it as though it were written down before him like sheet music. He knew the difference between the war cries of a world-eater and those of a son of Horus, and the variance between the tonal quality of a volley of bolter fire launched to support an attack or to defend an obstacle. The chapel Saul had tasked him with defending was a strange place to be the site of the Great Crusade's last stand. Not so long ago it had been the nerve center of an enemy regime, but now its makeshift defenses were the only thing holding off the far superior traitor forces. "Sounds like a nasty one," said Brother Solathan of Squad Nasicae, hunched down by the sill of the chapel window. "They might break through. Our friend Loken can handle them," sneered Lucius. "Angron wants to get some more kills. That's all he wants. Listen, can you hear that?" Solathan cocked his head as he listened. Astartes' hearing, like most of their senses, was finely honed, but Solathan didn't seem to recognize Lucius's point. "Hear what, Captain?" "Chain axes." "But they're not cutting into ceramite or other chain blades. They're cutting into stone and steel. The World Eaters can't get to grips with the Sons of Horus over there, so they're trying to hack through the barricades?" Solathan nodded and said, "Captain Tarvitz knows what he's doing. The World Eaters only know one way to fight. We can use that to our advantage." Lucius frowned at Solathan's praise of Saul Tarvitz, aggrieved that his own contributions to the defenses appeared to have been overlooked. Hadn't he killed Vardus Praal? Hadn't he managed to get his men to safety when the virus bombs and the firestorm had hit? He turned his bitter expression away and stared through the chapel window across the plaza, still stained dark with charred ruins. Amazingly, the chapel window was still intact, although its panes had been distorted by the heat of the firestorm, bulging and discolored with vein-like streaks that reminded Lucius of an enormous insectoid eye. The chapel itself was more bizarre inside than out, constructed from curved blocks of green stone in looming biological shapes that looked as though a cloud of noxious-looking fumes had suddenly petrified as it billowed upwards. The altar was a great spreading membrane of paler purple stone, like a complex internal organ opened up and pinned for study against the far wall. "The World Eaters aren't the ones you should be worried about, brother," continued Lucius idly. "It's us, Captain." "The Emperor's children," said Lucius. "You know how our legion fights. They're the dangerous ones out there." Most of the surviving loyalist Emperor's children were holding the chapel. Tarvitz had taken a force to cover the nearest gate, but several squads were arrayed among the odd organ-like protrusions on the floor below. Squad Nasicae had only 4 members left, including Lucius himself, and they headed the assault element of the survivors' force alone with Squads Quemandil and Wraitharin. Tarvitz had deployed Sergeant Catheron on the roof of the chapel with his support squad as well as the majority of the Emperor's children's remaining heavy weapons. Astartes from the tactical squads were at the chapel windows or in cover further inside. The rest of Lucius's troops were stationed in cover outside the chapel, among the barricades of fallen stone slabs they had set up in the early days of the siege. 2,000 Space Marines, enough for an entire battle zone of the Great Crusade, were defending a single approach to the palace with the Warsinger's chapel as the linchpin of their line. Movement caught Lucius's eye, and he peered through the distorted window into the blackened buildings across from him. There, a glimpse of gold, he smiled, knowing full well how the Emperor's children fought.
"Contact," he announced to the rest of his force. "Third block, west, second floor. On it," replied Sergeant Catheron, a no-nonsense weapons officer who treated war as a mathematical problem to be solved with angles and weight of fire. Lucius heard the squads moving on the roof, training weapons on the area he had indicated. "West front, make ready," ordered Lucius. Several of the tactical squads hurried into firing positions along Lucius's side of the chapel. The tension was delicious, and Lucius felt a surge of ecstatic sensation crawling along his veins as he heard the song of death building in his blood. A raw, toe-to-toe conflict meant opportunities to exercise perfection in war, but to make it truly memorable, it needed these moments of feverish anticipation when the full weight of potential death and glory surged around his body. "Got them," called Catheron from the chapel roof. Emperor's children, major force over several floors, armor too, land raiders and predators, las cannon to the fore, heavy bolters cover the open ground, mid-range and overlap. "Eidolon," said Lucius. Lucius could see them now, hundreds of Astartes in the purple and gold of the legion he idolized, gathering in the dead eyes of ruined structures. "They'll get the support into position first," said Lucius. "Then they'll use the land raiders to bring the troops in. Mid to close range, the infantry will move in. Hold your fire until then." Tracks rumbled as the land raiders, resplendent with gilded eagles' wings and frescoes of war on their armor-plated sides, ground through the shattered ruins of the choral city. Each was full of Emperor's children, the galaxy's elite, primed by Eidolon and Fulgrim to treat the men they had once called brothers as foes worthy only of extermination. To Eidolon, the survivors of the first wave were ignorant and mindless, deserving only death, but they had reckoned without Lucius. He licked his lips at the thought of once again facing the warriors of his legion. Warriors worthy of the name, enemies he could respect or earn the respect of Lucius, could practically see the enemy squads deploying with such rapid confidence that they looked more like players in a complex parade ground move than soldiers at war. He could taste the moment when the battle would really begin. He wanted it right there and then, but he also knew how much more delicious the taste of battle was when the timing was perfect. Windows shattered as fire from the tanks ripped through the chapel, kicking up shards of marble and glass. "Hold," ordered Lucius. Despite everything, his Astartes were still Emperor's children, and they would not break ranks like undisciplined world-eaters. He risked a glance through the splintered glass to see the land raiders churning up the marble of the plaza. Predator battle tanks followed them, acting as mobile gun platforms that blew great shuddering chunks from the chapel's battlements. Lascanen fire streaked back and forth, Catheron's men attempting to cripple the advancing vehicles and the land raiders' Spunson-mounted weapons, trying to pick off the Astartes on the roof. A Predator tank slewed to a halt as its track was blown off and another vehicle burst into multicolored flames. Purple armored bodies tumbled past the window. Corpses served as an appetizer to the great feast of death. Lucius drew his sword, feeling the music build inside him until he felt he could no longer contain it. The familiar hum of his sword's energy field became part of the rhythm, and he felt himself slipping into the duelist's dance, the weaving stream of savagery he had perfected over centuries of killing. How many men were in the assault? Certainly a large chunk of Eidolon's command. Lucius had fewer men, but this battle was all about winning glory and spectacle. A tank round shot through a window and burst against the ceiling, showering them in fragments and smoke. Lucius saw streaks of bolter fire from the palace entrance. Tarvitz was drawing Eidolon in, and Eidolon had no choice but to dance to his tune. He heard a musical clang and saw the assault ramps of the land raiders slam open, and Lucius glimpsed the close-packed armored bodies within. "Go!" he yelled, and the jump packs of the assault units opened up behind him, catapulting the warriors into battle. Lucius followed in their wake, vaulting through the chapel window. Squad Nezikai came after him, and the rest of his warriors followed in turn. Battle, the dance of war. Lucius knew that against an enemy like Eidolon, there would be no time for anything but the most intense applications of his martial perfection. His consciousness shifted, and everything was snapped into wondrous focus, every color becoming bright and dazzling, and every sound blaring and discordant along his nerves. The duelist's dance took him into the enemy as battle erupted in all its perfectly marshaled chaos around him. Heavy fire streaked down from the roof, and land raiders twisted on their tracks to bring their guns to bear on the Emperor's children charging from the chapel.
The Space Marines outside the chapel charged at the same instant, and Eidolon's force was attacked from two sides at once. Lucius ducked blades and bolts, his sword lashing like a serpent's tongue. Eidolon's force reeled squad Quelmandil, battled ferociously with the enemy warriors emerging from the nearest land raider. He danced past them, savage joy kicking in his heart, and he rolled under a spray of bolter fire to come up and stab his blade through the abdomen of an enemy sergeant. Death was an end in itself, expressing Lucius's superiority through the lives he took, but he had a higher purpose. He knew what he had to do, and his strangely distorted senses sought out the glint of gold or the flutter of a banner, anything indicating the presence of one of Fulgrim's chosen. Then he saw it, armor trimmed in black instead of gold, a helmet worked into a stern, grimacing skull, Chaplain Charmosian. The black armored warrior stood proud of the top hatch of a land raider, directing the battle with sharp chops of his eagle-winged Crozius. Lucius grinned manically, setting off through the battle to face Charmosian and slay him in a fight worthy of the Legion's epics. "Charmosian," he yelled, his voice sounding like the most vibrant music imaginable. "Keeper of the will, I am Lucius, once your brother, now your nemesis." Charmosian turned his skull helmet towards Lucius and said, "I know who you are." The chaplain clambered from the hatch and stood on top of the land raider, daring Lucius to approach him. Charmosian was a battlefield leader, and to fulfill that role he needed the respect of the Legion, respect that could only be earned fighting from the front. He would be a worthy foe, but that wasn't why Lucius had sought him out. Lucius leapt onto the land raider's track mounting and charged up its glacis until he was face to face with Charmosian. Bolter fire flew in all directions, but it was irrelevant. This was the only battle in Lucius's mind. "We taught you too much pride," said Charmosian, bringing his lethal Crozius around in a strike designed to crush Lucius's chest. He brought his blade up to deflect the Crozius, and the dance entered a new and urgent phase. Charmosian was good, one of the Legion's best, but Lucius had spent many years training for a fight such as this. The chaplain's Crozius was too heavy to block full-on, so the swordsman let it slide from his blade as Charmosian swung at him time and time again, frustrating him into putting more strength into his blows. A little longer, a few more moments, and Lucius would have his chance. He loved the way Charmosian hated him, feeling it as something bright and refreshing. Lucius could read the pattern of Charmosian's attacks and laughed as he saw the clumsy intent written over every blow. Charmosian wanted to kill Lucius with one almighty stroke, but his Crozius rose too far, held too long inert as the chaplain gathered his strength. Lucius lunged, his sword sweeping out in a high cut that slashed through the chaplain's upraised arms. The Crozius tumbled to the ground, and Charmosian roared in pain as his arms from the elbows down fell with it. The battle raged around the scene, and Lucius let the noise and spectacle of it fill his overstimulated senses. The battle was around him, and his victory was all that mattered. "You know who I am," said Lucius. "Your last thought is of defeat." Charmosian tried to speak, but before the words were out, Lucius spun his sword in a wide arc, and Charmosian's head was sliced neatly from his shoulders. Crimson sprayed across the gold of the land raider's hull. Lucius caught the head as it spun through the air and held it high so the whole battlefield could see it. Around him, thousands of the Emperor's children fought to the death as Eidolon's force, hit from two sides, reeled against the palace defenses and fell back. Tarvitz led the counterstrike, and Eidolon's attack was melting away. He laughed as he saw Eidolon's command tank, a land raider festooned with victory banners, rise up over a knot of rubble as it retreated from the fighting. The Loyalists had won this battle, but Lucius found that he didn't care. He had won his own battle, and pulling Charmosian's head from the skull-faced helmet and throwing it aside, he knew he had what he needed to ensure that the Song of Death kept playing for him. The Warsinger's chapel was quiet. Hundreds of new bodies lay around it, purple and gold armor scorched and split, runnels of blood gathering between the stained marble tiles. In some places they lay alongside the blackened armor of the World Eaters, who had died in the initial assaults on the Coral City. The palace entrance was heavily barricaded, and in the closest dome of the palace, the few apothecaries in the Loyalist force were patching up their wounded. Tarvitz saw Lucius cleaning his sword, alternating between wiping the blade and using its tip to carve new scars on his face. A skull-faced helmet sat beside him. "Is that really necessary?" asked Tarvitz. Lucius looked up and said, "I want to remember killing Charmosian." Tarvitz knew he should discipline the swordsman, reprimand him for practices that might be considered barbaric and tribal. But here, amid this betrayal and death, such concerns seemed ridiculously petty. He squatted on the ground next to Lucius, his limbs aching and his armor scarred and dented from the latest battle at the entrance to the palace. "Fair enough," he said, jerking his thumb in the direction of the enemy. "I saw you kill him. It was a fine strike."
"Fine," said Lucius. "It was better than fine. It was art. You never were much for finesse, Saul, so I'm not surprised you didn't appreciate it." Lucius smiled as he spoke, but Tarvitz saw a very real flash of annoyance cross the swordsman's features, a glimpse of hurt pride that he did not like the look of. "Any more movement?" he asked, changing the subject. "No," said Lucius. "Eidolon won't come back before he's regrouped."
"Keep watching," ordered Tarvitz. "Eidolon could catch us unawares while our guard's down." "He won't breach us," promised Lucius. "Not while I'm here. He doesn't have to," said Tarvitz, wanting to make sure Lucius understood the reality of their position. "Every time he attacks, we lose more warriors. If he strikes fast and pulls out, we'll be whittled down until we can't hold everywhere at once. The ambush from the temple cost him more than he'd like, but he still took too many of us down."
"We saw him off, though," said Lucius.
"Yes," agreed Tarvitz, "but it was a close-run thing, so I'll send a squad to help keep the watch."
"So you don't trust me to keep watch now? Is that it?"
Tarvitz was surprised at the venom in Lucius's voice and said, "No, that's not it at all. All I want is to make sure that you have enough warriors here to fend off another attack. Anyway, I need to attend to the western defenses." "Yes, off you go and lead the big fight. You're the hero," snapped Lucius. "We will win this," said Tarvitz, placing his hand on the swordsman's shoulder. "Yes," said Lucius, "we will." One way or another, Lucius watched Tarvitz go, feeling his anger at his assumption of command. Lucius had been the one earmarked for promotion and greatness, not Tarvitz. How could his own glorious accomplishments have been overshadowed by the plodding leadership of Saul Tarvitz? All the glories that he had earned in the crucible of combat were forgotten, and he felt his bitterness rise up in a choking wave in his gullet. He had felt a moment's guilt as he had formed his plan, but remembering Tarvitz's patronizing condescension, he felt that guilt vanish like snow in the sunshine. The temple was quiet, and Lucius checked to make sure that he was alone, moving to sit on one of the outcroppings of smooth grey-green stone and lifting Charmosian's helmet. He peered into the blood-stained helmet until he saw the glint of silver, and then reached in and pulled out the small metallic scrap that was Charmosian's helmet communicator. Once again he checked to see that he was alone before speaking into it. "Commander Eidolon?" he said, his frustration growing as he received no answer. "Eidolon, this is Lucius," he said. "Charmosian is dead." There was a brief crackle of static, and then, "Lucius." He smiled as he recognized Eidolon's voice. As one of the senior officers among the Emperor's children, Charmosian had been in direct contact with Eidolon, and as Lucius had hoped, the channel had still been open when the chaplain had died. "Commander," said Lucius, his voice full amusement. "It is good to hear your voice. I have no interest in listening to your taunts, Lucius," snarled Eidolon. "You must know we will kill you all eventually." "Indeed you will," agreed Lucius, "but it will take a very long time. A great many Emperor's children will die before the palace falls, sons of Horus and World Eaters too, and Terra knows how many of Mortarion's Death Guard have died already in the trenches. You will suffer for this, Eidolon. The War Master's whole force will suffer. By the time the other legions get here, he may have lost too many on Istvan III to win through. Keep telling yourself that, Lucius, if it makes it easier." "No, Commander," he said. "You misunderstand me. I am saying that I wish to make a deal with you."
"A deal?"
asked Eidolon. "What kind of deal?" Lucius's scars tightened as he smiled. "I will give you Tarvitz and the Precentor's palace. 15. No shortage of wonders, old friends. Perfect failure." The stratagem was dimly lit, the only illumination coming from the flickering pict screens, gathered like supplicants around the War Master's throne, and a handful of torches that burned low with a fragrant aroma of sandalwood. The back wall of the stratagem had been removed during the fighting on Istvan III, revealing a fully fashioned temple adjoining the Vengeful Spirit's bridge. The War Master sat alone. None dared disturb his bitter reveries as he sat brooding on the conflict raging below. What should have been a massacre had turned into a war he could ill afford the time to wage. Despite his brave words to his brother Primarchs, the battle on Istvan III worried him, not for any fear that his warriors would lose, but for the fact that they were engaged at all. The virus bombing should have killed every one of those he believed would not support him in his campaign to topple the Emperor from the golden throne of terror. Instead, the first cracks had appeared in what should have been a faultless plan. Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's children had taken a warning to the surface, and the Eisenstein. He remembered Malachurst's fear, as he had come to tell him of the debacle with the remembrances, the fear that the War Master's wrath would prove his undoing. Malachurst had limped towards the throne, with his hooded head cast down.
What is it, Malachurst?
Horus had demanded. They are gone, said Malachurst, Sindaman, Oliton, and Keeler.
What do you mean? They are not amongst the dead in the audience chamber,
explained Malachurst. I checked every corpse myself. You say they are gone? Asked the War Master at last. That implies you know where they have gone. Is that the case? I believe so, my lord, nodded Malachurst. It appears they boarded a Thunderhawk and flew to the Eisenstein. They stole a Thunderhawk, repeated Horus. We are going to have to review our security procedures regarding these new craft. First Saul Tarvitz, and now these remembrances. It seems anyone can steal one of our ships with impunity. They did not steal it on their own, explained Malachurst. They had help. Help from whom? I believe it was Iacton Cruz. There was a struggle, and Maggard was killed. Iacton Cruz, laughed Horus mirthlessly. We have seen no shortage of wonders, but perhaps this is the greatest of them, the half-herd growing a conscience. I have failed in this, War Master. It is not a question of failure, Malachurst. Mistakes like this should never occur. More and more of my efforts are distracted from this battle. Tell me, where is the Eisenstein now? It attempted to break through our blockade to reach the system jump point. You say attempted, noted Horus. It did not succeed. Malachurst paused before answering. Several of our ships intercepted the Eisenstein and heavily damaged it. But they did not destroy it? No, my lord, before they could do so. The Eisenstein's commander made an emergency jump into the warp, but the ship was so badly damaged that we do not believe it could survive such a translation. If it does, then the whole timetable of my designs will be disrupted. The warp is dark, War Master. It is unlikely that... Do not be so sure of yourself, Malachurst, warned Horus. The Istvan V phase is critical to our success, and if the Eisenstein carries word of our plans to Terra, then all may be lost. Perhaps, War Master, if we were to withdraw from the Coral City and blockade the planet, we could ensure that the Istvan V phase proceeds as planned. I am the War Master, and I do not back down from a battle, shouted Horus. There are goals to be won in the Coral City that you cannot comprehend. Horus was shaken from his memories by the chiming of the communications array fitted into the arm of his throne. This is the War Master. A holomat installed beneath the floor projected a large square plane on which swirled an image high above the War Master's temple. The image resolved into the face of Lord Commander Eidolon. Evidently inside his command, Land Raider, the sound of distant explosions washed through the static. War Master, said Eidolon. I bring news that I feel you should hear. Tell me, said Horus, and it had better be good news. Oh, it is, my lord, said Eidolon. Well, don't drag this out, Eidolon, warned Horus. Tell me, we have an ally inside the palace. An ally? Who? Lucius. The aftermath of a battle was the worst part. An Astartes warrior was used to the tension of waiting for an attack to come, and even the din and pain of battle itself. But Loken never wished for a time without war more than when he saw what was left after the battle had finished. He didn't experience fear or despair in the manner of a mortal man, but he felt sorrow and guilt as they did. Angron's latest attack had been one of the fiercest, yet the Primarch himself leading it, charging through the ruins of the palace dome towards Loken's defenses. Thousands of blood-covered world-eaters had followed him, and many of those warriors still lay where they had fallen. Once this place had been part of the palace, a handsome garden with summer houses, ornamental lakes, and a roof that opened up to the sun. Now it was a rubble-strewn ruin. Its roof collapsed, and only an incongruous decorated post or the splintered remains of an ornamental bridge remaining of its finery. The bodies of the World Eaters were concentrated on the forward barricade, a line of heaped rubble and metal spikes constructed by the lunar wolves. Angron had attacked it in force, and Torgadon had relinquished it, letting the World Eaters die for it before his Astartes fell back to the defenses at the entrance of the palace's central dome. The ruse had worked, and the World Eaters had been strung out as they charged at Loken's position. Many had died to the guns Tarvitz had stationed above the barricades, and by the time Loken's sword had left its sheath, it was only momentum that kept the World Eaters fighting. Victory was beyond them. Lunar wolves were mixed in with the World Eaters' dead, warriors Loken had known for years, although the sounds of battle had faded. Loken fancied he could still hear echoes of the fighting chain blades ripping through armor and volleys of bolter rounds splitting the air. "It was a close-run thing," Garviel said, a voice from behind Loken. "But we did it." Loken glanced round to see Saul Tarvitz emerging from the central dome. Loken smiled as he saw his friend and battle-brother, a man who had come a long way from the line officer he had been back on murder to command the survivors of Horus's treachery. "Angron will be back," said Loken. "Their ruse failed, though," said Tarvitz. "They don't need to break in, Saul," said Loken. "Horus will whittle us down until there's no one left. Then Eidolon and Angron can just roll over us." "Not forgetting the War Master's sons of Horus," said Tarvitz. Loken shrugged. "There's no need for them to get involved yet. Eidolon wants the glory and the World Eaters are hungry for blood. The War Master will happily let the other legions wear us down before they strike." "That's changed," said Tarvitz. "What do you mean?" "I've just had word from Lucius," explained Tarvitz. "He tells me that his communications specialists have broken the Sons of Horus communiques. Some old friends of yours are coming down from the Vengeful Spirit to lead the Legion." Loken turned from the battlefield, suddenly interested. "Who?" "Ezekiel Abaddon and Horus Aximand," said Tarvitz. "Apparently they are to bring the War Master's own wrath down upon the city. The Sons of Horus will be playing their hand soon enough, I think." Abaddon and Aximand, the arch-traitors men Loken had admired for so long, and the heart of the Mournival. Both warriors stood at Horus's right hand, and possibilities flashed through Loken's mind. Deprived of the last of its Mournival, a crucial part of the Legion would die, and it would start unraveling without such inspirational figureheads. "Saul, are you certain?" asked Loken urgently. "As sure as I can be, but Lucius seemed pretty excited by the news." "Did this intercept say where they would be landing?" demanded Loken. "It did," smiled Lucius. "The Macaran Basilica, just beyond the palace. It's a big temple with a spire in the shape of a trident. I have to find Tarik. He is with Nero Vipus, helping Vadon with the wounded." "Thank you for bringing me this news, Saul," said Loken with a cruel smile. "This changes everything." Lucius peered past the bullet-riddled pillar, scanning through the darkness of one of the many battlefields scattered throughout the ruins of the palace. Bodies, bolters, and chain axes lay on the shattered tiles where they had been dropped, and many of the bodies were still locked in their last fatal combat. It had not been difficult for Lucius to slip out of the palace. The biggest danger had been the snipers of the recon squads the War Master's forces had deployed among the ruins. Lucius had spied movement in the ruined buildings several times and had taken cover in shell craters or behind heaps of corpses, squirming through the filth and darkness like an animal. It had been humiliating, though the sights, sounds, and smells of these battlefields still filled his senses in an arousing way. He stepped warily into the courtyard. The bodies that lay everywhere had been butchered, hacked apart with chain blades, or battered to death with fists. It was an ugly spectacle, yet he relished the image of how intense their deaths must have been. "No artistry," he said to himself, as a gold and purple armored figure detached from the shadows. A score of warriors followed him, and Lucius smiled as he recognized Lord Commander Eidolon. "Lord Commander," said Lucius, "it is a pleasure to stand before you once more." "Damn your blandishments," spat Eidolon. "You are a traitor twice over." "That's as maybe," said Lucius, slouching on a fallen pillar of black marble. "But I am here to give you what you want." "Ha!" scoffed Eidolon. "What can you give us, traitor?" "Victory," said Lucius. "Victory," laughed Eidolon. "You think we need your help to give us that? We have you in a vice, one by one, death by death. Victory will be ours, and how many warriors will you lose to achieve it?" retorted Lucius. "How many of Fulgrim's chosen are you willing to throw into a battle that should never have been fought at all? You can end this right now, right here, and keep all your Astartes alive for the real battle. When the Emperor sends his reply to Horus's treachery, you will need every single one of your battle brothers, and you know it." "And what would be your price for this invaluable help?" asked Eidolon.
"Simple,"
said Lucius. "I want to rejoin the Legion." Eidolon laughed in his face, and Lucius felt the song of death surge painfully through his body, but he forced its killing music back down inside him. "Are you serious, Lucius?" demanded Eidolon. "What makes you think we want you back? You need someone like me, Eidolon. I want to be part of a legion that respects my skills and ambition. I am not content to stay a captain for the rest of my life like that wretch Tarvitz. I will be at Fulgrim's side where I belong." "Tarvitz," spat Eidolon. "Does he still live?" "He lives," nodded Lucius, "although I will gladly kill him for you. The glory of this battle should be mine, yet he lords over us all as if he is one of the chosen." Lucius felt his bitterness rise and fought to maintain his composure. He was once happy to trudge alongside his warriors and leave better men to the glory, but he has chosen this battle to discover his ambition. It's thanks to him that I'm down here at all. "You ask for a great deal of trust, Lucius," said Eidolon. "I do, but think what I can give you. The palace, Tarvitz. We will have these things anyway. We are a proud legion, Lord Commander, but we never send our brothers to their deaths to prove a point. We follow the orders of the War Master in all things," replied Eidolon guardedly. "Indeed," noted Lucius, "but what if I said I can give you a victory, so sudden it will be yours and yours alone? The World Eaters and the sons of Horus will only flounder in your wake." Lucius could see he had caught Eidolon's interest and suppressed a smile. Now all he had to was reel him in. "Speak," commanded Eidolon. "I'm coming with you, Garvi," said Nero Vipus, walking into the only dome of the palace not to be ruined by the siege. It had once been an auditorium with a stage and rows of gilded seats, where the music of creation had once played to the Coral City's elite, but now it was mouldering and dark. Loken rose from his battle meditation, seeing Vipus standing before him, and said, "I knew you would wish to come. But this is something Tarik and I have to do alone." "Alone," said Vipus. "That's madness. Ezekiel and little Horus are the best soldiers the Legion has ever had. You can't go up against them alone." Loken placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and said, "The palace will fall soon enough, with or without Tarik and me. Saul Tarvitz has done unimaginable things in keeping us all alive as long as he has, but ultimately the palace will fall." "Then what's the point of throwing your life away hunting down Ezekiel and little Horus?" demanded Vipus. "We only have one goal on Istvan III Nero, and that's to hurt the War Master. If we can kill the last of the Mournival, then the War Master's plans suffer. Nothing else matters." "You said we were supposed to be holding the traitors here while the Emperor sent the other legions to save us. Is that not true anymore? Are we on our own?" Loken shook his head and retrieved his sword from where he had propped it against the wall. "I don't know, Nero. Maybe the Emperor has sent the legions to rescue us. Maybe he hasn't. But we have to assume that we're on our own. I'm not going to fight with nothing but blind hope to keep me going. I'm going to make a stand."
"And that's what I want to do,"
said Vipus, "at my friend's side." "No, you need to stay here," said Loken. "Your stand must be made here every minute you keep the traitors. Here is another minute for the Emperor to bring the War Master to justice. This killing is Mournival business, Nero. Do you understand frankly?" "No," said Nero, "but I will do as you ask and stay here." Loken smiled. "Don't mourn me yet, Nero. Tarik and I may yet prevail." "You'd better," said Vipus. "The Lunar Wolves need you." Loken felt humbled by Nero's words and embraced his oldest friend. He dearly wished he could tell him that there was yet hope and that he expected to return alive from this mission. "Gaviel," said a familiar voice from the entrance to the dome. Loken and Nero released each other from their brotherly embrace and saw Saul Tarvitz, framed in the wan light of the auditorium's entrance. "Saul," said Loken. "It's time," said Tarvitz. We're ready to create the diversion you requested. Loken nodded and smiled at the two brave warriors, men he had fought through hell for, and would do so 100 times more. The honor they did him just by being his friends made his chest swell with pride. Captain Loken, said Tarvitz formally. It may be that this is the last time we will meet. I do not think, replied Loken. There is any maybe about it. Then I will wish you all speed, Garviel. All speed, Saul, said Loken, offering his hand to Tarvitz. For the Emperor, echoed Tarvitz. With his farewells said, Loken made his way from the auditorium, leaving Tarvitz and Vipus to organize the defenses for the next attack. Surviving tactical maps indicated that the Macaron Basilica lay to the north of their position, and as he made his way towards the point he had selected as the best place to leave the palace, he found Torgodon waiting for him. You saw Vipus? Asked Torgodon. I did, nodded Loken. He wanted to come with us. Torgodon shook his head. This is Mournival business, that's what I told him. Both warriors took deep breaths as the enormity of what they were about to attempt swept over them once again. Ready? Asked Loken. No, said Torgodon. You? No, Torgodon chuckled as he turned to the tunnel that led from the palace. Aren't we a pair? He said, and Loken followed him into the darkness. For good or ill, the final battle for Istvan III was upon them. You dare return to me in failure? Bellowed Horus, and the bridge of the vengeful spirit shook with the fury of his voice. His face twisted in anger at the wondrous figure standing before him, struggling to comprehend the scale of this latest setback. Do you even understand what I'm trying to do here? Raged Horus. What I have started at Istvan will consume the whole galaxy, and if it is flawed from the outset, then the Emperor will break us. Fulgrim appeared uncowed by his anger, his brother's features betraying an insouciance quite out of character for the Primarch of the Emperor's children, though he had but recently arrived on his flagship, Pride of the Emperor. Fulgrim looked as magnificent as ever. His exquisite armor was a work of art in purple and gold, bearing many new embellishments and finery, with a flowing fur-lined cape swathing his body. More than ever, Horus thought Fulgrim looked less like a warrior and more like a rake or libertine. His brother's long white hair was pulled back in an elaborate pattern of plaits, and his pale cheeks were lightly marked with what appeared to be the beginnings of tattoos. Ferrus Manus is a dull fool who would not listen to reason, said Fulgrim. Even the mention of the Mechanicum's pledge did not. You swore to me that you could sway him. The Iron Hands were essential to my plans. I planned Istvan III with your assurance that Ferrus Manus would join us. Now I find that I have yet another enemy to contend with. A great many of our Astartes will die because of this. Fulgrim. What would you have had me do, War Master? Smiled Fulgrim, and Horus wondered where this new sly mocking tone had come from. His will was stronger than I anticipated, or you simply had an inflated opinion of your own abilities. Would you have me kill our brother, War Master? Asked Fulgrim. Perhaps I will, replied Horus, unmoved. It would be better than leaving him to roam free to destroy our plans. As it is, he could reach the Emperor or one of the other Primarchs and bring them all down on our heads before we are ready. Then, if you are quite finished with me, I shall return to my legion, said Fulgrim, turning away. Horus felt his choler rise at Fulgrim's infuriating tone and said, No, you will not. I have another task for you. I am sending you to Istvan Vive. With all that has happened, the Emperor's response is likely to arrive more quickly than anticipated, and we must be prepared for it. Take a detail of Emperor's children to the alien fortresses there, and prepare it for the final phase of the Istvan operation. Fulgrim recoiled in disgust. You would consign me to a role little better than a castellan, as some prosaic housekeeper making it ready for your grand entrance. Why not send for Perturabo? This kind of thing is more to his liking. Perturabo has his own role to play, said Horus. Even now he prepares to lay waste to his homeworld in my name. We shall be hearing more of our bitter brother very soon, have no fear of that. Then give this task to Mortarion. His grimy footsloggers will relish such an opportunity to muddy their hands for you, spat Fulgrim. My legion was the chosen of the Emperor in the years when he still deserved our service. I am the most glorious of his heroes and the right hand of this new crusade. This is a betrayal of the very principles for which I chose to join you, Horus. Betrayal, said Horus, his voice low and dangerous. A strong word, Fulgrim. Betrayal is what the Emperor forced upon us when he abandoned the galaxy to pursue his quest for godhood and gave over the conquests of our crusade to scriveners and bureaucrats. Is that the charge you would level at me now, to my face here on the bridge of my own ship? Fulgrim took a step back, his anger fading, but his eyes alight with the excitement of the confrontation. Perhaps I do, Horus. Perhaps someone needs to tell you a few home truths, now that your precious Mournival is no more. That sword, said Horus, indicating the venom-sheened weapon that hung low at Fulgrim's waist. I gave you that blade as a symbol of my trust in you, Fulgrim. We alone know the true power that lies within it. That weapon almost killed me, and yet I gave it away. Do you think I would give such a weapon to one I do not trust? No, War Master, said Fulgrim, exactly. The Istvan V phase of my plan is the most critical, said Horus, stoking the dangerous embers of Fulgrim's ego, even more so than what is happening below us. I can entrust it to no other. You must go to Istvan V, my brother. All depends on its success. For a long, frightening moment, violent potential crackled between Horus and the Primarch of the Emperor's children. Fulgrim laughed and said, Now you flatter me, hoping my ego will coerce me into obeying your orders. Is it working? Asked Horus as the tension drained away. Yes, admitted Fulgrim. Very well, the War Masters will be done. I will go to Istvan V. Eidolon, will stay in command of the Emperor's children until we join you at Istvan V, said Horus, and Fulgrim nodded. He will relish the chance to prove himself further, said Fulgrim. Now leave me, Fulgrim, said Horus. You have work to do. 16 enemy within the eightfold path. Honor must be satisfied. Apothecary Vadden fought to save Casto's life. The upper half of the warrior's armor had been removed, and his bare torso was disfigured by a gory wound, flaps of skin and chunks of muscle blown aside like the petals of a bloody flower by an exploding bolt around. Pressure, said Vadden, as he flicked over the settings on his Narthesium gauntlet. Scalpels and syringes cycled as Brother Methryden, an Emperor's children, Astartes who had lost a hand in the earlier fighting and served as Vadden's assistant, kept pressure on the wound. Casto bucked underneath him, his teeth gritted against pain that would kill anyone but an Astartes. Vadden selected a syringe and pushed it into Casto's neck. The vial mounted on the gauntlet emptied, pumping Casto's system with stimulants to keep his heart, forcing blood around his ruptured organs. Casto shook, nearly snapping the needle. Hold him still, snapped Vadden.
Yes,
said a voice behind them. Hold him still. It will make it easier to kill him. Vadden's head snapped up, and he saw a warrior clad in the armor of an Emperor's Children Lord Commander. He carried an enormous hammer, purple arcs of energy playing around its massive head. Behind the warrior, Vadden could see a score of Emperor's children in purple and gold finery, their armor sheened with lapping powder and oil. Instantly, he knew that these were no loyalists and felt a cold hand clutch at his chest as he saw that they were undone. "Who are you?" demanded Vadden, though he knew the answer already. "I am your death traitor," said Eidolon, swinging his hammer and crushing Vadden's skull with one blow. Hundreds of Emperor's children streamed into the palace from the east, on a tide of fire and blood. They fell upon the wounded first, Eidolon himself, butchering those who lay waiting for Vadden's ministrations, taking particular relish in killing the loyalist Emperor's children he found there. The warriors of his chapter swarmed through the palace around him. The defenders discovering to their horror that their flank had somehow been turned, and that more and more of the traitors were pouring into the palace. Within moments, the last battle had begun. The Loyalists turned from their defenses and faced the Emperor's children. Assault Marines' jump packs gunned them across ruined domes to crash into Eidolon's assault units. Heavy weapons, troopers, and scout snipers amongst the ruined battlements shot down into the enemy, swapping tremendous volleys of fire across the shattered domes. It was a battle without lines or direction, as the fighting spilled into the heart of the Precentor's palace. Each Astartes became an army of his own as all order broke down and every warrior fought alone against the enemies that surrounded him. Emperor's children jetbikes screamed insanely through the precincts of the palace and ripped crazed circuits around the domes, spraying fire into the Astartes battling below them. Dreadnoughts tore up chunks of fallen masonry with their mighty fists and hurled them at the Loyalists holding the barricades against which so many of their foes had died only a short while before. Everything was swirling madness, horror, and destruction, with Eidolon at the center of it, swinging his hammer and killing all who came near him as he led his perfect warriors deeper into the heart of the defenses. Luke Sedere, with his blonde hair and smirking grin, looked completely out of place among the rusting industrial spires of the Coral City. Beside him, Sergar Targost, captain of the 7th Company, seemed far more at home. His older, darker skin and heavy fur cloak, more in keeping with a murdered world. Sedere stood on top of a rusting slab of fallen machinery before thousands of sons of Horus arrayed for war. War paint was fresh on their breastplates, and new banners dedicated to the warrior lodges flapped in the wind. Sons of Horus bellowed Sedere, his voice brimming with the confidence that came to him so easily. For too long we have waited for our brother legions to open the gate for us, so we can put the doubters and the feeble-minded to the sword. At last the hour has come. Lord Commander Eidolon has broken the siege, and the time has come to show the legions how the sons of Horus fight. The warriors cheered, and the lodge banners were raised high, displaying the facets of the beliefs underpinning the lodge philosophies. A brazen claw reached down from the sky to crush a world in its fist. A black star shone 8 rays of death upon a horde of enemies, and a great winged beast with 2 heads stood resplendent on a mountain of corpses. Images from beyond, conjured by the words of divinate priests who could look into the warp, they displayed the sons of Horus's allegiance to the powers their warmaster embraced. "The enemy is in disarray," shouted Sedere over the cheering. "We will fall upon them and sweep them away. You know your duties, sons of Horus, and you all know that the paths you have followed have led you towards this day, for here we destroy the last vestiges of the old crusade and march towards the future." Sedere's confidence was infectious, and he knew they were ready. Targast stepped forward and raised his hands. He bore the rank of lodge captain himself, privy to the secrets of the Davenite ways, and as much a holy man as a commander. He opened his mouth and unleashed a stream of brutal syllables, guttural and dark. The tongue of Daven wrought into a prayer of victory and blood. The sons of Horus answered the prayer, their voices raised in a relentless chant that echoed around the dead spires of the Coral City, and when the prayers were done, the sons of Horus marched to war. Fire stormed around Tarvitz. Emperor's children Terminators raked the central dome with fire, and the sounds of battle hand-to-hand combat came from the shattered gallery. Tarvitz ducked and ran as bolt of fire kicked up fragments around him, sliding into cover beside Brother Solathan of Squad Nasikai. Solathan and about 30 loyalist Emperor's children were pinned down behind a great fallen column, a few lunar wolves among them. "What in the Emperor's name happened?" shouted Tarvitz. "How did they get in?" "I don't know, sir," replied Solathan. "They came from the east." "We should have had some warning," said Tarvitz. "That's Lucius's sector." "Have you seen him at all?" Lucius asked Solathan. "No, he must have fallen." Tarvitz shook his head. "Not likely I have to find him." "We can't hold out here," said Solathan. "We have to pull back, and we won't be able to wait for you." Tarvitz nodded, but knew that he had to try and find Lucius, even if it was just to recover his body. He doubted Lucius could ever really die, but knew that amid this carnage anything was possible. "Very well," said Tarvitz. "Go, fall back in good order to the inner domes and the temple. There are barricades there. Go, and don't wait for me." He put his head briefly over the pillar and fired his bolter, kicking a burst of shots towards Eidolon's Emperor's children, swarming all over the far side of the dome. More covering fire sprayed from his warriors' guns as they began falling back by squads. The dome between him and his goal was littered with bodies, some of them chewed into unrecognizable sprays of torn flesh. He waited until his warriors had put enough distance between them and the enemy and broke from cover. Bolter shots tore up the ground beside him, and he rolled into the cover of a fallen pillar, crawling as fast as he could to reach the passageway that led from the dome and curved around its columned circumference towards the east wing of the precentor's palace. Lucius was somewhere in these ruins, and Tarvitz had to find him. Loken ducked and threw himself to the floor, skidding along the fire-blackened tiles of the plaza. The palace loomed above him, whirling as Loken spun on his back and fired up at the closest World Eater. One shot caught the warrior in the leg, and he collapsed in a roaring heap. Torgadon leapt upon him, plunging his sword into the traitor's back. Loken climbed to his feet as more fire stuttered across the plaza. He tried to get a bearing on the enemy among the heaps of the dead and the jagged slabs of marble sticking up from the edges of shell craters, but it was impossible. The plaza between the chaos of the palace and the dark mass of the city was infested with World Eaters, charging forwards to exploit the breach made by the Emperor's children. "There's a whole squad out here," said Torgadan, wrenching his sword from the World Eater. "We're right in the middle of them. Then we keep going," said Loken. Back on his feet, he reloaded his bolter as they hurried through the wreckage and charnel heaps, scanning the darkness for movement. Torgadan kept close behind him, sweeping his bolter between chunks of tiling or fallen masonry. Fire snapped around them, and the sounds of battle coming from the palace became ever more terrible, the war cries and explosions tearing through the violent night. "Down!" yelled Torgadan as a burst of plasma fire lanced from the darkness. Loken threw himself to the ground as the searing bolt flashed past him and bored a hole in a slab of fallen stone behind him. A dark shape came at him, and Loken saw the flash of a blade, bringing his bolter up in an instinctive block. He felt chain-blade teeth grinding against the metal of his gun and kicked out at his attacker's groin. The World Eater pivoted away from the blow easily, turning to smash Torgadan to the ground with the butt of his chain axe. Torgadan's attack gave Loken a chance to regain his feet, and he threw aside the ruined bolter to draw his own sword. Torgadan wrestled with another World Eater on the ground, but his friend would have to fend for himself as Loken saw that his opponent was a captain. And not just any captain, but one of the World Eater's best. "Khan," said Loken as the warrior attacked. Khan paused in his attack, and for the briefest moment Loken saw the noble warrior he had spoken with in the Museum of Conquest, before something else swamped it again, something that twisted Khan's face with hatred. That second was enough for Loken, allowing him to dodge back behind a fan of broken stone jutting from the edge of crater. Bullets still carved through the air, and somewhere beyond his sight Torgadan was fighting his own battle, but Loken could not worry about that now. "What happened, Khan?" cried Loken. "What did they turn you into?" Khan screamed an incoherent bellow of rage and leapt towards him with his axe held high. Loken braced his stance and brought his blade up to catch Khan's axe as it slashed towards him, and the two warriors clashed in a desperate battle of strength. Khan said Loken through gritted teeth as the World Eater forced the chain axe's whirling teeth towards his face. "This is not the man I knew. What have you become?" as their eyes met. Loken saw Khan's soul and despaired. He saw the warrior who had sworn oaths of brotherhood and pledged himself to the crusade as he himself had done. The warrior who had seen the terrors and tragedies of the crusade as well as its victories, and he saw the dark madness that had swamped that in bloodshed and betrayals yet to be enacted. "I am the Eightfold Path," snapped Khan, his every words punctuated by a froth of blood. "No," shouted Loken, pushing the World Eater away. "It doesn't have to be this way." "It does," said Khan. "There is no way off the path. We must always go further." The humanity drained from Khan's face, and Loken knew that the World Eater was truly gone, and that only in death would this battle end. Loken backed away, fending off a flurry of blows from Khan's axe, until he was forced back against a slab of rubble. His foe's axe buried itself in the stone beside him, and Loken slammed the pommel of his sword into Khan's head. Khan rode the blow and smashed his forehead into Loken's face, grabbing his sword arm and wrestling him to the ground. They struggled in the mud like animals, Khan trying to grind Loken's face into the shattered stone, and Loken trying to throw him off. Loken rolled onto his back as he heard the rumble of an engine like an earthquake, and the glare of floodlights stabbed out and threw Khan's outline into silhouette. Knowing what was coming, Loken hammered his fist into Khan's face over and over again, pushing him upright with a hand clasped around his neck. The World Eater struggled in Loken's grip as the light grew stronger and the roaring form of a land raider crested the ridge of rubble behind them like a monster rising from the deep. Loken felt the huge impact as the land raider's dozer blade slammed into Khan, the sharpened prongs at its base punching through the World Eater's chest. He released Khan's body and rolled to the edge of the crater as the land raider rose up, carrying the struggling Khan with it. The mighty tank crashed back down, and Loken pressed his body into the mud as it ground over him, the roaring of its engine passing inches above him. Then it was over. The tank rumbled onwards, carrying the impaled World Eater before it like some gory trophy. Tanks were all around him, the eye of Horus glaring from their armored hulls, and Loken recognized the livery they were painted in. The sons of Horus. For a moment, Loken just stared at the force surging towards the palace. Gunfire flared as they drove towards their prize. A hand reached down and grabbed Loken, dragging him, battered and bloody, into cover from the guns of the tanks. He looked up and saw Torgadon, similarly mauled by the encounter with the World Eaters. Torgadon nodded in the direction of the Land Raider. "Was that Khan?" nodded Loken. "He's gone dead, maybe. I don't know." Torgadon looked up at the sons of Horus Speartip driving for the palace. "I think even Tarvitz might have trouble holding the palace now." "Then we'll have to hurry." "Yes, stay low and let's keep out of any more trouble," said Torgadon, "unless Abaddon and little Horus aren't challenging enough on their own." "Saul will make them pay for every piece of rubble they capture," said Loken, pulling himself painfully to his feet. Khan had hurt him, but not so much that he couldn't fight. For his sake, let's make that count for something. The two friends forged through the rubble once again towards the Makaran Basilica, where lay one last chance of a victory on Istvan III. The sounds of battle echoed from all around him, and Tarvitz hugged the shadows as he made his careful way through the ruins of the east wing of the palace. Squads of Emperor's children swarmed through the palace grounds, sweeping through the shattered domes and gunfire-riddled rooms as they plunged the knife of their attack into the heart of the defenses. Here and there he saw squad markings he recognized, and had to fight the ingrained urge to call out to them. But these warriors were the enemy, and there would be no brotherly embrace or comradely welcome were they to discover him. The very obsessiveness of their attack was working in Tarvitz's favor, as these warriors possessed the same single-mindedness as Eidolon, fixated on the prize of the palace, rather than proper battlefield awareness. For once Eidolon's flaws were working in his favor, thought Tarvitz, as he ghosted through the strobe-lit wasteland of the palace. "You're going to need to tighten up discipline, Eidolon," he whispered, "or someone's going to make you pay." The eastern sectors he had assigned Lucius and his men to watch over were bombed-out ruins, the frescoes burned from the walls by the firestorm, and the mighty statue gardens pulverized by constant shelling and the battles that had raged furiously over the past months. To have held out this long was a miracle in itself, and Tarvitz was not blind enough to try and fool himself into thinking that it could last much longer. He saw dozens of bodies and checked every one for a sign that the swordsman had fallen. Each body was a warrior he knew, a warrior who had followed him into battle at the palace and trusted that he could lead them to victory. Each set of eyes accused him of their death, but he knew that there was nothing more he could have done. The further eastward he went, the less he encountered the invading Emperor's children, their attack pushing into the center of the Precentor's palace, rather than spreading out to capture its entirety. Trust Eidolon to go for the glory rather than standard battlefield practice. "Give me 100 Space Marines, and I would punish your arrogance," thought Tarvitz. Even as the thought occurred to him, a slow smile spread across his face. He had 100 Space Marines. True, they were engaged in battle, but if any force of warriors could disengage from battle in good order and hand over to a friendly force in the middle of a desperate firefight, it was the Emperor's children. He crouched in the shadow of a fallen statue and opened a Vox channel. "Solathon," he hissed. "Can you hear me?" Static washed from the Vox bead in his ear, and he cursed at the idea of his plan being undone by something as trivial as a failure of communications. "I hear you, Captain, but we're a little busy right now," said Solathon's voice. "Understood," said Tarvitz, "but I have new orders for you. Disengage from the fight and hand over to the Lunar Wolves. Let them take the brunt of the fighting and gather as many warriors as you can rally to you. Then converge on my position. Sir, take the eastern passages along the servants' wing that should bring you to me without too much trouble. We have an opportunity to hurt these bastards, Solathon, so I need you to get here with all possible speed." "Understood, sir," said Solathon, signing off. Tarvitz froze as he heard a voice say, "It won't do any good, Saul. The Precentor's palace is as good as lost. Even you should be able to see that." He looked up and saw Lucius standing in the center of the dome in front of him, his shimmering sword in one hand and a shard of broken glass in the other. He raised the glass to his face and sliced its razor edge along his cheek, drawing a line of blood from his skin that dripped to the dome's floor. "Lucius," said Tarvitz, rising to his feet and entering the dome to meet the swordsman. "I thought you were dead." Bright starlight filled the dome, and Tarvitz saw it was filled with the corpses of Emperor's children. Not traitors, but loyalists, and he could see that not one had fallen to a gunshot wound, but had been carved up by a powerful edged weapon. These warriors had been cut apart, and a horrible suspicion began to form in his mind. "Dead," laughed Lucius. "Me? Remember what Loken said to me when I humbled him in the practice cages, wary now?" Tarvitz nodded. "He said there was someone out there who could beat you, and do you remember what I told him?"
"Yes," replied Tarvitz, sliding his hand to the hilt of his broadsword. "You said, 'not in this lifetime,' didn't you?" "You have a good memory," said Lucius, dropping the bloody shard of glass to the floor. "Who's that latest scar for?" asked Tarvitz. Lucius smiled, though there was no warmth to it. "It's for you, Saul." The great forum of the Macaran Basilica was a desert of ashen bone, for as the virus bombs had dropped, thousands of Istvaniens had gathered there in the hope that the Parliament House at one end of the forum would receive them. They had thronged the place and died there, their scorched remains resembling an ancient swamp from which rose the columns that bounded the forum on 3 sides. On the 4th was the Parliament House itself, befouled by black tendrils of ash that reached up from the forum. The building had been the seat of the Coral City's civilian parliament, a counterpart to the nobles who had ruled from the precentor's palace. But the prominent citizens who had taken shelter inside had died as surely as the horde of civilians outside. Loken pushed through the sea of black bones, his sword ready in his hand as he forged through the thicket of bone. A skull grinned up at him, its burned and empty eye sockets accusing behind him. Torgadon covered the forum beyond them. "Wait," said Loken quietly. Torgadon halted and looked round. "Is it them?" "I don't know, maybe," said Loken, looking up at the Parliament House. Beyond it he could just see the lines of a spacecraft, a Stormbird in Sons of Horus colors. Someone landed here, that's for sure. They continued onwards to the edge of the Parliament building, climbing the smooth marble steps. Its great doors had been thick-studded oak, but they had been eaten away by the virus and burned to ash by the firestorm. "Shall we?" asked Torgadon. Loken nodded, suddenly wishing that they had not come here, as a terrible feeling of doom settled on him. He looked at Torgadon and wished he had some fitting words to say to him before they took these last fateful steps. Torgadon seemed to understand what he was thinking and said, "Yes, I know, but what choice do we have?" "None," said Loken, marching through the archway and into the Parliament House. The interior of the building had been protected from the worst of the virus bombing and firestorm, only a few tangled blackened corpses lying sprawled among the dark wood panels and furnishings. The walls of the circular building were adorned with faded frescoes of the Coral City's magnificent past, telling the tales of its growth and conquests. The benches and voting tables of the Parliament were arranged around a central stage with a lectern from which the debates were led. On the stage in front of the lectern stood Ezekiel Abaddon and Horus Aximand. "You betrayed us," said Tarvitz, the hurt and disappointment almost too much to bear. "You killed your own men and let Eidolon and his warriors into the palace, didn't you?" "I did," said Lucius, swinging his sword in loops around his body as he loosened his muscles, in preparation for the fight Tarvitz knew must come next, "and I'd do it again in a heartbeat." Tarvitz circled the edge of the dome, his steps in time with those of the swordsman. He had no illusions as to the outcome of this fight. Lucius was the preeminent blade master of the Legion, perhaps all the legions. He knew he could not defeat Lucius, but this betrayal demanded retribution. Honor must be satisfied. "Why Lucius?" asked Tarvitz. "How can you ask me that, Saul?" demanded Lucius, drawing the circle closer, and step by step the distance between the two warriors shrank. "I am only here thanks to my misplaced acquaintance with you. I know what the Lord Commander and Fabius offered you. How could you turn such an opportunity down?" "It was an abomination, Lucius," said Tarvitz, knowing he had to keep Lucius talking for as long as he could. "To tamper with the gene seed. How can you possibly believe that the Emperor would condone such a thing?" "The Emperor?" laughed Lucius. "Are you so sure he would disapprove? Look at what he did to create the Primarchs. Aren't we the result of genetic manipulation? The experiments Fabius is conducting are the logical next link in that evolutionary chain. We are a superior race, and we must establish that superiority over any lesser beings that stand in our way. Even your fellow warriors.
spat Tarvitz, gesturing to the corpses around the dome's circumference with the blade of his sword. Lucius shrugged. Even them, I'm going to rejoin my legion, and they tried to stop me. What choice did I have? Just like you are going to try and stop me. You'll kill me too? Asked Tarvitz, after all the years we've fought together. Don't try and appeal to my sense of fond reminiscences, Saul warned Lucius. I'm better than you, and I'm going to achieve great things in the service of my legion. Neither you or any foolish sense of misplaced loyalty are going to stop me. Lucius lifted the blade of his sword and dropped into a fighting crouch as Tarvitz approached him. The dome seemed suddenly silent as the two combatants circled one another, each searching for a weakness in the other's defenses. Tarvitz drew his combat knife in his left hand and reversed the blade, knowing he would need as many blades between him and Lucius as humanly possible. Tarvitz knew there were no more words to be spoken. This could only end in blood. Without warning, he leapt towards Lucius, thrusting with the smaller blade, but even as he attacked, he saw that Lucius had been expecting it. Lucius swayed aside and swept the hilt of his sword down, smashing the knife from his hand. The swordsman ducked as Tarvitz turned on his heel and slashed high with his sword. Tarvitz's blade cut only air, and Lucius hammered his elbow into his side. He danced away, expecting Lucius to land a blow, but the swordsman merely smiled and danced around him lightly on the balls of his feet. Lucius was playing with him, and he felt his anger mount in the face of such mockery. Lucius advanced towards Tarvitz, darting in with the speed of a striking snake to thrust at his stomach. Tarvitz blocked the thrust, rolling his wrists over Lucius's blade and slashing for his neck, but the swordsman had anticipated the move and nimbly dodged the blow. Tarvitz attacked suddenly, his blade a flashing blur of steel that forced Lucius back step by step. Lucius parried a vicious slash aimed at his groin, spinning with a laugh to launch a lightning riposte at his foe. Tarvitz saw the blade cut the air towards him, knowing he was powerless to prevent it landing. He hurled himself back, but felt a red-hot line of agony as the energized edge bit deep into his side. He clamped a hand to his side as blood spilled down his armor, gasping in pain before his armor dispensed stimulants that blocked it. Tarvitz backed away from Lucius, and the swordsman followed with a grin of anticipation. "If that's the best you've got, Saul, then you'd best give up now," smirked Lucius. "I promise I'll make it quick." "I was just about to say the same thing, Lucius," gasped Tarvitz, lifting his sword once again. The two warriors clashed once more, their swords shimmering streaks of silver and blue, as coruscating sparks spat from their blades. Tarvitz fought with every ounce of courage, strength and skill he could muster, but he knew it was hopeless. Lucius parried his every attack with ease and casually landed cut after cut on his flesh, enough to draw blood and hurt, but not enough to kill. Blood gathered in the corner of his mouth as he staggered away from yet another wounding blow. A hit, sniggered Lucius, a palpable hit. Tarvitz knew he was fighting with the last of his reserves, and the fight could not go on much longer. Soon Lucius would tire of his poor sport and finish him, but perhaps he had held him here for long enough. "Had enough," coughed Tarvitz. "You don't have to die here." Lucius cocked his head to one side as he advanced towards him and said, "You're serious, aren't you? You actually think you can beat me?" Tarvitz nodded and spat blood. "Come on and have a go, if you think you can kill me." Lucius leapt forwards to attack, and Tarvitz dropped his sword and leapt to meet him. Surprised by such an obviously suicidal move, Lucius was a fraction of a second too late to dodge Tarvitz's attack. The two warriors clashed in the air, and Tarvitz smashed his fist into the swordsman's face. Lucius turned his head to rob the blow of its force, but Tarvitz gave him no chance to right himself as they fell to the floor and pistoned his fist into his former comrade's face. Lucius's sword skittered away, and they fought with fists and elbows, knees and feet. At such close quarters, skill with a blade was irrelevant, and Tarvitz let his hate and anger spill out in every thunderous hammer blow he landed. They rolled and grappled like brawling street thugs, Tarvitz punching Lucius with powerful blows that would have killed a mortal man a dozen times over. The swordsman struggling to push Tarvitz clear. "I also remember what Loken taught you the first time he brought you down," gasped Tarvitz as he saw movement at the edge of the dome. "Understand your foe and do whatever is necessary to bring him down. He released his grip on Lucius and rolled clear, pushing himself as far away from the swordsman as he could. Lucius sprang to his feet in an instant, scrambling across the floor to retrieve his weapon. "Now Solathan," shouted Tarvitz. "Kill him! He betrayed us all." He watched as Lucius turned towards the dome's entrance, seeing the warriors Solathan had rallied and brought to him. Solathan obeyed Tarvitz's command instantly, as a good emperor's children should, and the dome was suddenly filled with the bark of gunfire. Lucius dived out of the way, but even he wasn't quick enough to avoid a volley of bolter shells. Lucius jerked and danced in the fusillade, sparks and blood flying from his armor. He rolled across the floor, scrabbling for a hole in the wall, blasted by the months of battle as the gunfire of the loyalist emperor's children tore into him. "Kill him!" yelled Tarvitz, but Lucius was faster than he would have believed possible, diving from the dome as shells tore up scorched frescoes around him. Tarvitz pushed himself to his feet and staggered over towards where Lucius had escaped. Beyond the dome, the outer precincts of the palace were a nightmarish landscape of craters and blackened ruins. A pall of smoke hung over the battlefield the palace had become, and he smashed his fist into the wall in frustration as he saw that the swordsman had vanished. "Captain Tarvitz," said Solathan, reporting as ordered. Tarvitz turned from his search for Lucius, pushing his frustrations aside and focusing on the more immediate matter of counter-attacking Eidolon's warriors. "My thanks, Solathan. I owe you my life," he said. The warrior nodded as Tarvitz picked up a fallen bolter and checked the magazine to make sure he had a full load. "Now come on," he said grimly. "Let's show these bastards how the real Emperor's children fight. 17, winning is survival. Dies ire, the end, betrayer," said Loken, stepping into the Parliament House. "There was nothing to betray," retorted Abaddon. Even after all that had happened on Istvan III, the word betrayal had the power to ignite the ever-present anger inside him. "I envy you this, Loken," continued Abaddon. "To you the galaxy must seem so simple. So long as there's someone you can call enemy, you will fight to the death and think you're right." "I know I'm right, Ezekiel," shouted Loken. "How can this be anything but wrong, the death of this city and the murder of your brothers? What has happened to you, Abaddon, to turn you into this?" Abaddon stepped down off the stage, leaving Axaman to stand alone at the lectern. In his Terminator armor, Abaddon was far taller than Loken, and he knew from witnessing the first captain in battle that he could still fight as skillfully as any Astartes in power armor. "Istvan III was forced upon us by the inability of small minds to understand reality," said Abaddon. "Do you think I have been a part of this, and that I am here because I enjoy killing my brothers? I believe Loken, as surely as you do. There are powers in this galaxy that even the Emperor does not understand. If he leaves humanity to wither on the vine in his selfish quest for godhood, then those powers will swamp us, and every single human being in this galaxy will die. Can you understand the enormity of that concept? The whole human race? The War Master does. And that is why he must take the Emperor's place to deal with these threats. Deal with them, said Torgadon, shaking his head. You are a fool, Ezekiel. We saw what Erebus was doing. He has lied to you all. You have made a pact with evil powers. Evil, said Aximand. They saved the War Master's life. I have seen their power, and it is within the War Master's ability to control them. You think we are fools, that we are blind? The forces of the warp are the key to this galaxy. That is what the Emperor cannot understand. The War Master will be Lord of the Warp as well of the Imperium, and then we will rule the stars. No, replied Loken. The War Master has become corrupted. If he takes the throne, it will not be humanity that rules the galaxy. It will be something else. You know that, little Horus, even if Ezekiel doesn't? He doesn't care about the galaxy. He just wants to be on the winning side. Abaddon smiled, slowly approaching Loken as Torgadon circled towards Horus Aximand. Winning is survival, Loken. You die, you lose, and nothing you ever believed ever meant anything. I live, I win, and you might as well have never existed. Victory, Loken, it's the only thing in the galaxy that means anything. You should have spent more time being a soldier. Maybe then you would have ended up on the winning side. Loken held up his sword, trying to gauge Abaddon's movements. There is always time to decide who wins. He could see Abaddon tensing up, ready to strike, and knew that the first captain's taunting was just a cover. Loken, you have come so far, said Abaddon, and you still don't understand what we're doing here. We're not so far from human that we're not allowed a few mistakes, but to fight us instead of realizing what the War Master is trying to achieve, that's unforgivable. Then what's your mistake, Ezekiel?
Talking too much, replied Abaddon, launching himself towards Loken with his bladed fist bathed in lethal energies. Torgadon watched as Abaddon charged towards Loken, taking that as his cue to attack little Horus. His former comrade had seen the intent in his eyes and leapt to meet him, as Loken and Abaddon smashed apart the pews along the nave.
They met in a clatter of battle plate, fighting with all the strength and hatred that only those who were once brothers, but are now bitter enemies, can muster. They grappled like wrestlers until Aximand flung Torgadon's arms wide and smashed his elbow into his jaw. He fell back, blocked the right cross, slashing for his face, and closed with Aximand, cracking an armored knee into his opponent's midriff. Little Horus stumbled, and Torgadon knew that it would take more than a knee in the guts to halt a warrior such as Aximand. His former brother was powerfully built, his strength, poise, and skill the equal of Torgadon's. The two warriors faced one another, and Torgadon could see a look of regret flash across little Horus's face. "Why are you doing this?" asked Torgadon. "You said you were against us," replied Aximand. "And we are." Both warriors lowered their guards. They were brothers, members of the Mournival, who had seen so many battles together that there was no need for posturing. They both knew how the other fought. "Tarik," said Aximand, "if this could have ended another way, we would have taken it. None of us would have chosen this way. Little Horus, when did you realize how far you had gone? Was it when the War Master told you we were going to be bombed, or some time before?" Aximand glanced over to where Loken and Abaddon fought. "You can walk away from this, Tarik. The War Master wants Loken dead, but he said nothing about you." Torgadon laughed. "We called you Little Horus because you looked so like him. But we were wrong. Horus never had that doubt in his eyes. You're not sure, Aximand. Maybe you're on the wrong side. Maybe this is the last chance you've got to end your life as a space marine and not as a slave." Aximand smiled bleakly. "I've seen it, Tarik. The warp. You can't stand against that, and yet here I am. If you had just taken the chance the Lodge gave you, you would have seen it too. They can give us such power. If you only knew, Tarik, you'd join us in a second. The whole future would be laid out before you. You know I can't back down. No more than you can. Then, this is it. Yes, it is. As you said, none of us would have chosen this." Aximand readied himself. "Just like the practice cages, Tarik." "No," said Torgadon. "Nothing like that." The energized claw swung at Loken's head, and he ducked. Too late seeing it for the feint it was. Abaddon grabbed him by the edge of his shoulder guard and drove his knee into Loken's stomach. Ceramite buckled, and Loken felt pain knife into him as bones broke. Abaddon released him and punched him in the face. He was thrown against the wall of the Parliament, scorched plaster and brick falling around him. "The War Master wanted me to bring the Just Erin, but I told him it was an insult." Loken saw his sword lying on the floor beside him, and slid down the wall to grab it. He pushed off the wall, pivoting past Abaddon's slashing fist, swinging the blade towards the first captain's face. Abaddon blocked the blow with his forearm, reaching out to pluck Loken from his feet and hurl him towards the Parliament building's wall. The world spun away from him, and suddenly there was pain. His vision blurred as he smacked into the ground, and shards of stone flew up around him. The pain within him felt strange, as if it belonged to someone else. It felt as if his back was broken, and a treacherous voice in his mind whispered that the pain would go away if he just gave up and let it all go away in a fog of oblivion. His grip tightened on his sword, and he let his anger fuel his strength to fight against the voice in his head that told him to give up. A long time ago, Loken had sworn an oath to his emperor, and that oath was never to give up, even as the moment of death approached. His vision swam back into focus, and he looked up to see the hole in the Parliament House's wall his body had smashed. Loken rolled onto his front as Abaddon's massive armored form charged towards him, smashing aside the blackened remains of the breach. He scrambled to his feet and backed away, letting Abaddon's fist swing past him. He darted in, stabbing with his sword, but the thick plates of his enemy's armor turned the blade aside. He scrambled back up the steps of the Parliament House, hearing Torgadon and little Horus fighting within, and knowing that he needed his brother's strength to triumph. You can't run forever, roared Abaddon as he turned to follow him, his steps ponderous and heavy. Sol Tarvitz grinned like a hunter who had finally run his prey to ground. The warriors he and Solathan led cut a bloody swathe through Eidolon's warriors, killing them without mercy as they themselves had been killed so recently. What had once been an attack that threatened to overwhelm them utterly was now in danger of becoming a route for the traitors. Gunfire echoed fiercely through the palace as the Loyalists unleashed volley after volley of gunfire at anything that moved. Loyalist Space Marines surrounded Eidolon's assault force and attacked on two fronts. The Lord Commander's force was buckling. Tarvitz could see warriors with missing limbs or massive open wounds struggling in the desperate fight, jostling to get a position where they could kill the traitors who had so nearly overrun them. His own sword reaped a bloody tally as he killed warriors he had once fought with and bled alongside, each sword blow a cruel twist of fate that brought aching sadness as much as it did cathartic satisfaction. He saw Eidolon in the center of the battle, smashing warriors to ruin with each swing of his hammer, and fought his way through the battle to reach the Lord Commander. His own body ached from the duel with Lucius, but he knew that there was no point in calling for an apothecary. Whatever wounds he was suffering from would never have a chance to heal. It would end here, Tarvitz knew, but it would be a hell of a fight, and he had never felt more proud to lead these brave warriors into battle. To have such noble fighters almost undone by a supposedly loyal comrade's betrayal was a galling, yet somehow fitting end to their struggle. Lucius had very nearly cost them this battle, and Tarvitz swore that if he lived through this hell, he would see the bastard dead once and for all. The Lord Commander was almost within his reach, but no sooner had Eidolon seen him than the traitors began falling back in disciplined ranks. Tarvitz wanted to scream in frustration, but knew better than to simply hurl himself after his foe. "Firing line across the nave!" shouted Tarvitz at the top of his voice, and instantly a contingent of Astartes formed up and began firing disciplined volleys of bolter fire at the retreating enemy. He lowered his sword and leaned against the broken wall as he realized that, against all odds, they had held once more. Before he had a moment to savor the unlikeliness of their latest victory, the vox bead chimed in his ear.
Captain Tarvitz said, a voice he recognized as one of the Lunar Wolves. "Tarvitz, here," he said. "This is Vipus, Captain. The position on the roof is sound, but we've got company."
"I know," replied Tarvitz. "The sons of Horus." "Worse than that," said Vipus to the west. "Look up." Tarvitz pushed through the remains of the battle and scanned the sky above the crumbling smoke-wreathed ruins. Something moved towards the palace, something distant but utterly huge. "Sweet terror," he said. "The Dies Irae. I'll make the Titan our priority target," swore Vipus. "No, you can't hurt it. Just kill enemy space marines." "Yes, Captain, enemy units," a voice yelled from near the temple entrance. "Armor and support." Tarvitz pushed himself from the wall, drawing on his last reserves of energy, to once again muster his warriors for the defense of the palace. Assault units by the doors, all other Astartes fire at will. Tarvitz could see a huge strike force of enemy forces, boxy land raiders and Rainos massing on the outskirts of the Precentor's palace. Beyond them, sons of Horus, world-eaters, and Emperor's children set up fields of fire to surround the temple. The Dies Irae would soon be in range to blast them with its enormous weaponry. "They'll be coming again soon," shouted Tarvitz. "But we'll see them off again, my brothers. No matter what occurs, they will not forget the fight we've given them here." Looking at the size of the army arrayed for the final assault, Tarvitz knew that there would be no holding against it. This was the end game. Terminator armor was huge. It made a man into a walking tank, but what it added in protection, it lost in speed. Abaddon was skillful and could fight almost as fast as any other Astartes while clad in its thick plates, but almost wasn't good enough when life or death was at stake. Chunks of rubble spilled into the Parliament House as Abaddon battered his way back inside, the brutal, high-shouldered shape of his Terminator armor wreathed in chalky plaster dust. As Abaddon smashed his way back inside, he passed beneath a sagging portico that supported a vast swathe of sculpted marble statuary above. Loken struck out at one of the cracked pillars supporting the portico, the fluted support smashing apart under the power of the blow, the parliament filled with dust as the huge slabs above came down on Abaddon, the entire weight of the statuary collapsing on top of the first captain. Loken could hear Abaddon roaring in anger as the stonework thundered down in a flurry of rubble and destruction. He turned away from the avalanche of debris and fought his way through the billowing clouds of dust towards the center of the Parliament building. He saw Torgadon and Horus Aximand upon the central stage. Torgadon was on his knees, blood raining from his body and his limbs shattered. Aximand held his sword upraised, ready to deliver the death blow. He saw what would happen next even as he screamed at his former brother to stay his hand. Even over the crash of rubble being displaced as Abaddon forced himself free of the collapsed statues, he heard Aximand's words with a terrible clarity. "I'm sorry," said Aximand, and the sword slashed down against Torgadon's neck. The plasma bolt was like a finger of the sun, reaching down from the guns of the Dies Irae and smashing through the wall of the Warsinger's temple. The liquid fire boring deep into the ground. With a sound like the city dying, one wall of the temple collapsed as dust and fire filled the air, and shards of green stone flew like knives. Warriors melted in the heat blast or died beneath the heaps of stone that collapsed around them. Tarvitz fell to his knees on the winding stairway that climbed to the upper reaches of the temple. A choking mass of burning ash billowed around him, and he fought his way upwards, knowing that hundreds of the last loyalist space marines were dead. The sound was appalling, the roar of the collapsing temple stark against the silence of the traitors that surrounded the temple on all sides. A body fell past him, one of the lunar wolves, his arm blown off by weapons fire hammering the upper floors. "To the roof," ordered Tarvitz. Not knowing if anyone could hear him over the cacophony of the Titan's guns. "Abandon the nave." Tarvitz reached the gallery running the length of the temple, finding it crammed with space marines, their legion colors unrecognizable beneath layers of grime and blood. Such distinctions were irrelevant, Tarvitz realized, for they were one band of brothers fighting for the same cause. Above this level was the roof, and Tarvitz spotted Sergeant Ratherin, a solid line officer and veteran of the murder campaign. "Sergeant!" he yelled. "Report!" Ratherin looked up from the window through which he was aiming his bolter. He had caught a glancing blow to the side of his head, and his face streamed with blood. "Not good, Captain," he replied. "We've held them this long, but we won't hold another attack. There's too many of them, and that Titan is going to blow us away any second." Tarvitz nodded and risked a glance through a shattered loophole to the ground far below, feeling his hate for these traitors warriors for whom notions of honor and loyalty were non-existent. Swell as he saw the multitude of bodies sprawled around the palace. He knew these dead warriors, having led them in battle these last few months, and more than anything, he knew what they represented. They were the galaxy's best soldiers, the saviors of the human race, and the chosen of the Emperor. Their lives of heroic service and sacrifice had been ended by brute treachery, and he had never felt so helpless. "No," he said, as resolve filled him. "No, we will not falter." Tarvitz met Ratherin's eyes and said, "The Titan is going to hit the same corner of the temple again, higher up, and then the traitors are going to storm us. Get the men back and make ready for the assault." He knew the traitors were just waiting for the temple to fall, so they could storm in and kill the loyalists at their leisure. This was not just a battle. It was the War Master demonstrating his superiority. Massive caliber gunfire thundered from the Dies Irae, an awesome storm of fire and death that smashed the plaza outside the temple, blasting apart loyalists in great columns of fire. Infernal heat battered against the temple, and a hot gale blew through the gallery. "Is that the best you've got?" he yelled in anger. "You'll never kill us all." His warriors looked at him with savage light in their eyes. The words had sounded hollow in his ears, spoken out of rage rather than bravado, but he saw the effect it had and smiled, remembering that he had a duty to these men. He had a duty to make their last moments mean something. Suddenly the air ripped apart as the Titan's plasma gun fired, and white heat filled the gallery, throwing Tarvitz to the floor. Molten fragments of stone sprayed him, and warriors fell, broken and burning around him. Blinded and deafened, Tarvitz dragged himself away from the destruction. Hot air boomed back into the vacuum, blasted by the plasma, and it was like a burning wind of destruction come to scour the Loyalists from the face of Istvan III. He rolled onto his back, seeing that the bolt had ripped right through the temple roof, leaving a huge glowing-edged hole, like a monstrous bite mark through one corner of the temple. Fully, a third of the temple's mass had collapsed in a great rock slide of liquefied stone, flooding out like a long tongue of jade. Tarvitz tried to shake the ringing from his ears and forced his eyes to focus. Through the miasma of heat, he could hear a war cry arise from the enemy warriors. A similar clamor rose from the other side of the temple, where the World Eaters and the Emperor's children were arrayed among the ruins of the palace. The attack was coming. Loken dropped to his knees in horror at the sight of Torgadon's head, parting from his shoulders. The blood fountained slowly, the silver sheen of the sword wreathed in a spray of red. He screamed his friend's name, watching as his body crashed to the floor of the stage and smashed the wooden lectern to splinters as it fell. His eyes met those of Horus Aximand, and he saw a sorrow that matched his own echoed in this brother's eyes. His choler surged, hot and urgent, but his anger was not directed at Horus Aximand, but at the warrior who pulled himself from the rubble behind him. He turned and forced himself to his feet, seeing Abaddon pulling himself from under the collapsed portico. The first captain had extricated himself from beneath slabs of marble that would have crushed even an armored Astartes, but he was still trapped and immobile from the waist down. Loken gave vent to an animal cry of loss and rage and ran towards Abaddon. He leapt, driving a knee down onto Abaddon's arm and pinning it with all his weight and strength to the rubble. Abaddon's free hand reached up and grabbed Loken's wrist as Loken drove his chainsword towards Abaddon's face. The two warriors froze, locked face to face in a battle that would determine who lived and who died. Loken gritted his teeth and forced his arm down against Abaddon's grip. Abaddon looked into Loken's face and saw the hatred and loss there. "There's hope for you yet, Loken," he snarled. Loken forced the roaring point of the sword down with more strength than he thought could ever inhabit one body. The betrayal of the Astartes, their very essence, flashed through Loken's mind, and he found the target of his hatred embodied in Abaddon's violent features. The chainblade's teeth whirred. Abaddon forced the point down, and it ripped into his breastplate. Sparks sprayed as Loken pushed the point onwards through thick layers of ceramite. The sword juddered, but Loken kept it true. He knew where it would break through, straight through the bone shield that protected Abaddon's chest cavity, and then into his heart. Even as he savored the idea of Abaddon's death, the first captain smiled and pushed his hand upwards. Astartes' battle plate enhanced a warrior's strength, but Terminator armor boosted it to levels beyond belief, and Abaddon called upon that power to dislodge Loken. Abaddon surged upwards from the rubble with a roar of anger and slammed his energized fist into Loken's chest. His armor cracked open, and the bone shield protecting his own chest cavity shattered into fragments. He staggered away from Abaddon, managing to keep his feet for a few seconds before his legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, blood dribbling from his cracked lips in bloody ropes. Abaddon towered over him, and Loken watched numbly as Horus Aximand joined him. Abaddon's eyes were filled with triumph, Aximand's with regret. Abaddon took the bloody sword from Aximand's hand with a smile. "This killed Torgadon, and it seems only fitting that I use it to kill you." The first captain raised the sword and said, "You had your chance, Loken. Think about that while you die." Loken met Abaddon's unforgiving gaze, seeing the madness that lurked behind his eyes like a mob of angry demons, and waited for death. But before the blow landed, the Parliament building exploded as something vast and colossal, like a primal god of war bestriding the world, smashed through the back wall. Loken had a fleeting glimpse of a monstrous iron foot, easily the width of the building itself, crashing through the stonework and demolishing the building as it went. He looked up in time to see a mighty red god, towering and immense, striding through the remains of the coral city, its battlements bristling with weapons and its mighty head twisted in a snarl of merciless anger. Rubble and debris cascaded from the roof as the Dies Irae smashed the Parliament building into a splintered ruin of crushed rock, and Loken smiled as the building collapsed around him. Tremendous impacts smashed the marble floor, and the noise of the building's destruction was like the sweetest music he had ever heard, as he felt the world go black around him. Saul Tarvitz looked around him at the 100 space marines crammed into the tiny square of cover that was all that remained of the Warsinger's temple. They had sat awaiting the final attack of the traitors for what had seemed like an age, but had been no more than 30 minutes. "Why don't they attack?" asked Nero Vipus, one of the few lunar wolves still alive.
"I don't know,"
said Tarvitz, "but whatever the reason, I'm thankful for it." Vipus nodded, his face lined with a sadness that had nothing to do with the final battles of the Precentor's palace. "Still no word from Garville or Tarik?" asked Tarvitz, already knowing the answer. "No," said Vipus. "Nothing. I'm sorry, my friend." Vipus shook his head. "No, I won't mourn them. Not yet. They might have succeeded." Tarvitz said nothing, leaving the warrior to his dream, and turned his attention once again to the terrifying scale of the War Master's army. 10,000 traitors stood immobile in the ruins of the Coral City. World Eaters chanted alongside Emperor's children, while the sons of Horus and the Death Guard waited in long firing lines. The colossal form of the Dies Irae had thankfully stopped firing, the monstrous Titan marching to tower over the Siren Hold like a brazen fortress. "They want to make sure we're beaten," said Tarvitz, "to plant a flag on our corpses." "Yes," agreed Vipus. "But we gave them the fight of their lives, did we not?" "That we did," said Tarvitz, "that we did, and even once we're gone, Garrow will tell the legions of what they've done here. The Emperor will send an army bigger than anything the Great Crusade has ever seen." Vipus looked out over the War Master's army and said he'll have to... Abaddon surveyed the ruins of the Parliament House. Its once magnificent structure, a heaped pile of shattered stone. His face bled from a dozen cuts, and his skin was an ugly, bruised purple, but he was alive. Beside him, Horus Aximand slumped against a ruined statue, his breathing labored, and his shoulder twisted at an unnatural angle. Abaddon had pulled them both from the wreckage of the building, but looking at Aximand's downcast face, he knew that they had not escaped without scars of a different kind. But it was done. Loken and Torgadon were dead. He had thought to feel savage joy at the idea, but instead he felt only emptiness, a strange void that yawned in his soul like a vessel that could never be filled. Abaddon dismissed the thought and spoke into the vox. "War Master," he said, "it is over." "What have we done, Ezekiel?" whispered Aximand. "What needed to be done," said Abaddon. "The War Master ordered it, and we obeyed." "They were our brothers," said Aximand, and Abaddon was astonished to find tears spilling down his brother's cheeks. "They were traitors to the War Master. Let that be an end to it." Aximand nodded, but Abaddon could see the seed of doubt take root in his expression. He lifted Aximand and supported him, as they made their way towards the waiting storm bird that would take them from this cursed place and back to the vengeful spirit. The traitors within the Mournival were dead, but he had not forgotten the look of regret he had seen on Aximand's face. Horus Aximand would need watching, Abaddon decided. The view screen of the Strategium displayed the blackened barren rock of Istvan V. Where Istvan III had once been rich and verdant, Istvan V had always been a mass of tangled igneous rock where no life thrived. Once there had been life, but that had been aeons ago, and its only remnants were scattered basalt cities and fortifications. The people of the Coral City had thought these ruins were home to the evil gods of their religion, who waited there, plotting revenge. Perhaps they were right, mused Horus, thinking of Fulgrim and his complement of Emperor's children, who were preparing the way for the next phase of the plan. Istvan III had been the prologue, but Istvan V would be the most decisive battle the galaxy had ever seen. The thought made Horus smile as he looked up to see Malachurst limping painfully towards his throne. "What news, Mal?" asked Horus. "Have all surface units returned to their posts?" "I have just heard from the Conqueror," nodded Malachurst. "Angron has returned. He is the last." Horus turned back to the gnarled globe of Istvan V and said, "Good. It is no surprise to me that he should be the last to quit the battlefield. So what is the butcher's bill?" "We lost a great many in the landings, and more than a few in the palace," replied Malachurst. "The Emperor's children and the Death Guard were similarly mauled. The World Eaters lost the most. They are barely above half strength." "You do not think this battle was wise," said Horus. "You cannot hide that from me, Mal. The battle was costly," averred Malachurst, "and it could have been shortened." If efforts had been made to withdraw the legions before the siege developed, then lives and time could have been saved. We do not have an infinite number of Astartes, and we certainly do not have infinite time. I do not believe there was any great victory to be won here. You see only the physical cost, Mal, said Horus. You do not see the psychological gains we have made. Abaddon was blooded. The real threats among the rebels have been eliminated, and the World Eaters have been brought to a point where they cannot turn back. If there was ever any doubt as to whether this crusade would succeed, it has been banished by what I have achieved on Istvan III. Then what are your orders? Asked Malachhurst. Horus turned back to the view screen and said, We have tarried here too long, and it is time to move onwards. You are right that I allowed myself to be drawn into a war that we did not have time to fight, but I will rectify that error. War Master. Bomb the city, said Horus. Wipe it off the face of the planet. Loken couldn't move his legs. Every heartbeat was agony in his lungs as the muscles of his chest ground against splinters of bone. He coughed up clots of blood with every breath, and he was sure that each one would be his last, as the will to live seeped from his body. Through a crack in the rubble pinning him to the ground, Loken could see the dark grey sky. He saw streaks of fire dropping through the clouds and closed his eyes as he realized that they were the first salvos of an orbital bombardment. Death was raining down on the Coral City for the second time, but this time it wouldn't be anything as exotic as a virus. High explosives would bring the city down and put a final terrible exclamation mark at the end of the Battle of Istvan III. Such a display was typical of the War Master. It was a final epitaph that would leave no one in any doubt as to who had won. The first orange blooms of fire burst over the city, the ground shook, buildings collapsed in waves of fire, and the streets boiled with flame once more. The ground shuddered as though in the grip of an earthquake, and Loken felt his prison of debris shift. Hard spikes of pain buffeted him as flames burst across the remains of the Parliament building. Then darkness fell at last, and Loken felt nothing else. 100 of Tarvitz's loyalists remained. They were the only survivors of their glorious last stand, and he had gathered them in the remains of the War Singer's temple, sons of Horus, Emperor's children, and even a few lost-looking World Eaters. Tarvitz noticed that there were no Death Guard in their numbers, thinking that perhaps a few had survived Mortarian's scouring of the trenches, but knowing that they might as well have been on the other side of Istvan III. This was the end. They all knew it, but none of them gave voice to that fact. He knew all their names now. Before, they had just been grime-streaked faces among the endless days and nights of battle. But now they were brothers, men he would die with in honor. Flashes of explosions bloomed in the city's north. Shooting stars punched through the dark clouds overhead, scorching holes through which the glimmering stars could be seen. The stars shone down on the Coral City in time to watch the city die. "Did we hurt them, Captain?" asked Solithan. "Did this mean anything?" Tarvitz thought for a moment before replying. "Yes," he said, "we hurt them here. They'll remember this." A bomb slammed into the precentor's palace, finally blasting what little remained of its great stone flower into flame and shards of granite. The loyalists did not throw themselves into cover or ran for shelter. There was little point. The War Master was bombarding the city, and he was thorough. He would not let them slip away a second time. Towers of flame bloomed all across the palace, closing in on them with fiery inevitability. The battle for the Coral City was over. The temple was nearly complete, its high arched ceiling like a ribcage of black stone beneath which the officers of the new crusade were gathered. Angron still fumed at the decision to leave Istvan III before the destruction of the Loyalists was complete, while Mortarion was silent and sullen, his death guard like a steel barrier between him and the rest of the gathering. Lord Commander Eidolon, still smarting from the failures his legion had committed in the eyes of the War Master, had several squads of Emperor's children accompanying him, but his presence was not welcomed, merely tolerated. Malachhurst, Abaddon, and Aximand represented the sons of Horus, and beside them stood Erebus. The War Master stood before the temple's altar, its 4 faces representing what Erebus called the 4 faces of the gods. Above him, a huge holographic image of Istvan V dominated the temple. An area known as the Urgal Depression was highlighted. a giant crater overlooked by the fortress that Fulgrim had prepared for the War Master's forces. Blue blips indicated likely landing sites, routes of attack and retreat. Horus had spent the last hour explaining the details of the operation to his commanders, and he was coming to an end. At this very moment, 7 legions are coming to destroy us. They will find us at Istvan V, and the battle will be great. But in truth, it will not be a battle at all, for we have achieved much since last we gathered. Chaplain Erebus, enlighten us as to matters beyond Istvan. All goes well at Signum, my lord, said Erebus, stepping forward. New tattoos had been inked on his scalp, echoing the sigils carved into the stones of the temple. Sanguinius and the Blood Angels will not trouble us, and Corferon sends word that the Ultramarines muster at Calth. They suspect nothing, and will not be in a position to lend their strength to the Loyalist force. Our allies outnumber our enemies. Then it is done, said Horus. The backs of the Emperor's legions will be broken at Istvan Vef. And what then? Asked Aximand. A strange melancholy had settled upon Horus Aximand since the battles of the Coral City, and he saw Abaddon cast a wary glance in his brother's direction. When our trap is sprung, demanded Aximand, the Emperor will still reign, and the Imperium will still answer to him after Istvan Veth. What then, little Horus, said the War Master. Then we strike for terror,